In 1783, a woman who had once been denied bread at the family table so her brothers might eat more became the first woman in England to earn a salary for scientific work, and her name was Caroline Herschel. She began her life small in every sense, stunted by typhus, dismissed by a mother who saw her only as a servant, and yet she would go on to discover 8 comets, to chart the positions of thousands of stars, to stand in freezing gardens through the long hours of night with ink that froze in its pot and fingers too cold to grip a pen. If these quiet episodes help carry you toward rest, subscribing is a gentle way to find more of them waiting. This is her story, told slowly, told softly, and it begins in the German city of Hanover, in a house full of music, in the year 1750. On the 16th day of March, in the year 1750, in the old city of Hanover, in a house on the narrow street known as the Leinstraße, a girl was born to Isaac and Anna Ilse Herschel, and they named her Caroline Lucretia. The house itself was not a grand one, situated as it was in the Altstadt, the old town, where the streets wound close together and the buildings leaned toward one another as if sharing quiet confidences across the cobblestones. The family occupied rooms that were modest in their dimensions, and yet within those walls there was warmth, and there was music, and there was the particular kind of love that grows in households where resources are limited but affection is not. Caroline Lucretia Herschel entered the world as the 8th child born to her parents, though not all of those children had survived the perils of infancy, as was so terribly common in that century, and she would grow up knowing both the presence of siblings and the absence of others who had come before. The electorate of Brunswick-Lüneburg, of which Hanover was the capital, existed at that time as a somewhat complicated political entity within the vast and intricate structure of the Holy Roman Empire. This empire, which historians would later note was neither holy, nor Roman, nor particularly imperial in its final centuries, nonetheless provided the framework within which the small German states conducted their affairs, maintained their courts, and sent their young men to serve in various military capacities. Hanover itself held a peculiar distinction in European politics, for its elector was also the King of Great Britain, a union of crowns that had come about some decades earlier when George Ludwig, the Elector of Hanover, had ascended to the British throne as George I. By the time Caroline was born, his grandson George II sat upon that same throne, ruling both the island kingdom across the sea and this continental electorate from which his family had sprung. This connection meant that Hanover maintained certain ties to Britain, that English was occasionally heard in its better houses, and that the Hanoverian military bands sometimes played for occasions that celebrated a monarchy centered far away in London. Isaac Herschel, Caroline's father, was born in the year 1707, and he had devoted his life to the cultivation and performance of music. He served as an oboist in the band of the Hanoverian Foot Guards, a position that provided his family with a steady if unremarkable income and that required him to spend considerable portions of his time in rehearsal, in performance, and occasionally in the field when his regiment was called to military service. The oboe is an instrument of particular delicacy, requiring from its player both technical precision and a sensitivity to tone that cannot be taught but must be felt, and Isaac possessed these qualities in good measure. He was not a wealthy man, and his profession, though respectable, did not elevate his family to any great social standing, but he was skilled in his craft and devoted to the art of music in ways that extended far beyond his professional obligations. In the evenings, when his duties permitted, he would return to the house on the Leinstraße and fill its rooms with practice and instruction, with scales and exercises and the patient repetition of difficult passages, teaching his children to hear what he heard and to feel what he felt when notes were arranged in pleasing succession. Anna Ilse Moritzen, who had become Anna Ilse Herschel upon her marriage to Isaac, came from a family of bakers, her father having practiced that most essential of trades. She was a practical woman, concerned with the management of a household that never had quite enough resources to manage comfortably, and she held views about the proper upbringing of children that were somewhat more traditional than those of her husband. Where Isaac saw potential in all of his children, regardless of their sex, and wished to cultivate their minds and their talents with equal care, Anna Ilse was more inclined to the common wisdom of the age, which held that daughters should be prepared for domestic service and the keeping of a household, that education beyond the practical arts was wasted upon girls, and that a woman's place was firmly fixed within the boundaries of hearth and home. This difference in philosophy between husband and wife would come to shape Caroline's childhood in ways both fortunate and limiting, though in those earliest years, when she was still a small child learning to walk the floors of that house on the Leinstraße, these tensions had not yet fully manifested themselves. The children of Isaac and Anna Ilse Herschel formed a substantial household. Sophia Elizabeth was among the elder children, a daughter who would in time fulfill the domestic expectations that her mother held for all her girls. Heinrich, who was also called Jacob, was a son who would follow in the musical traditions of the family, taking up instruments and learning the craft that his father practiced. Johann Alexander, another son, would similarly be trained in music and would make his own way in that profession. And then there was Wilhelm, born in the year 1738, some 12 years before Caroline herself, a boy who would grow into a young man of extraordinary curiosity and ability, who would learn not only music but languages and mathematics and eventually the science of the heavens, and who would one day change his name to William when he made his home in England, and who would change the course of astronomical history in ways that no one standing in that modest house in Hanover could possibly have foreseen. Johann Dietrich was the youngest son, completing the roster of brothers who surrounded Caroline in her childhood. Each of these siblings occupied their own place in the household economy, contributing to its labors and its entertainments, receiving instruction from their father and direction from their mother, growing up together in rooms that must have felt quite full when the family gathered for meals or for the musical evenings that Isaac so cherished. The Leinstraße itself was a street of no particular distinction, running through the older parts of Hanover where the medieval street plan still prevailed and where the houses stood close together in the manner of European cities that had grown organically over centuries rather than being planned according to modern principles. The Altstadt, the Old Town, was the historic heart of Hanover, and while it contained buildings of some antiquity and charm, it was not the fashionable quarter where the wealthy built their residences or where the court held its most elegant functions. The Herschel family lived there because that was where people of their station lived, among other craftsmen and musicians and tradespeople, in houses that were functional rather than beautiful, where the plaster might be cracked and the floors might be uneven, but where families nonetheless made their homes and raised their children and went about the business of ordinary life. For little Caroline, in those earliest years, the house on the Leinstraße was simply home, the only world she knew, filled with the sounds of her father's oboe and the voices of her siblings and the bustle of her mother's housekeeping. Isaac Herschel held views on education that were, for his time and place, remarkably progressive, particularly as they concerned his daughters. While the prevailing wisdom suggested that girls needed only to learn the domestic arts, that reading and writing were sufficient accomplishments and that anything further was unnecessary or even inappropriate, Isaac believed that his daughters possessed minds worthy of cultivation and talents deserving of development. He taught his children together when he could, boys and girls alike, sharing with them not only his musical knowledge but also his curiosity about the wider world. He spoke to them of mathematics and of natural philosophy, of the stars that wheeled overhead and the principles that governed their movements, of languages and literature and all the subjects that a cultivated person of that era might wish to understand. This was not a formal education of the sort that wealthy families might provide for their sons, with tutors and academies and eventually university, but it was an education nonetheless, conducted in the evenings and on rest days, fitted around the demands of Isaac's profession and the necessities of household life. For young Caroline, these early years were marked by a particular kind of happiness that she would later recall with fondness. She was, in those days before illness came, a bright and active child, curious about the world around her and eager to learn whatever her father might teach. The household, for all its modest circumstances, was not an unhappy one, and the presence of so many siblings meant that there was always company, always someone to play with or quarrel with or learn alongside. Isaac, when he was home and not occupied with his regimental duties, was an affectionate father who delighted in sharing his knowledge with his children, and Caroline would remember how he would sometimes take her outside on clear nights to look up at the stars, pointing out the constellations and speaking of the vastness of the universe in terms that a small child could begin to comprehend. These moments, quiet and unremarkable as they might have seemed, planted seeds that would bear extraordinary fruit in the decades to come, though neither father nor daughter could have known it then. The political situation of Hanover in those years was relatively stable, though the broader European context was never entirely peaceful. The connection to the British Crown brought certain advantages to the electorate, including a degree of prestige and some protection within the complex web of European alliances and rivalries. George II, who ruled both Britain and Hanover during Caroline's childhood, maintained his interest in his German territories and visited them when circumstances permitted, and the Hanoverian court, while not as grand as those of larger kingdoms, nonetheless functioned as a center of culture and administration for the electorate. The military bands, including the one in which Isaac served, played their part in the ceremonial life of this court, performing at official functions and contributing to the musical culture that the Hanoverian rulers patronized. For the Herschel family, this meant that Isaac's position, though modest, was secure, and that there was a steady demand for the services he provided. The house on the Leinstraße would have been furnished simply, with the kinds of practical items that a working family could afford and that would serve the daily needs of a large household. There would have been beds shared among siblings, a kitchen where Anna Ilse prepared the family meals, and a room where Isaac could practice his oboe and teach his children their lessons. The winters in Hanover could be cold, and heating such a house would have required constant attention to fires and the careful husbanding of fuel, while the summers brought their own challenges of heat and the preservation of food. These were the ordinary concerns of ordinary life in an 18th-century German city, unremarkable in themselves but forming the backdrop against which the Herschel children grew and learned and began to develop into the people they would become. Wilhelm, the brother who would come to play such a significant role in Caroline's later life, was already showing signs of the intellectual curiosity that would distinguish him. Though he was 12 years older than Caroline and would soon be old enough to begin making his own way in the world, he was present in the household during her earliest childhood, another figure in the constellation of family members who surrounded her. He had inherited their father's musical abilities and was being trained to follow in the profession, learning multiple instruments and developing the technical skills that would allow him to earn his living as a musician. But Wilhelm also possessed a restless mind that reached beyond music toward other forms of knowledge, toward the mathematics and natural philosophy that Isaac discussed in the evenings, toward languages that might open doors to wider worlds, toward questions about the nature of the universe that could not be answered by any instrument made of wood and brass and reed. Caroline herself, in these early years, was too young to distinguish herself in any particular way. She was simply the youngest daughter, one small girl among a household of children, learning to walk and then to speak and then to help with the simple tasks that even small children could be assigned in a busy household. She would have learned her letters and her numbers, would have begun to absorb the musical atmosphere that her father created, would have listened to the conversations of her older siblings and tried to understand the adult world that seemed so complex and so far removed from her own small concerns. The particular brilliance that would later emerge in her, the meticulous attention to detail and the capacity for sustained intellectual work, were qualities that had not yet had occasion to reveal themselves. She was, in those earliest years, simply a happy child in a loving if not uncomplicated household, living in a modest house on a narrow street in an old German city, with no way of knowing what extraordinary circumstances would eventually carry her far from this beginning. The family's circumstances, though modest, were not desperate. Isaac earned enough from his position to keep his family housed and fed, to clothe his children and provide them with the basic necessities of life. But there was little margin for luxury or for misfortune, and any significant disruption to the household's income or any major unexpected expense would have created serious difficulties. This was the reality of life for working families in the 18th century, a constant balancing of resources against needs, a perpetual effort to make ends meet without any of the safety nets that later eras would develop. Anna Ilse managed the household economy with the skill that such circumstances required, stretching what they had to cover what they needed, making do and mending and economizing in all the small ways that could accumulate into survival. And so the early years of Caroline Lucretia Herschel passed in the house on the Leinstraße, in the old town of Hanover, in the electorate of Brunswick-Lüneburg, under the distant rule of a king who was also an elector, in a household filled with music and children and the ordinary struggles of ordinary life. She was a happy child, by her own later account, in those years before everything changed, before illness came to mark her body and limit what others expected of her, before the family's circumstances shifted in ways that would send her brothers out into the world and leave her behind. But those changes were still in the future, beyond the horizon of what a small child could see or imagine, and for now there was only the present, only the warmth of the family hearth and the sound of her father's oboe and the voices of her siblings and the narrow street outside where the cobblestones had been worn smooth by generations of feet. For now there was only childhood, that brief season of relative innocence, passing as all seasons do, carrying young Caroline toward a future that no one in that modest house could possibly have foreseen, toward comets and catalogues and the patient observation of the stars. In the early months of 1753, when Caroline Lucretia Herschel had not yet reached her 4th birthday, a fever crept into the household on Steinweg in Hanover, and it would not depart without leaving its mark upon her small body forever. The illness that descended upon her was typhus, sometimes called typhoid fever in those days when the precise distinctions between fevers were not yet fully understood, and it arrived in that cold German winter when the air itself seemed to carry sickness through the narrow streets and crowded dwellings of the town. Caroline, who had been born in March of 1750 and was therefore still very young, found herself caught in the grip of this terrible disease. Her small frame racked by the symptoms that accompanied such infections in an age before modern medicine could offer much beyond rest, prayer, and whatever folk remedies the household might possess. The fever burned through her for many days, and those who cared for her during this time could do little more than keep her comfortable and hope that her constitution would prove strong enough to carry her through to the other side of the illness. In those years, childhood mortality from such fevers was remarkably common, and families understood all too well that the arrival of sickness in a young child might very easily lead to a small grave in the churchyard and another name added to the parish register of burials. But Caroline survived, as children sometimes do when fortune and their own resilience conspire together against the odds, and she emerged from her sickbed alive and recovering, though not unchanged. What the typhus left behind in its departure was a consequence that would shape the remainder of her very long life, for the illness had somehow interfered with the natural processes of growth within her young body, stunting her development in a way that would become increasingly apparent as the years passed and her siblings continued to grow while she did not. Caroline Lucretia Herschel would never stand taller than 4 feet and 3 inches, a height that marked her as notably small even by the standards of her era, when people were generally shorter than they are today. This diminutive stature would follow her through every stage of her existence, from her childhood in Hanover to her old age in that same city, and it contributed to the particular way in which her family, and especially her mother, came to view her prospects and her place in the world. It is worth pausing here to consider what it meant, in the middle of the 18th century, for a young girl to be marked in such a way by illness, for the implications extended far beyond the simple physical fact of her small stature. In a time when a woman's future was largely determined by her ability to secure a suitable marriage, and when such marriages depended heavily upon considerations of health, appearance, and the promise of bearing children, any deviation from the expected norms of feminine development carried significant weight in the calculations that families made about their daughters. Caroline's mother, Anna Ilse Moritzen Herschel, was a practical woman who understood the realities of the world as she had observed them, and she began, even in these early years, to form assessments about what sort of future might reasonably be expected for this particular daughter of hers. The household continued on as households do, with the ordinary rhythms of daily life reasserting themselves after the crisis of illness had passed, and Caroline grew, albeit slowly and within the limits that her body now imposed, alongside her brothers and her sister. Her father Isaac continued his work as an oboist in the band of the Hanoverian Foot Guards, bringing music into the home and teaching his children the fundamentals of that art whenever his duties permitted him time to do so. The family was not wealthy, but neither were they in desperate poverty, and life proceeded with the modest expectations and quiet hopes that characterized so many households of the laboring and artisan classes in German towns of that period. But the peace of those years was not to last, for larger forces were at work in the world beyond the walls of the Herschel home, forces that would soon make themselves felt in the lives of ordinary families throughout the region. The year 1756 brought the beginning of what would come to be known as the 7 Years' War, a vast and complicated conflict that drew in the great powers of Europe and spread violence across multiple continents, though for the people of Hanover the most immediate concern was the fighting that threatened to engulf their own lands. The electorate of Hanover held a particular position in the politics of the era, for its ruler was also the King of Great Britain, a circumstance that tied the fortunes of this German territory to the broader strategic considerations of British foreign policy and made it a target for those powers aligned against Britain in the conflict. For Isaac Herschel, the coming of war meant something very concrete and personal. For as a member of the military band attached to the Hanoverian Foot Guards, he was obliged to accompany the regiment when it marched to meet the enemy. The musicians of military bands in this period were not merely entertainers but served important functions in the coordination and morale of military units. And they went where the soldiers went, sharing in the dangers and discomforts of campaign life even if they were not expected to engage directly in combat. Isaac was not a young man by this time, and the prospect of leaving his family behind to face the uncertainties of war must have weighed heavily upon him, though duty called and he had little choice in the matter. The summer of 1757 brought the conflict directly to the doorstep of Hanover itself, when the Battle of Hasenbeck was fought on the 26th of July near the town of Hamelin, not so very far from the Herschel home. The Hanoverian and Allied forces, fighting under the command of the Duke of Cumberland, met the French army in an engagement that did not go well for the defenders of Hanover, and the aftermath of this battle opened the way for French occupation of the electorate. The French forces entered Hanover itself, and for the families who remained behind while their fathers and brothers served with the defeated army, this was a time of great anxiety and fear. Anna Ilse Herschel found herself managing the household alone during these troubled times, with her husband away and the enemy in possession of her city, and the strain of these circumstances surely shaped her outlook on life and her expectations for her children. The practical necessities of survival took precedence over more elevated concerns, and the question of how each member of the family might contribute to the household's welfare became more pressing than ever. For a mother with several children to consider, including a daughter whose growth had been compromised by illness, the calculations were stark and unsentimental. Isaac Herschel did return from the war eventually, having survived the hardships of campaign life and the dangers of battle, though the experience left its mark upon his health and his spirits. The war continued for several more years, dragging on until 1763, and during this extended period of conflict and its aftermath, the Herschel family navigated the difficulties of life in a region that had been touched by invasion and occupation. The ordinary concerns of daily existence continued alongside the extraordinary circumstances of war, and children grew up, sickened, recovered, and grew some more, as children do in all times and all places. It was in the midst of these difficult years, in 1760, that another illness came to visit the Herschel household, and this time it was the dreaded smallpox that found its way to young Caroline, who was now 10 years of age. Smallpox was one of the most feared diseases of the era, a ruthless visitor that killed a significant portion of those it infected and left many of the survivors marked for life by the distinctive scars that followed the healing of its characteristic pustules. The disease was so common and so dangerous that it shaped the patterns of daily life and social interaction, with people avoiding contact with those known to be infected and families enduring the terror of outbreaks that swept through communities with terrible regularity. Caroline fell ill with the smallpox in that year of 1760. And once again the household was plunged into the anxious waiting that accompanied serious illness in an age before effective treatments existed. The disease ran its course through her body, bringing fever and the eruption of the pustules that gave the illness its name, and there was nothing to be done but to keep her as comfortable as possible and to hope that she would be among those who survived. The days passed slowly during such illnesses, marked by the small changes in the patient's condition that might signal either improvement or decline, and Caroline's family watched and waited and did what little they could. She survived, as she had survived the typhus 7 years earlier, For Caroline Lucretia Herschel possessed a constitution that proved remarkably resilient in the face of challenges that might have ended lesser lives. But survival came at a cost, as it so often did with smallpox, and the price that Caroline paid was written plainly upon her face in the form of the scars that the disease left behind. Her skin, which might otherwise have been smooth and unmarked, now bore the pitted traces of the pustules that had erupted and healed, and these scars would remain with her for the rest of her long life, a visible reminder of the illness she had endured. In the social calculations of the 18th century, particularly as they pertained to the marriage prospects of young women, such scarring carried significant weight, for physical appearance was considered an important factor in determining a woman's eligibility for matrimony. A face marked by smallpox was thought to diminish a woman's chances of attracting a suitable husband, and while many people bore such scars and married nonetheless, the combination of Caroline's marked face and her stunted stature seemed, to her mother at least, to settle the question of her future quite definitively. Anna Ilse Herschel had never been one for romantic notions or unrealistic expectations, and she assessed her daughter's situation with the clear-eyed pragmatism that had served her through the difficulties of war and occupation. Caroline, she concluded, would never marry, for what man would choose a wife so small and so marked when other options surely existed? This was not cruelty on the mother's part, but rather a practical recognition of the world as she understood it, and from this assessment followed certain logical conclusions about how Caroline should be prepared for the life that awaited her. If marriage was not to be Caroline's future, then she must be equipped with skills that would allow her to earn her keep in some other fashion, and the most obvious path for an unmarried woman of her station was domestic service. Anna Ilse therefore determined that Caroline's education should focus exclusively on the household arts that would make her useful in such a role, teaching her to cook and clean and manage the practical tasks that a servant would be expected to perform. There would be no need for this daughter to learn accomplishments that might have helped her attract a husband, for such accomplishments would be wasted on a girl whose prospects, in her mother's view, had been foreclosed by circumstance. This approach to Caroline's upbringing placed her at odds with the education that her brothers received, particularly William, who was being trained in music and who showed remarkable aptitude for intellectual pursuits. The Herschel household was not without learning and culture, for Isaac valued education and encouraged his sons to develop their minds as well as their practical skills. But for Caroline, her mother's authority held sway in these matters, and Anna Ilse saw no reason why a girl destined for domestic service should waste time on subjects that would never serve her in the kitchens and laundry rooms where her future lay. Yet Isaac Herschel, that kindly man who loved music and learning and his children in equal measure, found ways to share his passions with his daughter despite his wife's objections. In quiet moments, when Anna Ilse was occupied elsewhere and opportunity presented itself, Isaac would teach Caroline the rudiments of the violin, guiding her small hands through the movements that would coax music from the strings. He taught her the basics of mathematics as well, those fundamental operations of arithmetic that formed the foundation of more advanced studies, believing that a mind capable of learning should not be denied the chance to do so simply because of accidents of birth and illness. These lessons were conducted in something like secrecy, or at least in the spaces between Anna Ilse's vigilant oversight, for Isaac knew that his wife would not approve of such frivolities for a daughter whose training ought to focus on more practical matters. The violin sessions and the mathematical exercises were stolen moments of education, brief windows of opportunity when father and daughter could explore together the worlds of music and number that so captivated Isaac's own imagination. For Caroline, These clandestine lessons represented something precious, a recognition that she too possessed a mind worth cultivating, even if the formal structures of her education suggested otherwise. The contrast between these two approaches to Caroline's upbringing, her mother's insistence on domestic skills and her father's secret encouragement of intellectual and artistic development, created a tension that would shape her character and her aspirations in the years to come. On one hand, she learned the humility and practical competence that would indeed serve her well throughout her life, for Caroline never lost the ability to manage a household efficiently or to perform the ordinary tasks of daily existence. On the other hand, she caught glimpses of a larger world of knowledge and achievement, a world in which her mind might be valued for its own sake rather than merely as an adjunct to her domestic utility. The scars that Caroline bore, both the visible marks upon her face and the invisible limitations upon her growth, became part of how she understood herself and her place within the family and the wider world. She was the small one, the marked one, the one for whom marriage was thought impossible and domestic service the only realistic future. Yet within that small frame and behind that scarred face lived a mind that responded eagerly to her father's teachings, a spirit that found joy in the mathematics of music and the music of mathematics, and a determination that would one day carry her far beyond the humble expectations that her mother had set for her. The 7 Years' War continued during these formative years of Caroline's childhood, casting its long shadow over the region and reminding all who lived through it that the world was a dangerous and uncertain place where individual fortunes could be overturned by forces far beyond anyone's control. Isaac came and went with his regiment, enduring the hardships of military life and returning home when he could to the family that waited anxiously for his safe return. The French occupation and its aftermath left their marks upon Hanover and its people, adding to the general sense of precariousness that characterized life in the middle decades of the 18th century. Through it all, Caroline grew as much as her body would allow, learned what her mother deemed appropriate and what her father offered in addition, and slowly became the young woman who would one day astonish the scientific world with her achievements. But those achievements lay far in the future, hidden from view by the ordinary concerns of daily life and the modest expectations that surrounded her. For now, she was simply Caroline, the small daughter of a military musician, marked by typhus and smallpox, destined in her mother's eyes for a life of domestic service, yet carrying within her the seeds of something more, nurtured in secret by a father who believed that every mind deserved the chance to learn and grow. The city of Hanover in the middle years of the 18th century was a place of modest elegance and quiet cultural aspiration, a seat of the electorate that shared its ruler with the distant British crown, and for the Herschel family it was simply home, the only world young Caroline had ever known. The streets were orderly. The garrison was a fixture of daily life, and the rhythms of the household moved in familiar patterns, with Anna preparing meals and mending clothes, with Isaac departing for rehearsals and returning with stories of the court musicians, with the children growing and learning and finding their places in the careful hierarchy that Anna maintained. But in the late 1750s, those familiar rhythms would be disrupted by events far beyond the control of any single family, as the great powers of Europe engaged in a conflict that would eventually touch nearly every household in the electorate, including the modest home on the Steinweg where Caroline was learning to knit and to stay out of her mother's way. The 7 Years' War, which had begun in 1756, was a vast and complicated affair involving alliances and counter-alliances, territorial ambitions and dynastic considerations. And for the people of Hanover the most immediate consequence was that their homeland became a battlefield, a territory to be fought over and occupied by foreign armies. The electorate of Hanover was connected to Britain through the person of King George II, who was both King of Great Britain and Elector of Hanover, and this connection made the territory a target for France, which was allied with Austria against Prussia and Britain in the complicated web of alliances that defined the conflict. For Caroline, who was only 6 years old when the war began, these grand political considerations meant nothing, but the soldiers who would soon appear in the streets, and eventually in her own home, would leave impressions that lasted throughout her long life, memories of fear and disruption and the strange presence of armed men speaking a foreign language. The Battle of Hasenbeck, which took place in July of 1757, was a decisive engagement that opened the way for French forces to occupy much of the electorate, and among the Hanoverian soldiers who fought in that battle was Isaac Herschel, Caroline's father, serving as an oboist in the regimental band. The battle was a defeat for the Hanoverian and Allied forces, and the retreat that followed was chaotic and demoralizing, with soldiers struggling through difficult terrain in summer heat, harried by pursuing French forces and uncertain of what fate awaited them or their families. Isaac survived the battle itself, but the conditions of the campaign, the long marches and the exposure to the elements and the stress of military service, left him with a condition that would never fully heal, an affliction of the lungs that we would today recognize as asthma, a chronic difficulty in breathing that would trouble him for the rest of his life and gradually limit his ability to work and to support his family. When Isaac returned to Hanover after the battle, he was a changed man, still devoted to his music and to his children's education, but physically diminished, prone to fits of coughing and wheezing that left him exhausted, and Caroline would have noticed, with the observant eyes of childhood, that her father was no longer quite as vigorous as he had been, that he tired more easily and sometimes struggled for breath in ways that frightened her. The robust musician who had played his oboe and violin with such skill was still present in spirit, still eager to discuss philosophy and science with his sons and to encourage their musical training. But his body had been damaged by the war in ways that could not be undone, and this damage would accumulate over the years, contributing to his eventual decline and early death. The French occupation of Hanover began in earnest following the Convention of Klosterzeven in September of 1757, an agreement that effectively neutralized the Hanoverian forces and allowed the French army to take control of the electorate. For the civilian population, including the Herschel family, this meant living under foreign military rule, subject to the demands and requisitions of an occupying army that needed to be housed and fed and supplied. The practice of billeting, by which soldiers were quartered in civilian homes, was one of the most intrusive aspects of occupation, and families throughout Hanover were required to make room in their houses for French soldiers, to share their food and their hearths with men they had not invited and could not refuse. The Herschel household, modest though it was not exempt from these demands, and Caroline would later remember the presence of French soldiers in her home, the disruption to the family's routines and the constant awareness of strangers in their midst. The soldiers were not necessarily cruel or violent, for military discipline generally prevented the worst abuses, but their presence was a burden nonetheless, an intrusion into the private spaces of family life, a reminder that the Herschels were no longer entirely masters of their own home. Anna, who ran the household with such firm authority, would have found this intrusion particularly galling, the loss of control over her own domestic sphere, the need to accommodate the needs and preferences of men who owed her no deference and who represented the power that had defeated her country. The hardships of occupation were not merely psychological, for the presence of a large army placed enormous strain on the local economy, and food and fuel and other necessities became scarce and expensive as military requisitions competed with civilian needs. Families who had been comfortable found themselves struggling to make ends meet, and families who had been poor found themselves in genuine want, as the normal channels of trade and employment were disrupted by the conditions of war. The Herschels, never wealthy but generally secure in Isaac's position as a court musician, would have felt these pressures along with everyone else. The careful management of resources, the anxiety about whether there would be enough to eat and enough wood for the fire as winter approached. The first occupation lasted from 1757 into 1758, when changing military fortunes allowed the Allied forces to regain control of Hanover, and for a time the city returned to something like normalcy, though the scars of occupation remained and the war continued to rage across Europe. But the respite was temporary, and in 1761 the French returned, occupying Hanover for a second time and imposing once again the burdens of billeting and requisition and foreign military rule. By this time Caroline was 10 or 11 years old enough to understand more clearly what was happening and to remember it more vividly in later years, and the second occupation reinforced the lessons of the first. The vulnerability of ordinary people to the great movements of armies and empires. The way that war could reach into the most private corners of domestic life. During these years of war and occupation, the Herschel family was also dispersing, as the older sons made decisions that would take them far from Hanover and away from the dangers that military service posed. Wilhelm, who was 19 years old in 1757 and who had been serving as an oboist in the Hanoverian Guards like his father, made the choice to leave for England, a decision that would ultimately transform not only his own life but eventually Caroline's as well. The circumstances of his departure were later surrounded by some ambiguity, with family accounts suggesting that he was deserting from military service to escape the dangers of the ongoing war, though he was later formally discharged and his status regularized. What is clear is that Wilhelm, who would eventually become known as William Herschel and would achieve fame as one of the greatest astronomers in history, recognized that his future lay elsewhere, that the war-torn electorate offered little opportunity for a young musician with ambitions beyond the regimental band. England, with its thriving musical culture and its prosperous cities, beckoned as a land of possibility, and Isaac, despite his own loyalty to Hanover, encouraged his son to seek his fortune across the sea, perhaps recognizing that the boy's talents deserved a larger stage than occupied Hanover could provide. And so Wilhelm departed, making the journey to England where he would eventually settle, first in London and later in various provincial cities, building a career as a musician and teacher while pursuing his growing interest in astronomy. Heinrich, another of the brothers, would later make a similar journey, following Wilhelm to England when the opportunity arose, and the Herschel family, once concentrated in a single household in Hanover, began to spread across Europe, connected by letters and by the bonds of affection but separated by the distances that the pursuit of livelihood required. For Caroline, still a child during these years, the departures of her brothers meant the loss of companions and allies in the household, a narrowing of her world even as her brothers' worlds expanded. She was too young to understand the opportunities that England might offer, too young to imagine that she herself might one day make that same journey, and her horizon remained bounded by the streets of Hanover and the walls of her family's home. The formal education that Caroline received during these years was extremely limited, a reflection both of the disruptions of wartime and of her mother's views about what was appropriate for a girl of her station. She attended the garrison school for a brief period, one of the local schools that served the families of military personnel, But the education offered there, particularly for girls, was rudimentary at best, focused on practical skills rather than academic learning. Caroline learned to knit, acquiring a skill that would be useful for maintaining a household, and she learned the basics of household management that would prepare her for her expected future as a wife and mother or, failing that, as a servant in her own family's home. What she did not learn, at least not in any formal setting, was much of anything else. Reading and writing she acquired to some degree, though her early education in these skills was spotty and incomplete, and mathematics and science and languages and all the other subjects that her brothers studied were considered inappropriate for a girl, unnecessary for the domestic life that awaited her. Anna was firm in her conviction that Caroline's future lay in service, that education beyond the practical would only give the girl ideas above her station and make her discontented with her lot, and so the doors that opened for the boys remained firmly closed for their sister. Isaac, when he was well enough and when circumstances permitted, tried to offer Caroline something more, including her in the informal lessons he gave the boys and encouraging her curiosity about the world. But his efforts were constrained by his declining health and by Anna's opposition, and they could not fully compensate for the formal education that Caroline was denied. She learned what she could by listening, by observing, by picking up fragments of knowledge from the conversations around her, but her early years were marked by an intellectual hunger that went largely unfed, a mind that was capable of great things but was given little material to work with. The cultural life of Hanover, despite the disruptions of war and occupation, continued to function in diminished form, for music and theatre and the other arts were too deeply embedded in the life of the court and the city to be entirely suppressed. The court culture of Hanover, though modest compared to the great courts of Vienna or Versailles, maintained traditions of musical performance and patronage that provided employment for musicians like Isaac and opportunities for cultural engagement for the broader population. The Hanoverian court had long supported an orchestra and a chapel choir, and even during the years of occupation these institutions continued to exist, though their activities were curtailed and their resources diminished. The Herschel family's participation in local musical circles was central to their identity and their livelihood, and the connections that Isaac maintained with other musicians and with the patrons who supported musical performance were essential to the family's survival. Music was not merely a profession for the Herschels but a way of life, a shared passion that united father and sons and that provided a common language even when other circumstances divided them. The household was filled with the sounds of practice and rehearsal, with discussions of technique and interpretation, with the comings and goings of fellow musicians who stopped by to consult with Isaac or to make music together. Caroline, though she was not formally trained in music during these early years, absorbed this musical atmosphere, developing an ear and a sensibility that would later prove valuable when her brother William began to train her as a singer. She heard the sounds of oboe and violin, of voices raised in song, of the careful working out of difficult passages, and though she could not have known it then, these early impressions were laying the foundation for a musical education that would eventually allow her to perform before audiences and to support herself through her art. The occupations ended with the conclusion of the 7 Years' War in 1763, and Hanover gradually returned to peace, though the effects of the war years lingered in the economy, in the population, in the health of men like Isaac who had been broken by military service. The French soldiers departed, the billets were vacated, and the Herschel household became once again a space that belonged entirely to the family, though it was a smaller family now, with Wilhelm in England and the household diminished by years of hardship. Caroline was 12 or 13 years old when the peace came, approaching the age when decisions about her future would need to be made, and the direction of her life seemed already determined by her mother's expectations and by the limited options available to a girl of her background and education. The garrison school had taught her to knit, and knitting she could do, along with the other domestic tasks that Anna had drilled into her, the cooking and cleaning and mending that made a household function. These skills, her mother assured her, were all she would need, for her future was to be one of service, caring for her parents in their old age and then perhaps finding a position in some other household where her industrious habits would make her useful. The world of learning and discovery, of telescopes and stars and mathematical calculations, seemed impossibly remote from the life that awaited her, as distant as the brother who had gone to England and whom she might never see again. And yet the years of occupation and hardship had also planted seeds of resilience in Caroline, a capacity to endure difficulty and to adapt to circumstances beyond her control, qualities that would serve her well in the very different life that eventually unfolded. She had learned that the world could change suddenly and dramatically, that foreign soldiers could appear in one's home and then just as suddenly depart, that fathers could go off to war and return damaged, that brothers could leave for distant countries and begin new lives. Nothing was permanent, nothing was certain, and though this knowledge brought anxiety, it also brought a kind of flexibility, an ability to respond to whatever circumstances might arise. The cultural traditions of Hanover, the musical life that had sustained her family and that continued to shape their daily existence, would eventually provide Caroline's pathway out of the constrained life her mother had planned for her, though many years would pass before that pathway opened. The city had survived occupation and war, had seen its routines disrupted and then restored, and life continued in its familiar patterns, with court musicians playing for their audiences and families like the Herschels working to rebuild what the war years had damaged. In this quiet, recovering city, Caroline grew from childhood into adolescence, learning her knitting and her household management, listening to music she was not taught to play, and waiting, without knowing she was waiting, for the summons that would eventually come from England and change her life forever. In the city of Hanover, along the modest stretch of the Leinstraße, there stood a house that had known better days, a house filled with the echoes of music and the bustle of a large family trying to maintain respectability on slender means. And it was within these walls that a young girl named Caroline Lucretia Herschel would spend the better part of her adolescence in a kind of quiet servitude, her days measured out in tasks of sweeping and scrubbing and mending, her hands growing rough from work while her mind remained largely untended, like a garden left to grow wild for want of a gardener who might recognize what bloomed there. The years between 1760 and 1767 formed a particular chapter in Caroline's young life, a chapter that she would later recall with a mixture of resignation and sorrow, for these were the years when her role within the Herschel household became fixed in a pattern that seemed unlikely ever to change, the years when she served as an unpaid domestic servant under the watchful and exacting eye of her mother, Anna Ilse Moritzen Herschel, a woman whose ideas about a daughter's proper place were as immovable as the old stones of the city itself. Anna Ilse was not a cruel woman in the sense of deliberate malice, but rather a practical one, shaped by the hardships of her own life and the anxieties that came from raising many children on the uncertain income of a military musician, and she had determined early on that her daughter Caroline, who was neither particularly pretty nor particularly strong after the ravages of childhood illness, would best serve the family by remaining at home, by making herself useful in the endless domestic labors that kept a household of this size functioning, and by abandoning any notions of education or independence that might distract her from these essential duties. The household required constant attention, for there were floors to be swept and scrubbed, and the scrubbing was done on hands and knees with brushes that wore calluses into young palms, and there was water to be carried and heated, and fires to be tended in the early morning darkness when the rest of the family still slept. And Caroline learned to rise before dawn to begin the work that would occupy her until well after the evening meal had been served and cleared away. The cooking fell largely to Caroline as well, under her mother's critical supervision, and she learned to prepare the simple but sustaining meals that a family of limited means required, the soups and stews that could be stretched to feed many mouths, the bread that needed kneading and the vegetables that needed cleaning. And all of this was done without complaint, because complaint would have been pointless, because her mother's authority in domestic matters was absolute and unquestioned. There was mending to be done, always mending, for clothes wore thin and seams split and buttons came loose, and Caroline sat for hours with needle and thread, repairing the garments of her brothers and her parents, making things last longer than they were meant to last because new clothes were a luxury the family could rarely afford, and her stitches grew small and neat through endless repetition, though she took no particular pride in this skill because it seemed to her merely another link in the chain that bound her to a life of service. The scrubbing of pots and pans was a task that left her arms aching, and the cleaning of hearths left soot beneath her fingernails that no amount of washing seemed entirely to remove, and she learned to carry heavy loads up and down the narrow stairs of the house, and to do all of this quietly and efficiently so as not to disturb her father when he was resting or her brothers when they were practicing their music, for the musical education of the sons of the house was considered a matter of great importance, while the education of the daughter was considered no matter at all. Anna Ilse's opposition to Caroline's education was firm and unwavering, rooted in beliefs that were common enough in that time and place but which would shape her daughter's life in ways that caused lasting pain, and she saw no reason why a girl should learn anything beyond the domestic arts. No reason why Caroline should waste time with books or lessons when there was work to be done and when, in any case, her prospects in life did not require learning, for Anna Ilse had determined that Caroline would remain at home, unmarried and useful, a permanent servant to the family rather than the mistress of her own household. This was not simply a matter of economy or practicality, though Anna Ilse would have framed it in such terms, but seemed to reflect a deeper conviction that Caroline's proper place was subordinate, that her value lay in her usefulness to others rather than in any development of her own capacities. And when Isaac Herschel, Caroline's father, occasionally suggested that their daughter might benefit from some small instruction, Anna Ilse dismissed these suggestions with the firmness of someone who knew her own mind and did not intend to change it. Isaac Herschel was a different sort of person altogether, a man who had spent his life in the service of music and who understood that the mind required nourishment just as surely as the body, and he looked upon his daughter Caroline with a tenderness that was complicated by his inability to overrule his wife in domestic matters, for the running of the household was Anna Ilse's domain, and Isaac's authority, such as it was, extended only to the musical education of his sons and to the dwindling hours when his health permitted him to teach or to play. In his younger years, Isaac had been a musician of considerable skill, an oboist in the Hanoverian Foot Guards who had traveled and performed and dreamed of a life devoted to his art. But the years of military service had taken their toll upon his body, and he had contracted a chronic asthma that worsened with each passing winter, leaving him breathless and weak at times when he most wished to be active, and this illness cast a shadow over the household, a quiet anxiety about what would become of them all if the father could no longer work. Despite his declining health, Or perhaps because of it, Isaac found moments when he could offer his daughter something of the education that her mother denied her. And these moments came in secret. Stolen hours when Anna Ilse was away from the house on errands or visiting neighbors. And during these precious intervals, Isaac would call Caroline to him and place a violin in her hands, showing her how to hold the instrument and how to draw the bow across the strings. And he would teach her the basics of reading music, of understanding the notation that transformed silence into sound. These lessons were necessarily brief and irregular, dependent as they were upon Anna Ilse's absence from the house, and Caroline learned to listen for the sound of her mother's footsteps on the street outside, ready to put away the violin and return to her duties at a moment's notice. And this secrecy lent the lessons a quality of furtive joy that made them all the more precious, though it also meant that her progress was slow and that she could never practice openly as her brothers did. Isaac also taught Caroline to copy music manuscripts, a skill that required a steady hand and careful attention to detail, and she learned to reproduce the notes and rests and dynamic markings with accuracy, creating clean copies of compositions that her father or brothers might use. And this work was permitted by Anna Ilse because it was useful, because it contributed to the family's income in a small way. And so Caroline was allowed to develop this one accomplishment, though always in the service of others rather than for her own advancement. The act of copying music was tedious in many ways, requiring hours of painstaking work with pen and ink, but it also opened a window for Caroline into a world of beauty and order that she could not otherwise access. And as she copied the carefully arranged notes across the ruled lines of the paper, she began to understand something of the logic and structure of music, the way that melody and harmony intertwined, the patterns that repeated and varied. And this understanding would later prove invaluable, though at the time it seemed merely another form of service, another task performed for the benefit of others. The violin lessons remained Caroline's secret treasure, the one bright thread in the fabric of her days, and she held on to them with a fierce internal gratitude that she could not express openly, for to speak of them would have been to risk their discovery and their end. And Isaac, for his part, seemed to understand that these stolen moments of instruction were a gift he could give his daughter, a small rebellion against his wife's strictures, a way of nurturing the intelligence and sensitivity he recognized in his youngest surviving daughter. But Isaac's health continued to decline, and the chronic asthma that had plagued him for years grew worse with each winter, leaving him struggling for breath, confined to bed for days at a time. And Caroline watched her father's deterioration with a helpless sorrow that she could share with no one, for her mother's response to illness was practical rather than emotional, a matter of nursing duties and household adjustments rather than expressions of grief. And Caroline learned to keep her feelings hidden, to continue with her work while her heart grew heavy with dread. The winter of 1766 into 1767 was particularly harsh for Isaac, and he spent long weeks confined to his bed, his breathing labored, his face pale and drawn, and the household revolved around his illness in a strange suspended state, waiting for improvement that did not come. And Caroline continued her duties with mechanical efficiency, scrubbing and cooking and mending while part of her mind remained always with her father, wondering if today would be better, if tomorrow might bring some relief from his suffering. In March of 1767, Isaac Herschel died, and with his death something essential departed from the household, some warmth and gentleness that had made Caroline's servitude bearable, and she stood beside his grave at the age of 17, her future stretching before her like an empty road leading nowhere, and she felt the weight of her loss not only as the loss of a beloved father but as the loss of the one person who had believed she might become something more than a household drudge. The grief that settled over the Herschel household in the weeks and months following Isaac's death was profound but expressed differently by each member of the family. And Anna Ilse seemed to harden rather than soften in her widowhood, becoming more insistent upon economy, more fixed in her expectations, more determined than ever that Caroline should remain at home and make herself useful. And there was no longer anyone to argue, however gently, that the girl might deserve something different. The household dynamics shifted in ways both subtle and pronounced following Isaac's death, for the sons were now the primary breadwinners, and their importance within the family structure increased accordingly. And among these sons was Dietrich, Caroline's older brother, whose temperament was difficult and whose presence in the house made Caroline's life considerably harder than it had been before. Dietrich was prone to irritability and fits of temper, and he seemed to take a particular pleasure in finding fault with Caroline's work, in criticizing her cooking or her cleaning or any small thing that did not meet his exacting and often unreasonable standards. And Caroline had no recourse against these criticisms because her position in the household was that of servant rather than equal, and servants did not argue with the men who contributed income to the family coffers. Where Isaac had been gentle and appreciative, Dietrich was harsh and demanding, and where Isaac had offered secret lessons and quiet encouragement, Dietrich offered only complaints and dismissals. And Caroline felt the contrast keenly, felt the difference between being valued and being merely used, and her days grew grayer and more burdensome under Dietrich's presence in the house, though she continued to perform her duties without open complaint because complaint would have changed nothing. Anna Ilse either did not notice or did not care about the way Dietrich treated Caroline, for her attention was focused on maintaining the family's precarious respectability, on ensuring that her sons could continue their careers and eventually marry well. And Caroline's comfort was not a consideration that weighed heavily in her calculations, if it weighed at all. And so the girl was left to navigate her brother's difficult temperament as best she could, learning to be invisible when possible, to anticipate his moods and adjust her behavior accordingly. The despair that began to settle over Caroline in these years was not dramatic or sudden but rather gradual, a slow accumulation of hopelessness that came from seeing no way forward, no possibility of change, no future that differed in any meaningful way from her present circumstances. And she would later describe this period of her life in terms that made clear the depth of her unhappiness, the sense that she was trapped in a life that offered nothing but endless domestic labor and the criticism of those she served. She had no dowry and no particular beauty, and the smallpox that had marked her face in childhood had left her with scars that she believed made her unsuitable for marriage. Not that marriage necessarily represented freedom, but it would at least have represented a change, a household of her own, children who might love her. And without this prospect she saw only the years stretching ahead of her, each one indistinguishable from the last, each one filled with the same scrubbing and cooking and mending that filled her days now. The brief education she had received from her father seemed now like a cruel gift, for it had awakened in her a sense of possibility that her circumstances did not allow her to pursue, and she might have been happier, she sometimes thought, if she had never known that there was anything beyond the domestic sphere, if she had never held a violin or understood the elegant logic of a musical score. But she had known these things, and the knowing made her servitude harder to bear. Her brother William had left Hanover some years earlier, seeking his fortune in England where opportunities for musicians were said to be greater, and his absence was another loss for Caroline, for William had been kind to her in his way, had noticed her intelligence even if he had been powerless to change her situation, and she dreamed sometimes of escape, of following William to England. though she had no money and no means and no reason to believe that her mother would ever permit such a departure. The nights were long in the Leinstraße house, and Caroline often lay awake after her work was done, too tired to sleep and too sad to find rest, thinking about her father and the violin lessons that had ended with his death, thinking about the life she might have had if circumstances had been different, if she had been born a boy, if her face had not been scarred, if her mother had been a different sort of woman. And these thoughts brought no comfort, only a deepening of the quiet despair that had become her constant companion. Yet somewhere within Caroline, beneath the exhaustion and the hopelessness, there remained a spark of something that had not yet been entirely extinguished, some remnant of the curiosity and determination that her father had recognized and tried to nurture. And though she could not see it at the time, this spark would eventually be fanned into a flame that would illuminate not only her own life but the history of science itself. Though such a future seemed impossibly remote from the small dark house on the Leinstraße where a young woman scrubbed floors and dreamed of something more. The year 1767 drew to a close with Caroline still firmly fixed in her role as household servant, her future still appearing as bleak and unchanging as it had seemed on the day of her father's funeral. And she had no way of knowing that within a few years her brother William would return to Hanover with a proposition that would change everything, that would carry her away from the Leinstraße and from her mother's control and from the life of drudgery that had seemed to be her inescapable fate. For now, she continued her duties, rising before dawn and working until after dark, scrubbing and cooking and mending, caring for a household that did not care for her. And the days passed slowly, each one much like the one before it, and Caroline Herschel waited, without knowing that she was waiting, for a future that she could not yet imagine, a future written not in the soot of hearths or the thread of mended garments but in the light of distant stars. Wilhelm Herschel had left Hanover many years before his sister Caroline would follow him, and in the intervening time he had transformed himself rather thoroughly into an Englishman, adopting the name William and establishing a reputation in the prosperous city of Bath as a musician of considerable talent and increasingly wide renown. The journey of his own life had taken him from the military band of the Hanoverian Guards, through years of struggle and uncertainty in England, through positions in Leeds and Halifax, and eventually to the elegant spa town of Bath, where the wealthy and fashionable came to take the waters and to be seen in all the right places, and where a skilled musician could find steady employment and a comfortable living among the concerts and assemblies that formed such an essential part of the social calendar. By the year 1766, William had secured the position of organist at the Octagon Chapel, a handsome proprietary chapel that had been built just a few years earlier to serve the growing population of visitors and residents who wished to worship in a manner befitting their station. The Octagon Chapel was, as its name suggests, an 8-sided building of pleasing proportions, fitted with galleries and an organ of respectable quality, and William's duties there provided him with a stable foundation upon which to build his musical career. He played for services. He gave lessons to the sons and daughters of the gentry. He composed and arranged music. He conducted orchestras. And he performed as a soloist on the oboe and the violin, as well as upon the organ and the harpsichord. In Bath, William Herschel had found his footing at last, and he had begun to prosper in ways that would have seemed quite impossible during those difficult early years when he had first arrived in England as a young refugee from the wars that had swept through his homeland. The city of Bath itself was a remarkable place in those years of the mid-18th century, a place where ancient Roman ruins lay beneath streets lined with buildings of honey-colored stone, where the natural hot springs that had drawn visitors for centuries now formed the centerpiece of an elaborate social ritual involving bathing, drinking the mineral waters, promenading, attending balls, and generally displaying oneself to the best possible advantage. The architects John Wood the Elder and his son John Wood the Younger had been transforming the city for decades, creating sweeping crescents and elegant circuses, designing terraces of townhouses that rose in harmonious ranks along the hillsides, and establishing a style of building that would come to define the Georgian aesthetic for generations to come. It was into this world of refinement and aspiration that William Herschel had inserted himself, and it was to this world that he would eventually bring his sister Caroline, though the process of arranging her departure from Hanover would prove to be a lengthy and sometimes frustrating negotiation. For years, William had been aware that his youngest sister remained at home in Hanover, and that her circumstances were not particularly happy ones. Their father, Isaac Herschel, had died in 1767, and since that time the household had been managed by their mother, Anna Ilse, with the assistance of their brother Jacob. Caroline, who was by then a young woman of 17 years, had been kept busy with domestic tasks of all kinds, from cooking and cleaning to caring for the household and assisting in whatever ways were required of her. Their mother was not unkind, but she was practical in the way that a woman of limited means must be practical, and she saw little reason to provide Caroline with the sort of education or training that might have allowed her to pursue an independent life. Caroline had been ill with typhus as a child, an illness that had stunted her growth and left her face marked by the pox, and her mother had concluded that marriage was unlikely to be her daughter's destiny. Instead, Caroline would be useful at home, a pair of hands to help with the endless work of running a household, and there she would remain for as long as she was needed. But William remembered his sister differently. He remembered the clever girl who had listened intently when their father spoke of mathematics and astronomy and the wonders of the natural world. He remembered how Caroline had absorbed what learning she could, despite the limited formal education available to her, and he believed that she was capable of far more than the life of domestic service that had been assigned to her. William had his own ambitions too, for he had begun to develop an interest in astronomy that went beyond mere curiosity, and he thought that Caroline might prove to be a useful assistant in his observations and calculations. And there was the matter of music as well, for William believed that Caroline had a voice worth training, and that with proper instruction she might become a singer of some ability, perhaps even a performer who could contribute to the family income while pursuing a more fulfilling life than the one she currently knew. The negotiations with their mother began sometime around 1770, or perhaps a bit earlier, and they proceeded slowly, as such family negotiations often do when matters of duty and practicality are involved. Anna Ilse was not eager to lose Caroline's labor, for the household depended upon her contributions, and there was also the question of what the neighbors might think if the youngest daughter were to go off to England to live with her unmarried brother. These were reasonable concerns, in their way, and William understood that he would need to address them directly if he hoped to secure Caroline's release. The terms that were eventually agreed upon reflected this understanding, for William committed himself to paying the family an annuity that would compensate for the loss of Caroline's work in the household. This annual payment would allow their mother to hire a servant to replace Caroline's labor, and it would also serve as a guarantee that William took his responsibilities seriously and did not intend to abandon his family obligations merely because he had established himself in a distant country. The correspondence went back and forth between Bath and Hanover, letters crossing the North Sea in both directions, and gradually the details were settled and the arrangements were made. William would come to Hanover himself to collect Caroline, for it would not do to send a young woman on such a journey alone, and he would escort her safely to her new home in England. The departure was fixed for August of 1772, by which time Caroline had reached the age of 22 years, and she had spent the better part of a decade performing the domestic duties that her mother had assigned to her while quietly hoping that something might change, that some opportunity might present itself, that her brother's promises of a different life might eventually come true. When William arrived in Hanover that August, Caroline was ready to leave, though perhaps she did not fully understand what she was leaving behind or what lay ahead of her. She spoke no English at all, having had neither the opportunity nor the instruction to learn the language, and she knew almost nothing of the country to which she was traveling or the life she would find there. But she trusted her brother, who had always encouraged her and believed in her capabilities, and she was willing to take this leap into the unknown because the alternative, which was to remain in Hanover indefinitely as an unpaid servant in her mother's household, held no promise of anything better. The journey from Hanover to Bath covered a considerable distance and involved several different modes of travel, beginning with the overland route through the northern parts of the German states and into Holland. Brother and sister traveled together through the flat landscapes of the Low Countries, through towns and villages whose names would later fade from memory, past windmills and canals and fields stretching to the horizon, making their way steadily toward the coast and the crossing that would carry them to England. The roads were not always good, and the pace of travel was limited by the speed of horses and the condition of the routes, but they pressed on, day after day, moving ever closer to the sea. The North Sea crossing itself was an experience that many travelers of that era found memorable, and not always in pleasant ways. The sea could be rough and unpredictable, and the vessels that carried passengers between the continent and England were small by modern standards, subject to the winds and waves in ways that could make even a short voyage feel interminable. Caroline and William embarked upon their crossing and made their way through whatever weather the sea chose to offer them, and eventually they sighted the English coast and prepared to land at Yarmouth, a port town on the eastern shores of England that had served as a point of entry for travellers from the continent for many generations. Yarmouth, or Great Yarmouth as it was properly known, was a fishing town and a trading town, a place of harbours and quays and the constant smell of salt and fish, and it would have been Caroline's first glimpse of her new country, her first impression of this England that she had heard about in her brother's letters but had never seen for herself. One can imagine the strangeness of those first hours and days, hearing a language she did not understand spoken all around her, seeing buildings and streets and customs that were subtly but unmistakably different from those she had known in Hanover, feeling herself to be a foreigner in ways both large and small. But William was with her, guiding her through the unfamiliar territory, and together they left the coast behind and began the long journey westward across England to the city of Bath. The route from Yarmouth to Bath would have taken them through the English countryside, through market towns and villages, past fields of grain and pastures dotted with sheep, along roads that wound through gentle hills and river valleys. England in late summer would have been green and pleasant, the harvest season approaching but not yet begun, the days long and the weather, one hopes, reasonably kind to the travellers. Caroline watched the landscape pass by and tried to make sense of this new world, storing impressions and observations in her memory, gradually adjusting to the rhythms of English life even as she remained unable to participate in any conversation that did not involve her brother as an interpreter. And then, at last, they arrived in Bath, and Caroline saw for the first time the city that would be her home for the next several years. The approach to Bath was memorable in itself, for the city nestled in a valley surrounded by hills, and the pale stone of its buildings caught the light in a way that seemed almost luminous. The Georgian architecture that William had grown accustomed to over the years was entirely new to Caroline, and she would have seen the graceful terraces climbing the hillsides, the symmetrical facades with their tall windows and classical proportions, the broad streets and public spaces designed to accommodate the promenading crowds that were so essential to Bath's social life. The city was a place of leisure and recreation for those who could afford such things. A place where visitors came to restore their health by bathing in the hot springs or drinking the mineral waters, and where the social calendar was filled with concerts and balls and assemblies and other entertainments designed to allow people of quality to see and be seen. The pump room, where visitors gathered to drink the waters and exchange gossip, was a center of social activity, and the assembly rooms provided elegant spaces for dancing and card-playing and conversation. There were theaters and concert halls, shops and coffee houses, gardens and pleasure grounds, and everywhere one looked there were people of fashion displaying themselves in their finest clothes and observing one another with keen and critical eyes. For Caroline, who had spent her entire life in the more modest circumstances of a musician's household in Hanover, the elegance and bustle of Bath must have been overwhelming at first. She was a small woman, her growth having been affected by her childhood illness, and she was marked by the scars of the pox, and she spoke not a word of the language that swirled around her on every side. But she was also intelligent and observant, and she had her brother to guide her, and gradually she would find her footing in this strange new place, just as William had done when he first arrived in England all those years before. Their lodgings were at 7 New King Street, a house in a terrace of Georgian townhouses that would serve as their home for several years to come. New King Street was a respectable address, convenient to the places where William worked and performed, and the house itself was of a typical design for such properties, with rooms arranged on several floors connected by narrow staircases, with tall windows looking out onto the street, and with all the modest comforts that a professional man of William's standing might expect to enjoy. It was here that Caroline would begin her new life, learning to keep house for her brother, learning the English language word by word and phrase by phrase, learning music under William's instruction, and eventually learning to assist him in pursuits that neither of them could have fully imagined at that moment. The transition was not easy, and the early months in Bath would bring challenges and adjustments of many kinds. Caroline was dependent upon William for everything, for she could not communicate with anyone else, and the customs and expectations of English life were foreign to her in ways both obvious and subtle. But she applied herself diligently to the task of adaptation, as she would apply herself diligently to every task that life presented to her, and slowly, incrementally, she began to find her place in this new world. She learned to navigate the streets of Bath, to understand the rhythms of the social season, to manage the household at New King Street, and to participate, however modestly at first, in the musical life that was the foundation of her brother's career. The house at 7 New King Street would become the setting for much that was to follow, the place where Caroline would train her voice and develop her skills as a singer, the place where she would assist William in his increasingly ambitious astronomical observations, the place where brother and sister would work side by side in pursuits that would eventually lead them far beyond the comfortable world of Georgian Bath and into discoveries that would reshape the understanding of the heavens. But all of that lay in the future, unknown and unimagined, and for now there was simply the business of settling in, of learning to live in a new country, of beginning again at the age of 22 in a place where everything was unfamiliar and everything remained to be learned. The August of 1772 had brought Caroline Herschel from Hanover to England, from the household of her mother to the household of her brother, from a life of limited prospects to a life of uncertain but potentially greater possibility. She had crossed the North Sea and traversed the English countryside and arrived at last in the city of Bath, where the fine stone buildings rose in elegant terraces and the fashionable visitors came to take the waters and to enjoy the endless round of social entertainments that defined the spa town's reason for being. She was young and she was far from home and she spoke not a word of the language that surrounded her. But she had made the journey, and she had arrived. And the next chapter of her life was ready to begin in the house at 7 New King Street, where she and William would live and work and pursue their ambitions together in the years that lay ahead. When Caroline Herschel arrived in Bath in the late summer of 1772, she found herself in a city that existed in a state of perpetual musical preparation. A place where the social calendar revolved around concerts and assemblies and the careful orchestration of pleasure for wealthy visitors who came to take the waters and to see and be seen. She was 22 years old, small in stature, marked by the childhood smallpox that had left her face scarred, and she spoke almost no English beyond the few phrases she had managed to acquire during the long journey from Hanover. Her brother William, who was 12 years her senior and had already established himself as a prominent figure in Bath's musical life, met her with plans that were both ambitious and exacting, for he had not brought her all this way merely to keep house, though she would certainly do that as well. He intended to make her a singer, a professional soprano capable of performing the great oratorios and earning her place on the concert stage. And he set about this task with the same methodical intensity that would later characterize his astronomical observations, leaving nothing to chance and scheduling every hour of her day with purpose. The training began almost immediately, before Caroline had even fully recovered from the exhaustion of travel, and it proceeded according to a rigorous daily program that William had devised with careful attention to the development of her voice and the cultivation of her mind. Each morning she would rise early and begin with vocal exercises, scales and intervals and breathing techniques designed to strengthen her instrument and extend her range, and William would supervise these sessions himself, correcting her posture, adjusting her placement, demonstrating the proper support from the diaphragm that would allow her to project her voice across a crowded room without strain. He was a demanding teacher, patient in his explanations but unwavering in his expectations, and Caroline, who had spent her girlhood in Hanover longing for exactly this kind of instruction, applied herself to the work with a dedication that matched his own. The exercises were repetitive and sometimes tedious, the same passages sung again and again until they became second nature, but there was a satisfaction in the gradual improvement, in the way her voice grew steadier and more flexible with each passing week. After the morning vocal work came English lessons, for Caroline could not hope to succeed as a singer in Bath if she could not speak the language of her audiences and understand the text she was to perform. William engaged a tutor for this purpose, and Caroline spent hours each day learning vocabulary and grammar, practicing her pronunciation, reading aloud from books and newspapers until the strange sounds became familiar in her mouth. She found English a peculiar language, full of silent letters and inconsistent rules, so different from the German she had spoken all her life, but she approached it with the same determination she brought to everything, keeping lists of new words and practicing conversations with the servants and shopkeepers and anyone else who would tolerate her halting attempts. The process was slow and sometimes frustrating, and there were days when she felt she would never master the intricacies of English phrasing, but gradually the words began to come more easily, and she found herself able to follow conversations and express her thoughts with increasing fluency. William had also decided that Caroline should learn arithmetic, not because singers particularly needed mathematics in their daily work, but because he believed in the cultivation of the rational faculties and could not bear to see a mind left undeveloped. And so, in addition to her vocal training and language study, Caroline spent part of each day working through problems in addition and subtraction, multiplication and division, learning to manipulate numbers with the same precision she was learning to produce musical tones. This was entirely new territory for her, as her education in Hanover had been deliberately limited by a mother who saw no reason for a daughter to trouble herself with such things. And Caroline discovered to her surprise that she had an aptitude for calculation, a pleasure in the orderly progression from problem to solution that she had never suspected in herself. William was delighted by her progress and began to give her more challenging exercises, introducing her to the basics of algebra and geometry, planting seeds that would bear unexpected fruit in the years to come. The harpsichord presented another area of study, and William insisted that Caroline develop at least a basic competency at the keyboard, enough to accompany herself in practice and to understand the harmonic foundations of the music she would sing. She sat at the instrument for an hour each day, working through scales and simple pieces, her fingers stiff and reluctant at first but gradually gaining confidence as the patterns became familiar. She would never become a virtuoso, and this was not William's intention, but she learned enough to follow a score with intelligence and to appreciate the relationship between the vocal line and its accompaniment. The harpsichord lessons also served a practical purpose, for they allowed her to rehearse her repertoire independently when William was occupied with his own teaching and performing, and she found a certain meditative quality in the practice, the repetitive motion of her hands and the gradual refinement of each passage. All of this training took place alongside the ordinary demands of household management, for William had brought Caroline to Bath partly to serve as his housekeeper, and she was expected to oversee the cooking and cleaning and shopping and all the other tasks that kept a respectable establishment running smoothly. This was work she knew well enough from her years in Hanover, though the circumstances were different here. The expectations of an English household not quite the same as those of a German one, and she had to learn new recipes and new ways of organizing the domestic routine. She rose before dawn to begin her duties, supervised the servants, kept accounts of household expenses, and somehow found time amid all of this to complete her studies and her practice. The days were long and exhausting, and there were moments when she wondered if she could sustain such a pace. But she was young and determined and grateful beyond measure for the opportunity that William had given her, and she did not complain. Bath in the 1770s was a city devoted to the art of sociability, a place where wealthy invalids and fashionable visitors gathered during the season to drink the mineral waters and attend an endless round of entertainments. And music was central to this carefully constructed world of pleasure. The season ran from autumn through spring, bringing crowds of well-heeled visitors who expected to be amused and edified by concerts and balls and theatrical performances, and the demand for skilled musicians was considerable. William Herschel had arrived in Bath some years before his sister and had built a substantial reputation for himself, first as a performer and teacher and then as an organist and concert director. And by the time Caroline joined him, he was one of the most prominent musical figures in the city. He held the position of organist at the Octagon Chapel, a handsome proprietary chapel that served the fashionable visitors who preferred not to attend the more established churches. And he also directed concerts at various venues around the city, programming works for orchestra and soloists and chorus. The Octagon Chapel stood in Milsom Street and was designed in an elegant neoclassical style, its 8-sided interior providing excellent acoustics for both the spoken word and for music, and William presided over its musical life with energy and taste. He played the organ for services, of course, but he also organized concerts there during the season, featuring performances of sacred music and oratorios that drew appreciative audiences from among the visitors and residents alike. The chapel was not large, but it was fashionable, and an appearance there carried a certain prestige that could help establish a young singer's reputation. Caroline would eventually perform at the Octagon Chapel many times, her voice rising beneath its domed ceiling, but that lay in the future, after months more of preparation and practice. The assembly rooms were another important venue in Bath's musical geography, a grand complex of public rooms where the social rituals of the season were enacted with careful attention to protocol and precedence. There were card rooms and tea rooms and a magnificent ballroom, and there were also spaces where concerts could be held, events that brought together the cream of Bath society to hear the latest compositions and the most accomplished performers. William directed concerts at the assembly rooms and composed music specifically for these occasions, and his reputation as a concert director rested in part on his ability to assemble programs that pleased the sophisticated tastes of his audiences. The room was large and the acoustic challenges considerable, requiring singers to project their voices with power and clarity, and Caroline would need to develop the technique to fill such a space without sacrificing the beauty and expressiveness of her tone. Beyond these public venues lay a network of private houses where concerts were held for invited guests, intimate gatherings in the drawing rooms and music rooms of the wealthy, where performers might find themselves singing for a select audience of connoisseurs. These private concerts were an important source of income for musicians like William, who was constantly engaged to perform at such events or to supply other performers from among his students and colleagues, and they also served as opportunities for young singers to gain experience and build their reputations in a relatively forgiving setting. The grand houses of Bath and its surrounding countryside offered spaces of varying size and character, from cramped parlors to spacious halls, and a versatile performer needed to be able to adapt to each situation, adjusting their projection and their manner to suit the circumstances. William was also a composer, and he produced a steady stream of works for his performers and his audiences. Symphonies and concertos and chamber pieces and vocal music designed to showcase the talents of his ensemble and to satisfy the appetite of Bath's music lovers for novelty and variety. His compositions were competent and occasionally inspired, though he would never achieve lasting fame as a composer, and they served their purpose well enough, filling out concert programs and providing vehicles for the performers under his direction. Caroline would sing some of his compositions in due course, learning the music under his direct supervision and benefiting from his understanding of her voice and its capabilities, though she would achieve her greatest successes in the established masterworks of the oratorio repertoire. Her first public performance came in 1773, a little more than a year after her arrival in Bath, at a small concert where she sang as one of several performers in a modest program. It was not a grand debut, not a solo turn in a major venue, but rather a careful first step onto the public stage, an opportunity for her to test her skills before an audience and to begin building the confidence that a performer requires. She was nervous, as any young singer would be, and the weeks leading up to the concert were filled with intensified practice and anxious anticipation. But when the moment came, she found that her training held, that her voice emerged steady and true, and that the audience received her warmly enough. It was a beginning, nothing more, but it was a beginning that pointed toward greater things, and William was pleased with her progress. The years that followed brought a gradual expansion of her performing activities, more concerts and more demanding repertoire, as her voice matured and her confidence grew. She developed a particular affinity for oratorio, the large-scale sacred works for soloists, chorus, and orchestra that were among the most prestigious offerings of the concert season, and she found in this repertoire a scope for emotional expression and technical display that suited her temperament and her abilities. The oratorio tradition in England was dominated by the works of George Friedrich Handel, the German-born composer who had made his career in London and whose music remained enormously popular decades after his death. And Caroline immersed herself in his scores, learning the soprano parts in his greatest works and making them the foundation of her performing career. Handel's Messiah was perhaps the most beloved of all oratorios, a work that told the story of Christ's life and sacrifice through a sequence of arias, recitatives, and choruses of extraordinary beauty and power, and Caroline made it one of her signature pieces. The soprano part in Messiah includes some of the most famous music in the entire repertoire, arias of tender lyricism and brilliant virtuosity, and Caroline worked to master every phrase, every ornament, every nuance of expression that the music demanded. She sang Messiah many times over the course of her singing career, in Bath and in other cities, and audiences came to associate her with the work, to expect a certain quality of performance when her name appeared on the program. Judas Maccabeus was another Handel oratorio that became central to her repertoire, a work celebrating the Jewish hero who led his people to victory against their oppressors, full of martial energy and patriotic fervor alongside passages of great tenderness and beauty. The soprano part offered opportunities for dramatic expression as well as lyrical singing, and Caroline proved adept at conveying the emotional range of the music, moving her audiences with the pathos of the quieter moments and stirring them with the brilliance of the more extroverted passages. These Handel oratorios formed the backbone of her performing life, works she returned to again and again, deepening her interpretation with each performance and building a reputation as one of the finest oratorio sopranos in the region. As her reputation grew, so too did the scope of her engagements, and she began to receive invitations to perform beyond Bath, at festivals and concerts in other cities where her name had become known. The most significant of these opportunities came in 1778, when she was engaged as a principal singer at the Birmingham Music Festival, one of the great musical events of the English calendar, a gathering that attracted performers and audiences from across the country and offered a platform for the finest talents of the day. This was Caroline's solo debut at a major festival, her first appearance as a leading artist rather than a supporting player, and it represented a culmination of the years of training and experience that had brought her to this point. The Birmingham Music Festival was held in the town's churches and public halls, and it featured performances of oratorios and other large-scale works by assembled forces of considerable size, with soloists drawn from among the most accomplished singers in the land. To be engaged as a principal singer at such an event was a mark of real distinction, a recognition that Caroline had arrived as a performer of the first rank, and she prepared for the occasion with the same methodical intensity that had characterized all her work. The performances went well, her voice carrying through the large spaces with clarity and power, and the critics and audiences received her favorably, confirming her place among the leading sopranos of her generation. Her success brought financial rewards as well as artistic recognition, for professional performers in the 18th century could command substantial fees for their appearances, and Caroline was no exception. She received payment of 100 guineas for her oratorio performances, a sum that was significant by any measure and particularly notable for a woman performer in an era when female musicians often struggled to be taken seriously or compensated fairly. 100 guineas represented a considerable amount of money, enough to provide a measure of independence and security, and it reflected the value that audiences and concert promoters placed on her abilities. She was no longer merely William's sister and housekeeper, though she continued in those roles as well, but a professional artist in her own right, earning her living through the exercise of her talents. The income from her singing supplemented the household finances and gave her a degree of autonomy that few women of her background could hope to achieve, and she took satisfaction in her ability to contribute to the establishment that she shared with William. She continued to manage the household, of course, rising early to oversee the domestic arrangements before turning to her practice and her rehearsals. But she did so now as a contributing partner rather than a dependent relation, and the balance of the household shifted subtly to accommodate her new status. William remained the dominant figure, the organizer and planner and driving force, but Caroline had carved out a space for herself within his orbit, a space defined by her own achievements and her own capabilities. The years of singing in Bath and beyond taught her skills that would prove useful in unexpected ways: discipline and precision and the ability to work methodically toward a distant goal, habits of mind that she had developed in the practice room and the concert hall and that would transfer readily to other domains. She learned to read music with fluency, to interpret complex scores, to attend to fine details while keeping the larger shape of a work in view, and these were capacities that could be applied to other forms of careful observation and recording. She learned to manage her time with efficiency, to balance competing demands, to sustain concentration over long periods of practice and performance, and these too were transferable skills that would serve her well in whatever work lay ahead. But for now, in these years of the middle and late 1770s, she was a singer, and a successful one, and her days were filled with the rhythms of musical life, rehearsals and concerts, lessons and practice, the constant refinement of her art. She had come to Bath knowing almost nothing of the profession she would enter, speaking barely a word of the language she would need to master, and she had transformed herself through sustained effort and William's demanding guidance into a performer of genuine accomplishment. The small concert of 1773 had led to the Birmingham Festival of 1778, and the future seemed to promise more of the same: a continuing career on the concert stage, a life devoted to music and to the cultivation of her voice. She could not have known, as she sang her Handel arias in the assembly rooms and the Octagon Chapel, that a different calling was already taking shape in William's mind, that the telescopes he was beginning to build in his spare hours would eventually draw her away from music and toward the stars. For now, she was a soprano, and a good one, and the gentle applause of Bath audiences was reward enough for all her labors. In the year 1773, William Herschel was 34 years old and had established himself quite comfortably in the city of Bath, where he held the respectable position of organist at the Octagon Chapel and conducted a busy schedule of concerts, private lessons, and musical engagements that kept him occupied from morning until evening. His sister Caroline had been living with him for some months by this point, and she had begun to find her footing in this new English life, learning to sing under his instruction and gradually taking on small solo parts in the oratorios and concerts that William directed with such energy and precision. The household at No. 19 New King Street was a musical one, filled with the sounds of practice and rehearsal, with pupils coming and going throughout the day, and with the comfortable hum of industry that characterized the lives of working musicians in a fashionable spa town. It was, by all accounts, a settled and predictable existence, and Caroline might have been forgiven for thinking that the years ahead would continue in much the same pleasant manner, with gradual improvements in her singing abilities and perhaps even the modest fame that William had suggested might one day be hers. But something was about to change in the household on New King Street. Something that would alter the course of both their lives in ways that neither of them could possibly have anticipated. And it began, as many great changes do, with a book. The book in question was a work by James Fergusson, a Scottish astronomer and instrument maker who had written a popular volume entitled Astronomy Explained upon Sir Isaac Newton's Principles, and made easy to those who have not studied mathematics. It was precisely the sort of book that appealed to curious minds of the 18th century, being written in clear and accessible prose that did not presume too much prior knowledge on the part of the reader, and it laid out the fundamental principles of celestial mechanics in a manner that was both educational and, for certain temperaments, deeply exciting. William had always possessed what might be called a restless intellect, a mind that was not content to master one subject but wished to understand many, and though music had been his profession and his passion for many years, he had never entirely lost the taste for natural philosophy that he had developed as a young man in Hanover. Fergusson's book reawakened something in him, some dormant curiosity about the heavens that had perhaps been waiting for the right moment to reassert itself, and once awakened, this curiosity proved to be rather more than a passing fancy. He followed Fergusson's book with another, this one by Robert Smith of Cambridge, entitled A Complete System of Optics in 4 books, which dealt with the theoretical and practical aspects of lenses and mirrors and the instruments that could be constructed from them. Smith's work was more technical than Fergusson's, more demanding of the reader's attention and mathematical understanding, but William was not deterred by difficulty, and he worked through the material with the same methodical determination that he brought to his musical studies. The combination of these 2 books, the one opening up the vastness of the cosmos and the other explaining how that cosmos might be observed and measured through carefully constructed instruments, had a profound effect on William's imagination. He began to think about telescopes, about the possibility of seeing for himself the wonders that Fergusson described, the moons of Jupiter and the rings of Saturn and the countless stars that filled the night sky with their ancient and unwavering light. His first attempts to satisfy this new obsession were modest enough. He rented a small telescope, a refracting instrument of the sort that was commonly available to amateur observers of the period, and he spent his evenings in the garden behind the New King Street house, peering up at whatever celestial objects happened to be visible and trying to reconcile what he saw through the eyepiece with what he had read in his books. But the rented telescope was not a particularly good one, and William quickly grew dissatisfied with the quality of the images it produced, which were blurry and indistinct and not at all what he had hoped to see. He purchased a better telescope, and then another, each time seeking an instrument that would show him the heavens with greater clarity and detail. But each time he found himself disappointed by the limitations of the available equipment. The telescopes that were sold in shops and catalogues were simply not powerful enough, not precise enough, to satisfy the demands of his increasingly ambitious observations, and it gradually became clear to him that if he wanted a truly excellent telescope, he would have to make one himself. This decision, which might seem rather extreme to modern readers accustomed to purchasing sophisticated optical instruments from specialized manufacturers, was not entirely unusual for the period. Many serious astronomers of the 18th century constructed their own telescopes, partly because the commercial instruments available were often of indifferent quality, and partly because the process of building a telescope was itself considered a worthy intellectual and practical challenge. William had read enough in Smith's optics to understand the basic principles involved, and he was not the sort of person to be intimidated by the prospect of learning a new and difficult craft. He began to experiment with the grinding and polishing of mirrors, which was the essential skill required for the construction of the reflecting telescopes that he had determined would best serve his purposes. The reflecting telescope, which uses a curved mirror rather than a lens to gather and focus light, had been invented in the previous century and offered certain advantages over the refracting telescope for serious astronomical work, not least the ability to construct instruments of much larger aperture without the problems of chromatic aberration that plagued large lenses. The heart of such a telescope was its primary mirror, a precisely curved disc of metal that had to be ground and polished to extraordinary smoothness if it was to produce clear and undistorted images. The material used for these mirrors was called speculum metal, an alloy of copper and tin that could be polished to a high reflectivity but which was notoriously difficult to work with and prone to various problems during its manufacture and finishing. The transformation of the new King Street house into what was essentially a telescope manufactory happened gradually but inexorably over the months that followed William's decision to build his own instruments. The basement of the house became a workshop for the casting of speculum metal mirrors, a process that involved melting the copper and tin together in a furnace and pouring the molten alloy into molds of the appropriate size and shape. This was hot, dirty, and potentially dangerous work, requiring careful attention to the proportions of the metals, which had to be precisely correct if the resulting alloy was to have the proper hardness and reflectivity, and to the temperatures involved, which had to be high enough to ensure a complete and homogeneous melt but not so high as to cause problems with the cooling and solidification of the mirror blanks. The garden behind the house, meanwhile, became an observation area, where William would set up his telescopes on clear nights and spend hours studying the sky, making notes and sketches of what he saw, and gradually teaching himself the practical skills of astronomical observation. For Caroline, these developments were not entirely welcome. She had come to England with the understanding that she would be trained as a singer, that she would have the opportunity to develop her voice and perhaps one day perform as a soloist in the concerts and oratorios that William directed, and for a time this had indeed been the arrangement. But as William's obsession with astronomy grew, his attention to her musical education diminished correspondingly, and she found herself with less and less time to practice and prepare for performances, and fewer opportunities to take on the solo parts that might have advanced her career. The astronomy consumed William's evenings and nights, which had previously been devoted to concert performances and rehearsals, and it consumed his days as well, as he spent more and more of his time grinding and polishing mirrors, reading astronomical treatises, and corresponding with other observers about the objects he had seen and the instruments he was building. Caroline's singing career, which had shown such promise in its early stages, began to stagnate, and she found herself increasingly relegated to a supporting role in the household, managing domestic affairs and assisting her brother in his new preoccupation rather than pursuing her own artistic ambitions. Her initial reaction to this state of affairs was one of resentment, a quiet but persistent frustration at the way her own aspirations had been subordinated to her brother's latest enthusiasm. She had given up her life in Hanover, had crossed the sea and learned a new language and devoted herself to the demanding discipline of vocal training, all in the expectation that she would one day stand before an audience and sing. And now it seemed that this dream was being pushed aside to make room for telescopes and mirrors and long nights spent shivering in the garden while William peered at stars. It was not fair, she must have thought, and she would not have been wrong to think so. But fairness has never been the governing principle of human affairs, and Caroline was practical enough to recognize that her circumstances were what they were, regardless of what they ought to have been. And so she adapted, as she had adapted to so many difficult circumstances in her life, finding ways to make herself useful in this new arrangement even as she mourned the loss of the musical future she had imagined for herself. She learned to feed William while he worked at his mirror polishing, a process that could not be interrupted once it had begun and that sometimes continued for many hours at a stretch. The polishing of a speculum metal mirror was an exacting and laborious task, requiring the mirror to be rubbed with progressively finer abrasives against a tool of the appropriate curvature, and the work had to be done with great consistency and patience if the surface was to achieve the smoothness necessary for astronomical use. William would sometimes polish for 16 hours at a time, unable to stop or even to remove his hands from the mirror for fear of disrupting the uniformity of the process, and Caroline would sit beside him during these marathon sessions, placing food in his mouth bite by bite so that he could eat without interrupting his work. She also read to him during these long hours, selecting novels and other books that might help to pass the time and keep his mind occupied while his hands performed the repetitive motions of polishing. It was tedious work for both of them, she sitting there with a book on her lap, reading page after page in her still accented English, and he bent over his mirror with aching arms and tired eyes. But it was work that had to be done if the telescopes were to be completed, and Caroline did it without complaint, or at least without complaint that has survived in the historical record. She was learning, perhaps without fully realizing it, the habits of patience and persistence that would later serve her so well in her own astronomical career, the willingness to spend long hours on unglamorous tasks in the service of a larger goal. In time, she went beyond merely assisting William and began to learn the craft of telescope making herself. She learned to grind and polish mirrors, to prepare the abrasives and apply them in the correct sequence, to judge by feel and by eye when a surface had achieved the necessary smoothness. This was skilled work, requiring a sensitivity to subtle variations in texture and curvature that could only be developed through practice, and Caroline proved to be an apt pupil, as she had been an apt pupil in so many other areas of learning. She came to understand the technical challenges involved in the production of speculum metal mirrors, the way the alloy had to be carefully formulated to achieve the right balance of hardness and reflectivity, the way the casting process had to be controlled to prevent bubbles and inclusions from forming in the metal, and above all the way the cooling of the freshly cast mirror blanks had to be managed with great care to prevent them from cracking. The cracking of mirrors during cooling was one of the most frustrating problems that plagued the telescope makers of the period. Speculum metal, being a rigid and somewhat brittle alloy, was prone to developing internal stresses as it cooled from the molten state, and if these stresses were not properly managed, the mirror could crack or shatter, destroying in an instant the work of many hours and the value of the expensive metals that had gone into its making. The larger the mirror, the greater the risk of cracking, because larger masses of metal took longer to cool and developed more significant temperature gradients between their centers and their edges. William was ambitious in his telescope making, always seeking to build larger and more powerful instruments, and this meant that he was constantly pushing against the limits of what was technically feasible, constantly risking the loss of his mirrors to the unforgiving physics of thermal stress. Caroline witnessed many of these failures, saw the disappointment on her brother's face when a promising mirror emerged from the cooling process with a fatal crack running through its surface, and she learned from these experiences the importance of patience and care in every stage of the manufacturing process. The workshop in the basement and the observation station in the garden became the twin centers of the household's activities, and the rhythms of life at New King Street came to be governed as much by the demands of astronomy as by the schedules of concerts and lessons. Clear nights were precious opportunities for observation, not to be wasted on sleep or social engagements, and William would spend hour after hour at his telescope, wrapped in warm clothing against the chill of the English night, while Caroline sat nearby, recording his observations in a notebook and helping him to keep track of the objects he had examined and the notes he had made. Cloudy nights and rainy days were devoted to the construction and improvement of instruments, to the grinding of mirrors and the fashioning of telescope tubes and the endless small adjustments that were necessary to bring an optical system to its full potential. It was an exhausting and all-consuming way of life, and it left little room for the musical activities that had once been the household's primary occupation. But William was driven by a passion that would not be denied, and Caroline, for all her initial resentment, found herself drawn into that passion as well, caught up in the excitement of discovery and the satisfaction of contributing to work that seemed genuinely important. The mirrors that emerged from the basement workshop grew larger and more refined as William's skills improved, and the telescopes he constructed with these mirrors began to reveal wonders that no commercial instrument could have shown him. He saw details on the surface of the moon, craters and mountains and the dark plains that earlier observers had called seas. He saw the moons of Jupiter, tiny points of light arranged in a line on either side of the giant planet, and he tracked their motions night after night, watching them circle their parent world in obedience to the laws that Newton had discovered a century before. He saw the rings of Saturn, that most beautiful and mysterious of celestial objects, and he marveled at the delicacy and precision of the optical system that could render such a distant and subtle structure visible to his eyes. Each observation increased his appetite for more, for better instruments and longer nights and deeper explorations of the sky, and the household on New King Street settled into a routine of relentless astronomical activity that would continue for many years to come. Caroline's role in all of this was evolving from reluctant assistant to active participant, though she did not yet know where this evolution would eventually lead her. She was learning skills that few women of her time possessed, gaining knowledge and experience that would later allow her to make her own contributions to the science of astronomy. But in these early years she was simply trying to keep up with her brother's demands and to find some way of making herself useful in a household that had been transformed by his obsession. The telescope in the garden was not just an instrument. It was a symbol of a new way of life, a portal to a universe of wonders that William was determined to explore and that Caroline, almost despite herself, was beginning to find fascinating. On the night of the 13th of March, in the year 1781, the air above Bath carried that particular stillness which sometimes settles over English towns in the early hours of spring, when winter has not quite released its hold and the stars shine with a clarity that seems almost crystalline in the cold. William Herschel had positioned his telescope in the small garden behind their home on New King Street, as he had done on countless nights before, and Caroline sat nearby at a small table, her papers arranged before her, her ink ready, her hands perhaps tucked beneath a shawl for warmth as she waited to record whatever her brother might observe. The telescope William was using that night was a reflecting instrument of his own construction, with a mirror measuring 6.2 inches in diameter, which he had ground and polished himself during the long hours between his musical engagements, and it represented a refinement of design that allowed him to examine the heavens with a precision that many professionally made instruments of the time could not match. The work they undertook on nights like this one had become a kind of rhythm in their lives, a pattern as familiar as breathing, in which William would call out his observations and Caroline would note them down, recording the positions of stars, the quality of seeing, the time by the clock, and any other details that might prove useful when they later reviewed their records. Caroline had grown so accustomed to this process that her hand moved almost automatically across the page, translating her brother's spoken words into the neat columns and careful notations that would form their permanent record of the sky. On this particular evening, William was engaged in a systematic survey of stars, moving methodically through a region of the constellation Gemini, when he noticed something that did not quite match the pinpoint appearance of the surrounding stars, something that presented itself to his eye as having a discernible disk rather than the pure point of light that distant stars display. He observed this object carefully, noting its position relative to the nearby stars, and then moved on to continue his survey. But the memory of that slightly fuzzy, disk-like appearance lingered in his thoughts. Caroline recorded the observation as she recorded all others, writing down the position and William's description of what he had seen, and neither of them could have known in that moment that this small notation would change the course of their lives entirely. William's first interpretation of what he had seen was that it might be a comet, for comets were known to display just such a fuzzy, non-stellar appearance when viewed through telescopes, and the discovery of a new comet was an achievement that many astronomers hoped to accomplish at some point in their careers. Over the following nights, William returned to observe this object again and again, and Caroline continued her work of recording each observation with the same careful attention she brought to all their astronomical labors. What they found was that the object was indeed moving against the background of fixed stars, which confirmed that it was not itself a distant star but rather a body within our own solar system, and this movement was consistent with William's initial hypothesis that they had found a comet. Caroline's records from these nights of tracking show the steady progression of the object through the star field, the careful notations of right ascension and declination that would allow other astronomers to locate and observe it for themselves, and the repeated measurements that began to hint at something rather unusual about this particular celestial wanderer. As William continued to observe the object and Caroline continued to record his findings, it became apparent that the motion was not quite what one would expect from a typical comet. Comets, when they draw near to the Sun, often display tails of gas and dust streaming away from their heads, and they tend to follow highly elongated elliptical paths that carry them from the outer reaches of the solar system in towards the Sun and then back out again. This object, however, showed no tail whatsoever, and its motion seemed to suggest a more nearly circular orbit at a great distance from the Sun. These observations, accumulated over the course of many nights with Caroline's pen faithfully recording each detail, began to paint a picture of something that was perhaps not a comet at all, but rather something far more extraordinary. William prepared an account of his observations, which he titled simply Account of a Comet, maintaining his initial interpretation of the object's nature, and this account was communicated to the Royal Society in London during the month of April, 1781. The Royal Society was the preeminent scientific body in Britain, a fellowship of learned individuals dedicated to the advancement of natural knowledge, and to have one's work read before such an assembly was a considerable honor for any natural philosopher. William's paper described the circumstances of his discovery, the telescope he had employed, and the subsequent observations he had made while tracking the object's motion, and it was received with considerable interest by the assembled fellows, who recognized that if this was indeed a comet, it was a most unusual one. The Astronomer Royal at this time was Neville Maskelyne, a respected figure who held the position of director of the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, and he took upon himself the task of confirming and extending William's observations. Maskelyne observed the object with the instruments available to him at Greenwich, and his own measurements confirmed everything that William had reported. The object was real. It was moving, and it displayed that curious disc-like appearance that William had first noticed on the night of the 13th of March. Maskelyne communicated his findings to other astronomers across Europe, and soon the astronomical community was engaged in a collective effort to determine the true nature of this mysterious visitor to the night sky. As more observations accumulated from astronomers in Britain, France, Germany, and elsewhere, a remarkable consensus began to emerge. The mathematicians who attempted to calculate an orbit for the object found that a cometary orbit simply would not fit the observed positions, no matter how they adjusted their parameters. The object was not following the highly elongated path of a comet swooping in towards the Sun, but rather appeared to be traveling in a much more nearly circular orbit at an immense distance from our star. The implications of this realization were profound, for if this was true, then William Herschel had not discovered a comet at all, but rather an entirely new planet, a major body of the solar system that had somehow escaped the notice of all the generations of astronomers who had come before. The confirmation that this object was indeed a planet, and not a comet, sparked an international sensation of a kind that is perhaps difficult for us to fully appreciate from our present vantage point, when new astronomical discoveries are reported with such regularity that they can seem almost commonplace. In 1781, however, the solar system was believed to consist of 6 planets that had been known since ancient times: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn, and the idea that there might be additional planets waiting to be discovered was not one that occupied much space in the scientific imagination of the age. William Herschel, a musician from Hanover who had taught himself the art of telescope making and who observed the heavens in his spare hours with the assistance of his sister, had accomplished something that no human being had done in all of recorded history. He had discovered a new planet, and he had done so not through theoretical speculation or mathematical prediction, but through the simple, patient, careful work of surveying the stars one by one. The question of what to name this new planet generated considerable discussion among the astronomical community, and several proposals were put forward by various interested parties. William himself, with characteristic loyalty to his adopted homeland and perhaps with an eye to practical considerations of patronage and support, proposed that the planet be called Georgian Sidus, or the Georgian Star, in honor of King George III, who was then the reigning monarch of Great Britain. This name found favor in Britain, where it was used for many years. But astronomers in other countries were understandably reluctant to name a planet after the British king, and alternative proposals were soon circulating. The name that eventually gained widespread acceptance across the international astronomical community was Uranus, proposed by the German astronomer Johann Elert Bode, who suggested that since the existing planets were named after figures from classical mythology, the new planet should follow the same convention. Uranus was the ancient Greek deity of the sky, the father of Saturn in mythological genealogy, and this name had the advantage of fitting neatly into the existing naming scheme while avoiding the political complications of honoring any particular earthly sovereign. The adoption of this name was a gradual process that took many years to complete, with different astronomers and different countries using different names for some time, but eventually Uranus became the universally accepted designation, and so it remains to this day. In recognition of his remarkable discovery, the Royal Society awarded William Herschel the Copley Medal in November of 1781, which was and remains the Society's most prestigious award for scientific achievement. The Copley Medal had been awarded annually since 1731 to researchers who had made outstanding contributions to any branch of science, and previous recipients included some of the most celebrated names in the history of natural philosophy. To receive this honor placed William among the foremost scientific figures of his age, a remarkable transformation for a man who had begun his professional life as an oboist in a military band and who had come to astronomy through his interest in the mathematics underlying musical harmony. Caroline, whose nightly work of recording observations had contributed so essentially to the discovery and to the subsequent tracking of the new planet, did not receive public recognition in the same measure as her brother, for the conventions of the time did not readily accommodate the idea of a woman as a scientific collaborator in her own right. Yet within the household and within the partnership that she and William had formed, there could be no doubt that her role had been indispensable, that without her careful records and her tireless assistance, the discovery might well have slipped away unconfirmed, just another curious observation lost among the thousands of notes that accumulate in any serious observer's papers. The records she kept during those crucial nights of March and April, 1781, survive as testament to her contribution, her handwriting preserving the details of observations that changed our understanding of the solar system. Word of William's discovery reached the highest levels of British society, and in due course, King George III himself expressed a desire to meet the astronomer who had named a planet in his honor. The king was genuinely interested in science and had supported various scientific endeavors during his reign, and the discovery of a new planet was precisely the sort of achievement that appealed to his sense of national pride and his personal curiosity about the natural world. William was summoned to court, where he had the opportunity to demonstrate his telescopes and to explain his methods of observation to the royal family, and the king was sufficiently impressed by what he saw and heard that he determined to bring William into his service in a more permanent capacity. In 1782, King George appointed William Herschel to the position of King's Astronomer, with an annual salary of £200. This was not the same position as Astronomer Royal, which continued to be held by Neville Maskelyne at Greenwich, but rather a new position created specifically for William, with the understanding that his primary duty would be to provide astronomical entertainments and instruction for the royal family whenever they desired it. The salary of £200 was considerably less than William had been earning as a musician in Bath, but it offered something far more valuable: the freedom to devote himself fully to astronomical research without the constant demands of teaching, performing, and conducting that had previously consumed so much of his time. The practical consequence of this appointment was that William and Caroline were required to relocate from Bath to somewhere in the vicinity of Windsor Castle, so that William could be readily available whenever the king wished to look through a telescope or to discuss astronomical matters. After some searching, they settled on a house in the village of Datchet, a small community situated on the banks of the Thames just a few miles from Windsor, where they could establish a new observatory and continue their work under the patronage of the Crown. The move from Bath represented a significant upheaval in their daily lives, requiring them to leave behind the musical community and the social connections they had built up over more than a decade. But it also represented an opportunity that neither of them could have imagined when they first began their astronomical observations in that small garden on New King Street. For Caroline, the move to Datchet brought changes both welcome and challenging. She was relieved, in some respects, to leave behind the public performance career that had never quite suited her temperament, and she looked forward to being able to devote more of her time and energy to the astronomical work that had come to mean so much to her. At the same time, She was acutely aware that the modest salary provided to William did not include any provision for her own support, and she found herself once again dependent on her brother's generosity for her material needs. A situation that could not help but recall the years of her childhood when she had been made to feel that she was a burden on her family. Nevertheless, she packed her papers and her few possessions, said her farewells to Bath, and accompanied William to their new home, ready to continue the partnership that had already accomplished so much and that promised even greater discoveries to come. The house at Datchet was somewhat damp and not altogether comfortable, situated as it was near the river, but it had the virtue of offering dark skies and open ground where William could set up his telescopes. Caroline established herself in the new household, taking over the management of domestic affairs as she had done in Bath, while also continuing to serve as William's assistant in all his astronomical endeavours. The royal family did indeed call upon William's services from time to time, and he would travel to Windsor to set up telescopes on the castle terrace so that the king and queen and their children could observe the moon, the planets, and the more interesting of the deep sky objects that William had catalogued over the years. These royal viewing sessions were pleasant enough occasions, though they sometimes required William to be available at short notice and to transport his delicate instruments over rough roads, and they served to maintain the connection between the Herschels and their royal patron that would prove important in the years ahead. The discovery of Uranus had transformed William from an obscure provincial musician with an unusual hobby into an internationally celebrated astronomer, and this transformation inevitably affected Caroline as well, drawing her further into a world of scientific correspondence, visiting scholars, and institutional recognition that she could never have anticipated during those early years in Hanover when her mother had insisted that her proper destiny was domestic service. The records she kept during this period show a steady accumulation of observations, a methodical program of sky surveys that continued and expanded upon the work they had begun in Bath, and a growing confidence in her own abilities as an observer and recorder of celestial phenomena. The new planet that her brother had discovered, with her assistance on that cold March night, had opened doors for both of them, and though the path ahead would not always be smooth, they faced it together, as they had faced everything since Caroline first arrived in England on that August evening more than a decade before. In the late summer of 1782, as August drew toward its quiet end, William and Caroline Herschel found themselves preparing to leave the comfortable familiarity of Bath, that elegant city of crescents and assembly rooms where they had built their musical reputation over more than a decade. The discovery of the planet that would eventually be named Uranus had changed everything, quite thoroughly and rather suddenly, and now William had accepted the position of King's Astronomer, a title that came with a modest annual salary of £200 and the implicit understanding that he would make himself available to demonstrate his remarkable telescopes to the royal family and their guests whenever such demonstrations might be desired. The location they chose for their new residence was Datchet, a small village situated conveniently near Windsor Castle, and it was to this place that the Herschels transported themselves along with their instruments, their books, their household necessities, and their quietly determined sense of purpose. The house they rented at Datchet was not at all what one might imagine for the residence of a newly appointed royal astronomer, and indeed the conditions there were rather primitive in ways that would have discouraged persons of less dedicated temperament. The property stood near the marshes that bordered the Thames, in a low-lying area where the ground remained perpetually damp and the air carried with it the unwholesome qualities that were then believed to arise from such boggy terrain. The rooms were often cold, the walls seemed to retain moisture even during the warmer months, and the general atmosphere of the place was one of persistent dampness that crept into clothing, into bedding, into the very pages of the books and papers that filled the household. It was, by any reasonable assessment, an unhealthy location, and yet it possessed the one quality that mattered most to William Herschel, which was a relatively unobstructed view of the night sky and sufficient space in the garden for the erection of his telescopes. Caroline took upon herself the considerable task of maintaining this household on William's salary, which, while representing a steady income, was notably more modest than what they had earned through their combined musical activities in Bath. The £200 per year needed to cover rent, food, coal and candles, the wages of whatever servants they could afford to employ, and the endless expenses associated with William's astronomical work, which included the purchase of materials for mirror making, the replacement of worn tools, and the various small necessities that accumulate when one is engaged in scientific observation on such a scale. Caroline managed these finances with careful attention, keeping accounts, economizing where possible, and ensuring that the household continued to function despite the perpetual strain of limited resources. She had always possessed a practical nature, shaped by her years of managing domestic responsibilities in both Hanover and Bath, and these skills now proved essential to the continuation of their astronomical enterprise. The observation routine that William and Caroline developed during their time at Datchet was, it must be said, quite grueling in its demands, requiring them to work through entire nights whenever the sky was sufficiently clear to permit useful observation. William had embarked upon an extraordinarily ambitious program of systematically surveying the entire visible heavens, a project that would eventually be known as his Reviews of the Sky and that aimed to catalogue every nebula, star cluster, and double star that his powerful telescopes could reveal. This was not casual stargazing of the sort that amateurs might pursue on pleasant evenings, but rather a methodical, exhaustive examination of one zone of sky after another, night after night, year after year, building up a comprehensive picture of the cosmos that far exceeded anything previously attempted. The working arrangement that evolved between brother and sister was one of elegant practical efficiency, born of necessity and refined through countless hours of shared labor beneath the cold night sky. William would position himself at the eyepiece of whichever telescope was being employed for that evening's observations, his eye pressed to the instrument as he slowly swept across the designated region of sky, alert to any object that merited attention and measurement. Caroline, meanwhile, would be stationed at a writing desk positioned near the telescope, though still outdoors and exposed to the same cold that her brother endured. The desk was typically placed beneath some minimal shelter, perhaps a simple roof or awning, and was equipped with a carefully regulated clock, the necessary writing materials, and reference catalogues that Caroline had prepared and could consult in the dim illumination of a single shaded lamp that was arranged so as not to spoil William's dark-adapted vision. When William detected an object worthy of recording, he would call out his observations in a standardized form that he and Caroline had developed together over their years of collaboration. He might describe the object's appearance, its brightness relative to nearby comparison stars, its apparent size if it presented as anything other than a point of light, and most importantly, its position as indicated by the telescope setting circles and the reading of the sidereal clock at the moment of observation. Caroline would receive these called observations and immediately transcribe them into her record books using a system of notation that allowed for rapid, accurate recording even under the difficult conditions of cold and darkness. Her handwriting during these sessions became a marvel of consistency, each entry legible and precise despite being written with fingers that must often have been stiff with cold, by the wavering light of a single candle. Sidereal time, which differs from ordinary solar time and tracks the apparent rotation of the celestial sphere rather than the position of the Sun, was essential to this work because it allowed the observers to specify with precision exactly where in the sky an object had been seen. The regulated clock at Caroline's desk displayed sidereal time rather than ordinary hours, and she was responsible for noting the exact sidereal time of each observation, maintaining the clock's accuracy through regular checks against the positions of known stars, and performing the calculations necessary to convert between the various coordinate systems used in astronomical work. These calculations were not simple matters of arithmetic but required a solid understanding of spherical geometry and the relationships between different ways of specifying position on the celestial sphere, competencies that Caroline had developed through her own study and through the practical experience gained in assisting her brother. Beyond the immediate task of recording observations as they occurred, Caroline also took responsibility for the extensive computational work required to reduce the raw observations into usable scientific data. The position of an object as recorded at the telescope was affected by numerous factors including atmospheric refraction, which bends the apparent position of celestial objects slightly toward the zenith, the precession of the equinoxes, which causes the coordinate system itself to shift slowly over time, and various instrumental effects related to the particular telescope being used. Correcting for all of these factors required detailed calculations that Caroline performed during the daylight hours, working through long columns of figures with the aid of logarithmic tables and the specialized astronomical tables that had been published for precisely such purposes. She became, through this work, an accomplished computer in the original sense of that word, meaning a person who performs calculations, and her abilities in this regard were as essential to the success of their observational program as William's skill at the telescope itself. The physical demands of this routine were considerable, and the Datchet Marshes made everything more difficult than it might otherwise have been. Observing sessions might begin as soon as darkness fell and continue without interruption until dawn, which during the longer winter nights could mean 12 or more hours of continuous work in temperatures that often dropped below freezing. William, at the eyepiece, could not wear gloves without sacrificing the delicate touch needed to adjust the telescope's controls, and he was recorded on some occasions to have worked with his hands becoming so cold that servants had to help flex his fingers when they stiffened around the brass fittings of the instrument. Caroline at her desk faced similar challenges, needing enough dexterity in her fingers to write quickly and legibly while sitting essentially motionless in the damp cold night air of the Thames marshland. The effects of this routine on their health were, predictably, not entirely benign. Both brother and sister suffered from the ailments that might be expected to afflict persons who regularly deprived themselves of sleep and exposed themselves to cold and damp conditions for extended periods. Caroline, whose constitution had never been robust since her childhood bout with typhus, was particularly susceptible to respiratory complaints and general fatigue, though she rarely permitted these difficulties to interrupt the observational program except when absolutely necessary. She understood, as deeply as her brother did, that clear nights were precious commodities not to be wasted, and that the great survey of the heavens could only be accomplished through sustained effort continued across many years. During these years at Datchet, the household received visits from various scientific luminaries who wished to see the famous telescopes and meet the astronomer who had discovered a new planet. Among the most notable of these visitors was Sir Joseph Banks, the wealthy naturalist and long-serving president of the Royal Society, who had circumnavigated the globe with Captain Cook and had since become one of the most influential figures in British science. Banks took an interest in the Herschel's work and in the practical challenges they faced, and his visits represented important connections to the broader world of scientific patronage and institutional support that could prove valuable to an astronomer dependent on royal favor and limited resources. Other members of the Royal Society also made the journey to Datchet to observe through William's instruments and to witness the remarkable clarity with which his large reflecting telescopes revealed details of celestial objects that remained invisible through smaller instruments. These visits were occasions of some excitement and also of considerable labor, since demonstrating the telescopes to visitors required preparation, explanation, and the delicate work of guiding inexperienced observers to see through instruments whose use required practice and familiarity. Caroline often found herself serving not only as astronomical assistant but also as hostess to these distinguished guests, providing refreshment and managing the domestic aspects of such visits while also being prepared to assist with the astronomical demonstrations themselves. The visitors who recorded their impressions of these occasions sometimes noted Caroline's presence and her evident competence, though the full extent of her contributions to the observational work was not always apparent to those who saw her only briefly. In December of 1783, there occurred an accident that left Caroline with a permanent reminder of the hazards attendant upon their working conditions at Datchet. The household arrangements were such that movement about the property after dark required considerable care, and the garden through which Caroline regularly passed between the house and the telescope contained various obstacles that were difficult to perceive on moonless nights when no lamp could be carried for fear of spoiling dark-adapted vision. Among these obstacles was a meat hook, a substantial iron implement that had been fixed at some point in the garden for purposes related to the storage or preparation of provisions. On this particular December night, Caroline, moving through the darkness in haste, stumbled and fell upon this hook, which penetrated her leg and caused an injury of serious nature. The wound was deep and painful, and the circumstances of its treatment were less than ideal given the household's location and resources. Caroline's recovery required a period of enforced rest during which she was unable to assist with observations, and the healing process was slow and complicated. The scar that resulted from this injury remained visible on her leg for the rest of her very long life, a physical testament to the conditions under which she had worked during those early years of their astronomical enterprise. She bore this scar as she bore so many other difficulties, without complaint and with the understanding that the work they were engaged in was worth the price it exacted. The accident served as a sharp reminder of the practical hazards that accompanied their observational routine. Hazards that went beyond mere discomfort to include the genuine risk of injury in the darkness and cold of their outdoor workplace. The Datchet period, despite its hardships, was extraordinarily productive in terms of the observations accumulated and the discoveries made. William's systematic sweeps of the sky revealed hundreds of previously unknown nebulae and star clusters, objects that appeared as faint patches of light quite distinct from the sharp points of individual stars, and his catalogues of these objects would eventually become foundational documents for the emerging understanding of the universe beyond our solar system. Each of these discoveries depended upon the observational system that he and Caroline had developed together, the division of labor that allowed William to concentrate entirely on the visual work at the eyepiece while Caroline managed the complex tasks of recording, timekeeping, and calculation that transformed fleeting observations into permanent scientific data. Caroline's own astronomical work, though secondary to her role in supporting William's observations, also began to develop during this period. She was learning to use the small telescope that William had given her, a Newtonian reflector of modest size that was nonetheless capable of serious astronomical work in competent hands. When her duties permitted and when the conditions were suitable, she would conduct her own sweeps of the sky, searching particularly for the faint fuzzy objects called comets that might appear unexpectedly in any part of the heavens, and that required patient, systematic searching to detect before they became obvious to casual observers. This independent work was fitted into the interstices of her other responsibilities, undertaken in whatever time remained after the demands of the household and of her brother's observational program had been met. The house near the Datchet Marshes, for all its disadvantages, served its purpose of providing a base from which the systematic survey of the heavens could proceed. The dampness that crept into everything, the cold that made winter observations a test of endurance, the isolation that made social life difficult, and the limited finances that required constant economizing, all of these were accepted as the necessary conditions of the work to which both Herschels had committed themselves. Caroline managed the domestic side of this enterprise with the same methodical care that she brought to her astronomical calculations, ensuring that meals were prepared, that the household functioned, and that William was free to devote his considerable energies to the construction of ever larger telescopes and the nightly examination of ever more distant regions of space. The marsh air that surrounded their home was considered unhealthy by the medical understanding of the time, which attributed various ailments to the miasmas that were believed to rise from boggy ground and stagnant water. Whether or not these theories were correct in their particulars, the location was certainly not ideal for the health of the inhabitants, and the Herschels would eventually relocate to more suitable premises. But for now, in these years of the early 1780s, the house at Datchet served as the base for one of the most remarkable astronomical campaigns ever undertaken, a systematic examination of the entire visible sky conducted with instruments of unprecedented power by an observer of unusual skill, supported in every practical detail by his sister, whose contributions to the work were as essential as they were often overlooked by contemporary accounts. The nights passed, one after another, each clear evening bringing another session at the telescope, another series of observations called out across the dark garden, another page of records added to the growing collection of data that would eventually fill dozens of volumes. Caroline sat at her desk through these long nights, her pen moving steadily across the paper, the regulated clock ticking beside her as the sidereal hours advanced and the celestial sphere wheeled slowly overhead. She converted observations to coordinates, checked her calculations for errors, cross-referenced newly discovered objects against existing catalogues to determine which were truly new, and prepared the reduced data for William to analyze and interpret. The work was repetitive in its nature but demanding in its requirements for accuracy, and she performed it with a consistency that made her an indispensable partner in the astronomical enterprise. The cold marsh air settled around the house as the winter nights grew long, and the observations continued through darkness and chill, through clear skies and cloudy intervals, through the quiet hours when all the surrounding countryside slept and only the Herschels remained awake, adding slowly to humanity's knowledge of the stars. In the spring of 1785, the household of William and Caroline Herschel undertook a move from Datchet to a residence known as Clay Hall, situated in the parish of Old Windsor, and this relocation came about primarily due to concerns regarding William's health, for the dampness of their previous dwelling near the river had begun to take its toll upon him, and the low-lying ground there, while offering certain advantages for the positioning of telescopes, had proved rather inhospitable to human constitution, particularly during the long nights of observation when cold mists would rise from the water and settle upon everything with a persistent chill that no amount of woolen clothing could entirely ward against. Clay Hall presented itself as a somewhat more elevated situation, with grounds that permitted the continuation of their astronomical work, and Caroline found herself once again tasked with the arrangement of their domestic affairs alongside her scientific duties, a dual responsibility she had by now grown thoroughly accustomed to managing, though it required a particular kind of attention to ensure that neither sphere of activity suffered from neglect, and she approached this challenge with the same methodical temperament that characterized all of her endeavors, making lists and schedules and ensuring that the household ran with sufficient smoothness to allow the nightly observations to proceed without unnecessary interruption. The residence at Clay Hall, however, would prove to be merely a temporary arrangement in the broader arc of their astronomical careers, for William had by this time conceived of a plan to construct an even larger telescope than any he had previously built. And this ambitious project would require not only substantial financial resources, which the king had generously agreed to provide, but also a location specifically suited to the housing and operation of such an enormous instrument. And so the search began for a more permanent situation that could accommodate what would eventually become the Great 40-foot Telescope, a structure of such magnitude that it would require its own dedicated grounds and supporting buildings. This search concluded in 1786 with the acquisition of a property in Slough, a house that would come to be known as Observatory House. And this name was not merely a fanciful appellation but rather a precise description of the purpose for which the property was intended, for William had chosen the location with careful consideration of its suitability for astronomical work, the grounds offering sufficient space for the construction and operation of large telescopes, and the situation being removed enough from the disturbances of more densely populated areas to permit the kind of concentrated observation that their work required, while still remaining within reasonable distance of Windsor Castle, where William's duties to the king occasionally called him. The move to Observatory House in Slough represented something of a culmination for the Herschel astronomical enterprise, a settling into a permanent home where the work could proceed without the disruptions of further relocations. And Caroline supervised this transition with her characteristic attention to practical detail, ensuring that instruments were transported safely, that records were preserved in good order, and that the household could resume its particular rhythm of daytime rest and nighttime labor as quickly as circumstances would permit. And in this she was largely successful, though such moves always entailed a certain period of adjustment before the work could continue at its previous pace. It was during this period of transition and establishment that William presented Caroline with a gift that would prove to be of considerable significance in her astronomical career, a small telescope of Newtonian design that he had constructed specifically for her use in making her own independent observations. And this instrument, which came to be known as a comet seeker or sweeper telescope, possessed a focal length of approximately 27 inches, making it compact enough to be handled with relative ease while still offering sufficient light-gathering capability to reveal the faint, fuzzy patches that might indicate the presence of a comet among the fixed stars. The designation of this instrument as a comet seeker reflected its intended purpose quite precisely, for the discovery of comets had become a matter of considerable interest and competition among astronomers of the period, these wandering visitors to the inner solar system appearing without warning and following paths that carried them through various constellations in ways that differed markedly from the orderly procession of the planets. And the astronomer who first spotted such an object and correctly identified it as a new comet rather than a nebula or a previously catalogued object could claim the credit for its discovery, a form of recognition that carried significant weight within the scientific community of the time. The construction of this telescope represented William's recognition that Caroline had developed sufficient skill and experience to conduct her own observational program, rather than merely assisting with his. And this recognition was not given lightly, For William maintained exacting standards regarding astronomical work and would not have provided such an instrument if he did not believe it would be put to serious scientific use. And in this assessment he would be proved entirely correct, though even he might not have anticipated quite how quickly Caroline would justify his confidence in her capabilities. The design of the Comet Seeker was well suited to the particular kind of observation it was intended to facilitate, with a relatively wide field of view that allowed larger portions of the sky to be examined in each sweep, and a mounting that permitted the instrument to be moved smoothly from one region to another, and Caroline familiarized herself with its characteristics through careful practice, learning how the stars appeared through its eyepiece, how faint objects could be distinguished from defects in the optical surfaces or particles of dust, and how the motion of a comet over successive nights might be detected by comparing its position relative to nearby stars. Caroline developed a systematic method for her observations with the Comet Seeker, conducting what astronomers term sweeps of the night sky, in which the telescope is moved in a regular pattern across a designated region, the observer noting any objects that appear unusual or that do not correspond to stars marked on the celestial charts. And this methodical approach suited Caroline's temperament precisely, allowing her to apply the same careful attention to detail that had characterized her work as William's assistant to her own independent program of observation. The opportunities for Caroline to conduct these sweeps arose particularly during William's absences from Observatory House, for his duties sometimes required him to travel to London, where he might be called upon to demonstrate his telescopes to interested parties, to attend meetings related to his position in the scientific community, or to conduct business associated with the construction and sale of telescopes, which had become a significant source of income supplementing his royal pension. And during these periods Caroline found herself with time that could be devoted to her own systematic examination of the heavens. On these occasions, Caroline would position her Comet Seeker in the garden at Observatory House as darkness fell, allowing her eyes to adjust to the dim conditions that would enable her to perceive the faintest objects, and she would begin her sweeps through those regions of the sky that seemed most promising for the detection of comets, often focusing on areas near the horizon in the direction of the Sun, where comets approaching the inner solar system might first become visible, their tails beginning to develop as solar radiation warmed their icy surfaces. The labor involved in this work should not be underestimated, for it required Caroline to remain at her telescope for extended periods, moving the instrument with careful regularity, maintaining her concentration despite the cold and the fatigue that inevitably accumulated during long hours of observation, and noting each object that attracted her attention with sufficient precision that it could be located again on subsequent nights. And this she did with remarkable persistence, returning to her sweeps whenever conditions permitted and William's absence provided the opportunity. The night of August 1st, 1786 began, one may suppose, much as many other nights of observation had begun, with Caroline preparing her Comet Seeker as twilight deepened into true darkness, the stars emerging one by one and then in multitudes as the sky reached its full nocturnal depth, and she commenced her systematic examination of the heavens, moving her telescope through its appointed sweeps with the patience and steadiness that her method required, noting the familiar stars and nebulae that passed through her field of view, each taking its expected place in the celestial geography she had come to know so well. At some point during these observations, her attention was caught by an object that did not conform to the patterns she had memorized, a small fuzzy patch of light that occupied a position where no nebula was recorded on her charts and no star of similar appearance should have been found, and this irregularity prompted her to examine the object more closely, adjusting her telescope to obtain the clearest possible view. and what she observed suggested to her experienced eye that this might indeed be what she had been searching for: a comet. Though such identification could only be confirmed through subsequent observation that would reveal whether the object moved against the background of fixed stars. The careful observer, and Caroline was certainly that, understands that many objects in the night sky can present appearances similar to those of comets, particularly when viewed through instruments of moderate power. For distant galaxies, unresolved star clusters, and the various types of nebulae catalogued by astronomers all appear as hazy patches of light that might easily be mistaken for the nucleus and coma of a comet by someone less experienced or less methodical in their approach. And so Caroline noted the position of her suspected comet with precision and resolved to observe it again on subsequent nights to determine whether it displayed the motion characteristic of a true cometary body. The observations that followed confirmed what Caroline had suspected, for the object did indeed move relative to the fixed stars, its position shifting in a manner consistent with the orbital motion of a comet passing through the inner solar system. And this confirmation meant that Caroline could now report her discovery with confidence, knowing that she had indeed detected a new comet, one that had not been observed or recorded by any other astronomer. And this realization must have carried with it a particular satisfaction, though Caroline's own accounts of her discoveries tend toward the understated, focusing more on the details of observation than on her personal feelings. The protocol for announcing such a discovery in the late 18th century required that the observation be communicated to the appropriate scientific authorities, who would verify the sighting and announce it to the broader community of astronomers. And in Britain this meant reporting to the Astronomer Royal, a position then held by Neville Maskelyne, who was based at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich and who served as the official arbiter of astronomical observations for the nation, a role that carried both scientific and administrative responsibilities. Caroline accordingly prepared a report of her discovery and sent it to Neville Maskelyne, describing the object she had observed, its position in the sky at the time of her initial observation, and the subsequent observations that had confirmed its cometary nature through the detection of its motion. And this report was written with the precision and clarity that characterized all of her scientific communications, providing sufficient detail for other astronomers to locate and observe the object themselves, thereby confirming her discovery through independent verification. Maskelyne received Caroline's report and recognized its significance, for while comets were discovered with some regularity during this period, the discoverer in this case was notable, Caroline being the first woman to discover a comet through systematic astronomical observation, a distinction that carried considerable weight in an era when the participation of women in scientific work remained relatively uncommon and when their contributions, such as they were, often went unrecognized or were attributed to male colleagues or relatives. The announcement of Caroline's discovery was made to the Royal Society, the preeminent scientific body in Britain, through Maskelyne's communication, and this brought her observation to the attention of the broader scientific community, both within Britain and in those other nations where astronomy was actively pursued. And the response to this announcement was generally one of congratulation and acknowledgement, the astronomical community recognizing Caroline as the legitimate discoverer of the comet and according her the credit that this achievement deserved. The comet that Caroline discovered on that August night in 1786 would later receive the formal designation Cia 1786 P1, following the naming conventions used by astronomers to catalogue cometary objects, with the letter C indicating that it is not a periodic comet with a short orbital period, the year indicating the year of discovery, and the additional characters providing further specification of its place in the sequence of cometary discoveries for that year. and under this designation it remains recorded in the astronomical literature as Caroline Herschel's first independent cometary discovery. Among those who offered their congratulations to Caroline following the announcement of her discovery was Alexander Orbit, a wealthy amateur astronomer who maintained his own private observatory and who was well connected within the British astronomical community. And Orbit wrote to Caroline expressing his admiration for her achievement and acknowledging her as the first of her sex to make such a discovery, a recognition that carried particular weight coming from someone of Orbit's standing and experience in the field. Orbit's letter exemplified the broader response from the scientific community, which was generally one of respect and recognition. And while this response was not entirely free from the condescension that often characterized male attitudes toward female accomplishment in this period, it nevertheless represented a genuine acknowledgement of Caroline's skill and persistence, qualities that had enabled her to succeed in a demanding field of observation where success required not merely good fortune but careful preparation and systematic method. The international recognition that followed Caroline's discovery extended beyond the borders of Britain, for astronomical discoveries were communicated across national boundaries through correspondence and through the various journals and proceedings that served to disseminate scientific information. And astronomers in France, in the German states, in Italy, and elsewhere took note of Caroline Herschel's comet, some observing it themselves and contributing to the determination of its orbital characteristics, and all acknowledging her priority as its discoverer. This discovery represented a significant transition in Caroline's astronomical career, marking her emergence from the role of assistant to that of independent observer and discoverer in her own right, a distinction that carried both scientific and personal significance. For while she would continue to assist William in his work, as she had done for years and would do for years to come, she had now demonstrated that she was capable of conducting her own observational program with sufficient skill to make discoveries that would be recognized by the scientific community at the highest levels. The comet seeker that William had given her had thus proved its worth, and Caroline would continue to use it for her systematic sweeps of the night sky, searching for other comets that might be passing through the inner solar system. And her method, refined through this first success, would serve her well in the years ahead, as she would go on to discover additional comets, each one adding to her reputation and confirming her place among the accomplished astronomers of her generation. The night skies above Slough would continue to yield their secrets to Caroline's patient observation, the stars wheeling slowly overhead as she conducted her sweeps, the comet seeker moving steadily from one region of the sky to the next. And in this work there was a rhythm that suited her temperament, a combination of routine and possibility, of careful method and the ever-present chance that the next sweep might reveal something new, something that no human eye had ever before observed. And it was this combination, perhaps, that made the work so compelling, that kept her returning to her telescope night after night, year after year, in pursuit of whatever wandering visitors the cosmos might send her way. In the summer of 1787, a letter arrived at the Herschel household in Slough, and this letter carried with it a significance that Caroline could scarcely have imagined in all her years of quiet, dedicated work beside her brother. The correspondence was official in nature, bearing the authority of the Crown itself, and it informed Caroline that King George III had appointed her as the official assistant to the royal astronomer, her brother William, and that she would receive for this position an annual salary of £50. Now, £50 was not an enormous sum, even by the standards of the late 18th century, and it would not have made anyone wealthy or allowed for any particular extravagance. But for Caroline Herschel, who was at this time 37 years of age, It represented something far more valuable than mere financial comfort. It represented, for the very first time in her life, a measure of independence, a recognition that her contributions to the work of astronomical observation and calculation were worthy of compensation, worthy of being counted among the official activities of the nation. The significance of this appointment extends well beyond Caroline's personal circumstances, though those circumstances were themselves quietly remarkable. She became, with this salary from the king, the first woman in England to hold a paid position in the service of the government for scientific work. This was not a title bestowed upon her as a courtesy or an honor meant merely to acknowledge her brother's achievements, but rather a genuine appointment that recognized her as a working participant in the enterprise of astronomy. The records of the time indicate that the king himself had taken an interest in the work being done at Slough, and he had observed enough of Caroline's contributions to understand that she was essential to the success of the observations being made there. And so the salary was granted, and Caroline found herself in a position that no woman in her country had occupied before, not as an astronomer in her own right, though she was certainly capable of such a role, but as an assistant whose duties were considered important enough to warrant payment from the royal purse. We might pause here, in the gentle manner that suits our purpose, to consider what it must have meant for Caroline to receive this appointment at the age of 37. She had left Hanover more than a decade earlier, crossing the sea to England with the expectation that she would assist her brother in his musical career and perhaps, if circumstances allowed, develop her own talents as a singer. The astronomy had come later, gradually absorbing more and more of her time until it became the central occupation of her days and nights. Through all of those years, she had been dependent upon William for her support, living in his household, eating at his table, wearing clothes purchased with his income. This is not to suggest that William was anything other than generous and grateful for her assistance, because the evidence suggests that he valued her contributions enormously, but the fact remained that Caroline had no income of her own, no financial means that belonged to her independently of her brother's provision. The £50 per year changed this situation, modestly but meaningfully, and Caroline was known to have guarded this independence with a careful attention to her expenditures, never wishing to return to a state of complete dependence upon others. The duties that accompanied this official appointment were substantial and required the application of considerable skill and learning. Caroline was tasked with the systematic cataloguing of all the nebulae and star clusters that William discovered during his sweeping surveys of the night sky. This was not simply a matter of copying down notes or transcribing William's observations into a neat hand, though both of those tasks were certainly part of her responsibilities. The cataloguing work required Caroline to understand precisely what had been observed, to organize the discoveries according to their positions in the sky, to cross-reference new findings with earlier observations to determine whether a particular fuzzy patch of light had been seen before or represented something newly identified. She maintained the observation journals with meticulous care, recording the date and time of each observation, the conditions of the sky, the instruments employed, and any relevant remarks that might help future astronomers understand exactly what had been seen and under what circumstances. The mathematical work that fell to Caroline during this period was demanding in ways that might not be immediately apparent to those unfamiliar with the astronomy of the 18th century. She was required to compute the positions of celestial objects using the techniques of spherical trigonometry, which is the branch of mathematics concerned with the relationships between angles and distances on the surface of a sphere. The sky, as viewed from the Earth, appears to us as the interior of a great sphere surrounding our planet, and the positions of stars and planets and nebulae must be described using a system of coordinates appropriate to this spherical geometry. This is rather different from the geometry of flat surfaces with which most people are familiar, and the calculations involved require a careful attention to the particular rules and relationships that govern triangles drawn on curved surfaces rather than flat ones. Caroline had learned these techniques through years of practice, working alongside William and studying the mathematical texts that were available to her, and she had become sufficiently proficient that she could be trusted with the calculations necessary to determine where in the sky a particular object was located, expressed in the precise terms of right ascension and declination that astronomers use to specify celestial positions. Among the most significant tasks that Caroline undertook during this period was her work on the British Catalogue of Stars, which had been compiled by the first Astronomer Royal, John Flamsteed, and published posthumously in 1725. Flamsteed's catalogue was an important resource for astronomers, containing the positions of nearly 3,000 stars as determined by careful observation from the Royal Observatory at Greenwich, but it had been compiled under considerable pressure and published after Flamsteed's death in a form that he might not have entirely approved. The result was a catalogue that contained a substantial number of errors, some arising from observational mistakes, others from computational errors in reducing the raw observations to final positions, and still others from typographical mistakes introduced during the printing process. Caroline undertook to verify and correct this catalogue, comparing Flamsteed's listed positions against more recent observations and checking his calculations where discrepancies appeared. This was painstaking work of the most exacting kind, requiring Caroline to examine thousands of individual entries, to perform her own calculations to check Flamsteed's results, and to identify those cases where the published position did not match what the observations actually indicated. When this work was eventually completed, Caroline had identified more than 500 errors in the British catalogue, a number that might seem surprisingly large but which reflects both the difficulty of the original work and the care with which Caroline examined it. Some of these errors were trivial, involving small discrepancies that would make little practical difference to astronomers using the catalogue, but others were more significant, and Caroline's corrections represented a genuine contribution to the accuracy of the astronomical reference materials available to observers of her time. The corrected catalogue would be published by the Royal Society, and it would serve as a more reliable guide for astronomers seeking to identify the stars they observed in their own telescopes. While Caroline was engaged in these demanding duties as her brother's official assistant, she did not entirely abandon her own observations with the small sweeping telescope that had led to her first comet discovery. On the night of December the 21st, 1788, she was conducting one of her regular sweeps of the sky when she noticed an unfamiliar fuzzy object in the constellation of Lyra. Her experience from the earlier discovery served her well, and she recognized almost immediately that this was likely another comet, a visitor to the inner solar system following its long elliptical path around the Sun. She recorded her observations carefully and communicated them to the appropriate authorities, and the comet was confirmed by other observers in the following days. This was her second comet discovery, now designated C as 1788Y1, and it further established her reputation as a skilled observer in her own right, someone who could be trusted not merely to assist with another astronomer's work but to make original discoveries through her own diligent scanning of the heavens. The comet of 1788 was fainter than her first discovery and did not attract the same level of public attention, but among astronomers it served to confirm that her earlier success had not been a matter of mere luck. Finding comets requires patience and skill and a thorough familiarity with the appearance of the night sky, so that one can recognize when something is present that does not belong to the ordinary population of fixed stars. Caroline possessed all of these qualities, developed through years of careful observation, and her discoveries demonstrated that women were perfectly capable of contributing to the advancement of astronomical knowledge when given the opportunity and the resources to do so. This point was not lost on those who followed her career, and her example would inspire later generations of women to pursue their own interests in the sciences, even when the formal educational and professional pathways remained largely closed to them. The household at Slough during this period was a place of considerable activity, and the Herschels received a steady stream of visitors who came to see the famous astronomer and his remarkable telescopes. Some of these visitors were themselves scientists or natural philosophers, eager to look through William's instruments and to discuss the latest discoveries in astronomy and related fields. Others were members of the nobility or the educated gentry, for whom a visit to the Herschels represented an opportunity to witness firsthand the wonders of the heavens and to associate themselves with the fashionable interest in scientific matters that characterized the late 18th century. The king himself had visited on multiple occasions, and his patronage lent an additional luster to the establishment at Slough, making it a destination for anyone with an interest in astronomy and the social standing to gain an introduction. Among the notable figures who visited the Herschels during this time was Fanny Burney, the novelist whose works included Evelina and Cecilia, both of which had achieved considerable success and established her as one of the leading literary figures of her day. Fanny Burney held the position of Keeper of the Robes to Queen Charlotte, which was a demanding and often tedious post that required her constant attendance upon the Queen and left her with little time for her own writing. Her visits to the Herschels at Slough represented a welcome respite from these duties, and she recorded her impressions in the detailed journals and letters for which she is now remembered as an important chronicler of late Georgian society. Her accounts of the Herschels provide us with valuable glimpses into the daily life of the household and the personalities of both William and Caroline as they appeared to an intelligent and observant contemporary. Fanny Burney's descriptions suggest that Caroline made a strong impression upon her, though the two women were quite different in their backgrounds and temperaments. Burney was a sociable person who moved in literary and courtly circles, while Caroline was reserved and focused primarily upon her astronomical work, having little time or inclination for the social activities that occupied much of Burney's life. Nevertheless, Burney recognized in Caroline a woman of considerable ability and dedication, and her accounts convey a respect for the astronomer's accomplishments that went beyond mere politeness. The visits also provided Caroline with a connection to the Queen's household, though she never sought to cultivate such connections for personal advancement, preferring to let her work speak for itself and to avoid the complications that arose from seeking favor with the powerful. The social life at Slough was not always comfortable for Caroline, who found the constant stream of visitors somewhat disruptive to the regular work of observation and calculation that she preferred. The telescopes drew curious visitors at all hours, and the demands of hospitality fell in part upon Caroline, who was expected to assist in entertaining guests even when she would rather have been working on the catalogues or preparing for the night's observations. She bore these interruptions with patience, understanding that the patronage and goodwill of important visitors was essential to maintaining the support that allowed the astronomical work to continue. But her diaries suggest that she was always relieved when the visitors departed and the household could return to its normal routines. The quiet hours of the night, when she could sit at her desk and work through calculations while William observed through the great telescopes, were the hours she valued most, and she guarded them against unnecessary intrusion whenever she could. The relationship between Caroline and William during these years remained close, though it was perhaps not without its tensions. Caroline was deeply devoted to her brother and took great pride in his accomplishments, but she was also a person of considerable ability in her own right, and the role of assistant, however officially recognized, could sometimes feel constraining. She had proven herself capable of independent discovery with her comets, and her work on the Flamsteed catalogue demonstrated skills that went well beyond mere copying and transcription. Yet her position remained subordinate to William's, defined always in relation to his work rather than standing on its own merits. This was the nature of the arrangement, and there is no evidence that Caroline actively resented it. But one can imagine that a person of her talents might sometimes have wished for a greater degree of independence in her scientific pursuits. The £50 per year from the king represented, in this context, not merely financial independence but a kind of recognition that her work had value in itself, separate from whatever William might have chosen to pay her or provide for her from his own resources. It was a modest recognition, to be sure, and it did not elevate her to the status of an independent astronomer, but it was something, an acknowledgement from the highest authority in the land that Caroline Herschel's contributions to the science of astronomy were worthy of support. She would continue in this role for many years to come, cataloguing and computing and observing, building up the records that would serve as the foundation for later work by other astronomers, including William's son John, who would eventually take up his father's mantle and extend the surveys of the southern skies. Caroline's work made all of this possible, maintaining the continuity of observation and record-keeping that transformed scattered discoveries into a systematic understanding of the heavens. The years following her official appointment were productive ones, filled with the steady accumulation of observations and calculations that characterized the Herschel approach to astronomy. William continued his surveys of the sky, discovering hundreds of new nebulae and star clusters, and Caroline continued her work of recording and organizing these discoveries, ensuring that nothing was lost and that future astronomers would be able to build upon what had been learned. The work was never dramatic, rarely producing the kind of sudden excitement that attends a major discovery, but it was essential, the patient foundation upon which the more spectacular achievements depended. Caroline understood this, and she devoted herself to it with a conscientiousness that earned her the respect of astronomers throughout Europe, even as her name remained less familiar to the general public than her brother's. And so the years passed at Slough, marked by the rhythm of observation and calculation, by the visits of curious guests and the quiet hours of work that followed their departure, by the slow turning of the seasons and the eternal wheeling of the stars overhead. Caroline was no longer young, having passed her 40th year, but she remained vigorous and devoted to her work, sustained by the satisfaction of contributing to something larger than herself and by the modest independence that her royal salary provided. She could not know what the future would bring, what further discoveries might await or what changes might come to the household she had made her home, but she was content, in her quiet way, to continue the work that had become the center of her life. The stars would always be there, patient and unchanging, waiting for those who had the dedication to observe them and the skill to record what they saw. In the years following her early comet discoveries, Caroline Herschel turned her attention increasingly toward a different kind of astronomical work, one that required not the thrill of sweeping the night sky for fleeting visitors, but rather the patient, methodical labor of organizing and correcting the accumulated observations of others. This work of catalogue reform, as we might call it, occupied much of her time from the mid-1790s onward, And though it lacked the immediate excitement of spotting a new comet drifting through Pegasus or Andromeda, it would prove to be among her most lasting contributions to the science of astronomy, providing future generations of observers with reliable tools they could trust when pointing their own telescopes toward the heavens. The problem Caroline set out to address was, in essence, one of organization and accessibility. Her brother William had by this time accumulated an extraordinary number of observations, having discovered hundreds upon hundreds of nebulae and star clusters during his systematic sweeps of the sky, those long nights of patient watching that had occupied them both for more than a decade. These discoveries represented an invaluable addition to human knowledge of the cosmos, revealing as they did the existence of countless faint and distant objects that no previous astronomer had recorded. But the observations themselves existed in a somewhat scattered state, recorded in the order William had made them rather than arranged in any manner that would allow another astronomer to locate a particular object with ease. Beginning around 1797, Caroline undertook the considerable task of reorganizing these discoveries into what astronomers call zones, which is to say bands of the sky arranged by declination, that measurement of celestial position which tells us how far north or south of the celestial equator an object lies. By sorting the nebulae into these zones, she created what amounted to a finding aid, a practical reference that an observer at any well-equipped observatory could consult when wishing to examine one of William's discoveries for themselves. The work required her to revisit years of observational records, extracting the relevant positional data from each entry and calculating where each object belonged in her new organizational scheme, a process that demanded both mathematical competence and an intimate familiarity with the records themselves, both of which she possessed in abundance. Her methodology in this catalogue work was characteristically thorough, reflecting the same careful approach she had always brought to her supporting role in William's observations. When establishing the position of a nebula or cluster, she did not rely upon a single night's observation, which might have been affected by atmospheric conditions, instrumental error, or simple human fatigue, but instead cross-referenced multiple observation nights whenever such records existed, comparing the positional measurements from different sessions and working to reconcile any discrepancies. This practice of verification through repetition was fundamental to her approach, ensuring that the final position she recorded represented the best available synthesis of the available data rather than any single potentially flawed measurement. The calculations required for this work were not trivial. Astronomical positions as recorded during observation must be corrected for various effects before they can be considered definitive, including the precession of the equinoxes, which causes the coordinate system itself to shift slowly over time, and the effects of atmospheric refraction, which bends light passing through the Earth's atmosphere and makes objects appear slightly higher in the sky than their true position. Caroline performed these corrections methodically, applying the necessary mathematical adjustments to transform raw observations into standardized positions that could be compared meaningfully with the work of other astronomers using different instruments at different locations. As she progressed in this work, she developed what we might describe as labor-saving mathematical tables, pre-calculated values that allowed her to apply common corrections without performing the full calculation anew each time. Such tables were a practical necessity given the volume of data she was processing, allowing her to work more efficiently without sacrificing accuracy, and their creation required her to understand thoroughly the mathematical relationships underlying each correction so that she could construct tables that would give reliable results across the range of conditions she was likely to encounter. This kind of preparatory work, creating tools that would make subsequent labor more efficient, was characteristic of her practical and systematic mind. While engaged in this catalogue reform, Caroline continued her sweeping of the night sky, maintaining the comet hunting observations that had already brought her such recognition among the astronomical community. On the 7th of January in the year 1790, she discovered another comet, which would come to be designated C. 1790A1 in the modern naming convention, adding to her growing tally of such discoveries. The comet appeared in the early morning sky, and she tracked its motion over subsequent nights as it moved against the background stars, calculating its path and reporting her findings so that other observers might confirm and extend her observations. A little over a year later, on the 17th of April in 1791, she found yet another comet, now designated C. 1791X1, demonstrating once again her skill at this particular form of astronomical discovery. Each such find required not only sharp eyes and patient watching, but also the knowledge to recognize when a faint fuzzy object was not one of the many nebulae she had come to know so well, but rather something moving, something new, a visitor from the outer reaches of the solar system making its temporary appearance in the inner regions before retreating once more into the darkness from which it came. These comet discoveries, satisfying as they were, occupied only a portion of her observational time, and the catalogue work continued alongside them, gradually taking shape as a comprehensive reorganization of the Herschelian discoveries. The resulting catalogue of nebulae, arranged by zones and providing practical finding information for each object, would serve as an essential reference for astronomers wishing to study these objects further, transforming Williams' discoveries from a personal record of one-man sweeps into a shared resource for the entire astronomical community. Yet even as she worked on this catalogue of her brother's discoveries, Caroline was simultaneously engaged in another project of perhaps even greater significance, one that addressed deficiencies not in recent observations but in the foundational star catalogues upon which much of practical astronomy depended. The object of her attention was the work of John Flamsteed, the first Astronomer Royal, whose observations from the Royal Observatory at Greenwich had been published posthumously in the early 18th century and had served ever since as a primary reference for the positions of stars visible from the Northern Hemisphere. Flamsteed's catalogue was a monument of observational astronomy, containing the carefully measured positions of nearly 3,000 stars. But like any human work of such scope, it contained errors, both in the original observations and in the subsequent reduction and publication of the data. Over the decades since its publication, various astronomers had noted discrepancies, cases where a star recorded at a particular position could not be found, or where the published coordinates did not match what a careful observer actually saw through the telescope. These errors, scattered throughout the catalogue, created difficulties for anyone attempting to use Flamsteed's work as a reference, forcing them to wonder, when a star did not appear where expected, whether the fault lay in their own observation or in the catalogue itself. Caroline set herself the task of systematically identifying and correcting these errors, working through Flamsteed's original observations as well as the published catalogue, comparing entries against each other and against her own knowledge of the sky gained through years of assisting Williams' observations. The work was painstaking in the extreme, requiring her to examine each entry carefully, to check the calculations that had transformed Flamsteed's raw measurements into the published positions, and to note any cases where mistakes had crept in, whether through Flamsteed's own error, through mistakes in the subsequent calculations, or through printers' errors in the published volume. The result of this labor was her index to Flamsteed's observations of the fixed stars, a work containing corrections and clarifications for approximately 800 stars, very nearly a third of the entire catalogue. For each problematic entry, she provided her own calculations showing where the error lay and what the correct position should be, allowing any astronomer consulting Flamsteed's work to check her index and apply the necessary corrections. The work required not only mathematical skill but also a kind of detective's patience, tracing each discrepancy back to its source and determining precisely how the error had arisen and what the true value should have been. The Royal Society, that venerable institution which had served as the centre of British science since its founding in the 17th century, recognized the value of this work and undertook to publish it in 1798, providing Caroline's corrections with the imprimatur of the most respected scientific body in the kingdom. This publication represented a significant recognition of her astronomical competence, for the Royal Society did not lightly attach its name to works of dubious quality, and the decision to publish her index indicated that the Fellows considered her corrections reliable enough to recommend to the broader astronomical community. The published index served as a practical tool for working astronomers, who could now consult it alongside their copies of Flamsteed and have confidence that the most significant errors had been identified and corrected. It also served as a testament to the kind of careful, unglamorous work upon which the progress of science often depends, the patient correction of accumulated errors that might otherwise propagate forward indefinitely, misleading future observers who trusted in the accuracy of their reference works without knowing of the flaws hidden within. Throughout these years of catalogue work and comet hunting, Caroline also bore responsibility for the practical management of the observatory operations at Slough, a role that encompassed far more than her own astronomical observations. The Herschel establishment had grown considerably since those early days at Bath, and the instruments William had constructed, including some of the largest and most powerful telescopes in the world, required constant maintenance and care if they were to function properly. Caroline coordinated the workmen who performed this maintenance, ensuring that mirrors were kept polished, that mechanical components moved smoothly, and that the various structures housing the instruments remained sound against the weather. The correspondence of the establishment also fell largely to her, a task that grew ever more demanding as William's fame spread and requests for information, invitations to contribute to various publications, and letters from fellow astronomers around the world arrived with increasing frequency. She handled much of this correspondence on William's behalf, drafting replies, maintaining records of what had been sent and received, and ensuring that important communications did not go unanswered amid the press of observational work. This administrative labor, invisible to those who knew only of the astronomical discoveries, was essential to the continued functioning of the Herschel astronomical enterprise. The largest and most ambitious instrument at Slough was the great 40-foot telescope, a colossal reflecting telescope with a mirror 4 feet in diameter, by far the largest astronomical instrument then in existence. Its construction had occupied several years in the late 1780s, involving elaborate scaffolding and hoisting equipment, a massive wooden tube, and a mirror whose casting and polishing had pushed the limits of contemporary technology. The instrument was William's crowning technical achievement, a testament to his extraordinary skill as a telescope maker, and its very size made it a wonder of the age, drawing visitors from across Europe who wished to see this marvel of construction. Operating the 40-foot telescope was, however, a complex and labor-intensive affair, requiring multiple assistants to manage the elaborate system of ropes and pulleys that moved the massive tube to point at different regions of the sky. Caroline played a role in these operations, coordinating the efforts of the assistants, maintaining communication between the observer at the eyepiece high above the ground and the workers manning the control mechanisms below, and recording observations as William called them out. The arrangement required precise coordination and clear communication, for any mistake in moving the great tube could damage the instrument or endanger those working upon the staging that surrounded it. The 40-foot telescope, for all its impressive size, proved in practice somewhat unwieldy for regular observational work, and much of the most productive observing continued to be done with smaller instruments, particularly the 20-foot reflector that had served so well during the great sweeps of earlier years. Still, the great telescope remained a centerpiece of the Herschel establishment, capable of revealing details invisible to smaller instruments and serving as a symbol of the ambition and technical mastery that William had brought to the construction of astronomical apparatus. The household arrangements at Slough during these years accommodated not only the astronomical work but also the changes that William's marriage had brought to their domestic situation. Mary Pitt, whom William had married in 1788, managed the domestic household while Caroline maintained her separate domain focused on the astronomical operations, and this division of responsibilities seems to have worked reasonably well in practice, allowing each woman to exercise authority in her own sphere without constant conflict over household matters. The birth of William's son John in 1792 added a new dimension to the household, a child who would eventually grow to become a distinguished astronomer in his own right, carrying forward the family tradition into the next generation. Caroline's position in this expanded household was complex. No longer the sole female presence and primary domestic manager she had been before William's marriage, yet still essential to the astronomical work and still possessed of her own standing as a recognized scientist in her own right. Her salary from the Crown continued, marking her official status as an astronomer, and her work on the catalogues and indices proceeded regardless of the changed domestic circumstances. She maintained her own quarters, her own schedule of observations, and her own correspondence with fellow astronomers who valued her work and sought her opinions on matters of mutual interest. The catalogue work in particular provided her with a form of intellectual independence, a project that was distinctly her own even as it built upon William's discoveries and served to make his observations more useful to others. In organizing the nebulae and correcting Flamsteed, she was not merely assisting William but contributing something uniquely hers to the body of astronomical knowledge, reference works that would bear her name and serve the needs of observers long after the night's observing was done and the telescopes had been covered against the morning dew. As the 18th century drew toward its close, Caroline Herschel had established herself firmly as a working astronomer of genuine accomplishment, recognized by the leading scientific institution of her nation and respected by astronomers across Europe and beyond. Her comet discoveries had brought her fame, but her catalogue work demonstrated a different and equally valuable set of skills: the patience and precision required to impose order upon accumulated data and to correct the errors that inevitably crept into even the most careful human work. Both kinds of contribution, the dramatic discovery and the methodical correction, were essential to the progress of astronomical knowledge, and Caroline had shown herself capable of both. The observatory at Slough continued its work, the instruments pointing nightly toward the stars when weather permitted, and Caroline continued her sweeping, her calculating, and her organizing, each night adding a little more to what was known about the arrangement of the heavens. The work was demanding and often tiring, requiring long hours in the cold and endless pages of mathematical calculation, but it was also deeply meaningful, connecting her to the great endeavor of understanding the universe that had occupied the finest minds of every generation. In her careful tables and corrected catalogues, she was building tools that others would use long after her own observing days had ended, contributing to a collective effort that extended far beyond any single lifetime or any single observatory. In the middle years of the 1780s, William Herschel began to contemplate a telescope of such magnitude that it would dwarf every instrument that had come before it. And though the undertaking would consume nearly 4 years of labor and require the coordinated efforts of dozens of workers, Caroline would remain at the center of the project, serving as the quiet thread that held together the many moving parts of this extraordinary endeavor. The telescope that William envisioned would stretch 40 feet in length, with a primary mirror spanning 4 feet in diameter, and when it was finally completed in 1789, it stood as the largest telescope the world had ever seen, a monument to ambition and careful craftsmanship that drew visitors from across Europe who wished simply to stand in its shadow and marvel at what human ingenuity could accomplish when given sufficient resources and time. The funding for this remarkable instrument came from King George III himself, who granted William the sum of £4,000 to construct the telescope, a figure that represented an almost unimaginable investment in scientific apparatus at the time, and this royal patronage reflected the esteem in which William was now held following his discovery of Uranus and his subsequent appointment as the king's personal astronomer. The grant was provided in stages, with initial funds allowing construction to begin in 1785, and additional disbursements following as the project progressed through its many phases, each one presenting new challenges that required patient problem-solving and occasional redesign. William had already demonstrated with his smaller telescopes that larger mirrors could gather more light and reveal fainter objects in the heavens, and he reasoned that a mirror of 4 feet in diameter would open entirely new vistas of observation, allowing him to peer deeper into space than any astronomer before him had managed to do. The technical specifications of the 40-foot telescope were truly remarkable for their era, and even today they inspire a certain quiet admiration for the scale of the undertaking. The main tube of the telescope measured 40 feet in length, which is to say approximately 12 meters, and this tube was constructed from iron rolled into sheets and then riveted together to form a cylinder large enough for a person to walk through without stooping. The primary mirror, which was the heart of the instrument and the component that gathered starlight and focused it for the observer's eye, weighed in excess of 2,000 pounds, or roughly 900 kilograms, and was cast from speculum metal, that same alloy of copper and tin that William had been working with for years in his smaller mirrors. The casting of such a large mirror was itself a dangerous and uncertain process, requiring the construction of a special furnace and molds, and several early attempts failed when the cooling metal cracked or when impurities in the alloy created flaws that rendered the surface unusable for optical purposes. The mirror's enormous weight presented challenges at every stage of the project, from the initial casting through to the final polishing and eventual mounting within the telescope structure. Moving such a massive object required teams of workers and carefully designed lifting apparatus, and even small adjustments to its position demanded significant coordination and effort. William oversaw the polishing of the mirror with his characteristic attention to detail, though the sheer scale of the surface meant that achieving the perfect curvature required for sharp astronomical images was far more difficult than it had been with his smaller instruments. The mirror sat at the bottom of the great tube, angled slightly so that it would reflect incoming starlight up toward the observer, who would position themselves at the very top of the tube, looking down into the instrument rather than through it in the conventional manner. The supporting structure for the 40-foot telescope was an impressive construction in its own right, consisting of a massive wooden framework that held the tube and allowed it to be raised, lowered, and rotated to track objects across the sky. The telescope was mounted on a system of pulleys, ropes, and winches that enabled the tube to swing through a range of elevations from near the horizon to points high overhead, and the entire apparatus could be rotated on a circular track at the base to follow stars as they moved from east to west during the night. The rigging system was complex and required constant maintenance, with ropes that stretched and needed adjustment, pulleys that required greasing, and wooden beams that had to be inspected for signs of weathering or strain. At night, when observations were underway, the movement of the great tube was controlled by teams of assistants who worked the winches and pulleys according to signals relayed from the observer's position at the top of the instrument. Caroline's role during the construction of the 40-foot telescope evolved naturally from her existing duties as William's astronomical assistant, but the scale of this project demanded even more of her organizational abilities and her capacity for careful attention to detail. She maintained records of expenditures and materials, tracked the progress of various components as they were manufactured and assembled, and served as the primary point of communication between William and the many workers involved in the project. When shipments of metal or timber arrived, it was often Caroline who checked the deliveries against orders and noted any discrepancies that needed to be addressed with suppliers. She kept the household running smoothly even as the garden was transformed into something resembling a construction site, with forges for casting metal, storage areas for materials, and the ever-growing skeleton of the telescope framework rising against the English sky. During the operational phase of the telescope, once construction was complete and observations could begin, Caroline's role became even more essential, for the instrument's design created significant challenges for communication between the observer and the ground crew. William would position himself on a platform at the top of the 40-foot tube, peering down into the great mirror far below, and from this elevated perch he could see celestial wonders that no human eye had previously witnessed, but he could not easily communicate with the assistants who controlled the telescope's movements or with Caroline who waited below to record his observations. The distance was simply too great for normal conversation, especially on nights when wind stirred the rigging or when the creaking of the wooden framework created background noise that swallowed spoken words. To address this communication problem, a system of speaking tubes and signals was developed, and Caroline positioned herself at a station where she could receive William's observations and relay his instructions to the teams working the ropes and winches. She would listen for his voice through the speaking tube, her pen poised over paper, ready to write down the coordinates and descriptions he called out as he swept his eye across the field of view. When he needed the telescope moved in a particular direction or raised or lowered to track a celestial object, she would pass these instructions to the assistants, who would then work their respective stations to achieve the desired motion. In this way, Caroline served as the central node in a network of communication that allowed the great instrument to function as an integrated system rather than a collection of separate components working at cross purposes. The work was dangerous, particularly for William at his elevated station, where a misstep could send him tumbling down the length of the tube or falling from the observation platform to the ground far below. The nights were cold, the platform was exposed to the elements, and the movements of the telescope, though carefully controlled, could be sudden enough to catch an unwary observer off balance. Caroline worried for her brother during these observation sessions, and she remained alert throughout the night not only to record his scientific findings but also to ensure that no calls for assistance went unheard and that the assistants responded promptly and correctly to instructions regarding the telescope's movement. She was the guardian of the enterprise in a very real sense, maintaining order and safety while the work of discovery proceeded overhead. The famous first observation night of the 40-foot telescope came in August of 1789, and it was on this night that the great instrument immediately justified its existence by revealing something that had remained hidden from all previous observers. William had turned the telescope toward Saturn, that ringed planet that had fascinated astronomers since Galileo first glimpsed its strange appendages through his early telescope. And as he gazed at the familiar disk and rings, he noticed a tiny point of light close to the planet that moved in concert with it against the background of fixed stars. This point of light was a moon of Saturn, previously unknown, and William had discovered it on the very first night of serious observation with his new instrument. This moon would eventually be named Enceladus, after a giant from Greek mythology, though at the time of discovery William simply recorded it as a new satellite and noted its position and apparent brightness. The discovery was a triumphant vindication of the enormous effort and expense that had gone into building the 40-foot telescope, demonstrating that the larger mirror could indeed reveal objects too faint for smaller instruments to detect. Caroline recorded the observation in her careful hand, noting the date, the conditions, the position of Saturn in the sky, and the details her brother relayed through the speaking tube about this tiny new world that had just joined the catalogue of known celestial bodies. Just weeks later, William would use the same telescope to discover yet another moon of Saturn, this one even smaller and fainter than Enceladus, which would eventually receive the name Mimas. This second discovery further confirmed the power of the great instrument and established the 40-foot telescope as a tool capable of genuine scientific breakthrough. 2 new moons in the space of weeks represented a remarkable return on the investment the king had made, and it seemed for a time that the telescope would revolutionize astronomy just as William had hoped. Caroline dutifully recorded this discovery as well, adding it to the growing ledger of celestial objects that the Herschel siblings had introduced to human knowledge. Yet for all its initial triumphs, the 40-foot telescope proved to be something of a difficult instrument to work with on a regular basis, and over time it became clear that its very size created practical problems that limited its usefulness for routine observation. The telescope required multiple assistants to operate, with teams needed to work the rigging systems that moved the tube, and this meant that observations could not be conducted spontaneously when weather conditions were favorable but had to be planned in advance when sufficient helpers could be assembled. The instrument was slow to set up and adjust, and by the time it was properly aimed at a particular region of sky, conditions might have changed or the object of interest might have moved beyond convenient reach. The mirror, despite its impressive size, tarnished quickly when exposed to air, and the process of removing, repolishing, and reinstalling such a massive piece of specular metal was laborious and time-consuming. The optical quality, while good, was not significantly better than what William achieved with his smaller 20-foot telescope, and for most observational work the smaller instrument proved more practical and more productive. The 20-foot telescope could be operated by William with just Caroline's assistance. It could be set up and adjusted quickly, and its mirror could be maintained with far less effort than the great mirror of the 40-foot required. The observation shelter that housed the working areas at the base of the telescope was a modest structure designed to protect observers and equipment from wind and light rain while allowing access to the telescope tube and the various mechanisms that controlled its movement. It was not a grand building but rather a functional space where Caroline could sit with her papers and ink, where assistants could wait between bouts of physical labor at the winches, and where the speaking tube terminated so that William's voice could be heard despite the distance. The shelter offered little protection against severe weather, and on truly inclement nights no observations could be attempted regardless of how interesting the celestial conditions might be. The complex rigging system that allowed the 40-foot tube to be aimed at different parts of the sky was a marvel of practical engineering, consisting of ropes that ran through pulleys mounted on the main framework and connected to winches at ground level. Different ropes controlled different aspects of the telescope's motion, with some handling elevation and others handling rotation on the circular track. The coordination required to move the telescope smoothly was considerable, and the assistants who worked the system had to develop an intuitive understanding of how their individual efforts combined to produce the desired motion of the tube. Mistakes in coordination could cause the telescope to swing unexpectedly or could put dangerous strain on the rigging, which is why Caroline's role in relaying instructions clearly and accurately was so important to the safe operation of the instrument. As the years passed, the 40-foot telescope was used less and less frequently, and William returned to his 20-foot instrument for the majority of his observational work. The great telescope stood in the garden as a monument to what had been achieved, visited by curious travelers and dignitaries who wished to see the famous instrument, but it no longer played a central role in the ongoing work of astronomical discovery. Caroline continued her work with the smaller telescope, her duties little changed by the presence of the great idle giant nearby, and the rhythms of observation and calculation that had defined her nights for years continued much as they had before the 40-foot was constructed. The telescope would eventually fall into disrepair, its wooden framework weathering and weakening over the decades until it could no longer safely support the great tube. The mirror, that enormous disc of speculum metal that had required so much effort to cast and polish, would tarnish beyond practical restoration, and by the middle of the 19th century the telescope existed only as a historical curiosity rather than a working scientific instrument. But in its brief period of active use, it had achieved genuine discoveries, adding 2 moons to the solar system's inventory and demonstrating that larger telescopes could reveal objects invisible to smaller instruments. Caroline's contributions to the 40-foot project, like so many of her contributions to astronomy, were essential but largely invisible in the historical record of the time. She did not appear in the formal announcements of discovery, her name was not attached to the moons of Saturn, and the records that survive from the period focus understandably on William's vision and accomplishments. Yet without her patient presence at the base of the great telescope, without her careful recording of observations, without her role as the communication hub that allowed the complex instrument to function as a unified system, the work could not have proceeded as smoothly as it did. She was the steady hand that kept the enterprise grounded even as her brother's eye ranged among the stars. And the discoveries made with the 40-foot telescope belonged to both of them even if only one name was recorded in the official histories of the time. In the spring of 1788, a change came to the household at Slough that Caroline Herschel had not anticipated, and which, when it arrived, caused her considerable distress. Her brother William, who was by then approaching his 50th year, had formed an attachment to a widow named Mary Pitt, whose maiden name had been Baldwin, and who possessed both a comfortable fortune and a quiet, capable manner that William found agreeable. The marriage took place on the 8th of May in that year, when William was 49 years of age and Mary was 38, and Caroline, who had devoted the better part of 2 decades to her brother's work and welfare, found herself confronting a future she had not imagined and did not, at first, know how to navigate. Mary Pitt was a woman of independent means, having inherited wealth from her first husband, and she brought to the marriage a stability of income that would prove beneficial to the continuation of the astronomical work. She was not, by any account, an unkind woman, Nor was she dismissive of the scientific endeavors that consumed so much of her new husband's attention. And yet, for Caroline, the arrival of another woman into the household represented something profound and unsettling, a rearrangement of the domestic order that had, until that moment, placed her at the center of William's daily life. She had managed his correspondence, kept his accounts in order, prepared his meals, copied his observations, polished his mirrors, and swept the heavens at his direction, and now she found herself uncertain of where she belonged in this new configuration of family life. The feelings that Caroline experienced in the weeks and months following the marriage were ones of displacement and, it must be said, a certain measure of grief. She had known, of course, that William might one day marry, for he was a man of some renown and not without personal charm. But the knowing of a thing in the abstract is quite different from the living of it in the particular. Caroline had spent so many years as her brother's indispensable companion that she had perhaps allowed herself to believe, without ever quite articulating the thought, that this arrangement would continue indefinitely. The marriage showed her that it would not, and the realization was painful. In the immediate aftermath of the wedding, Caroline made the decision to remove herself from the main house and to take up residence in separate lodgings nearby. This was not, it seems, a dramatic departure or a severing of ties, but rather a practical adjustment that allowed her to maintain her dignity and her sense of purpose while accommodating the new realities of the household. She found rooms that were close enough to the observatory that she could continue her work without inconvenience, and she set about establishing a domestic routine of her own, one that gave her a measure of independence she had not previously possessed. The lodgings were modest but sufficient, and they were hers, which was itself a kind of comfort. The distress that Caroline felt during this period was real and should not be minimized, for she had given a great deal of herself to her brother's work, and the sense of being set aside, even if that was not William's intention, was difficult to bear. She had arrived in England as a young woman with few prospects and had transformed herself, through patience and application, into a skilled astronomer in her own right. She had discovered comets, catalogued nebulae, and earned a pension from the king. And now she found herself living in separate quarters, uncertain of her place in the family that had been her whole world. It is not surprising that she struggled, and the letters and journals from this time suggest that her spirits were low and her heart was heavy. And yet, as the months passed, Caroline began to find her way toward a kind of reconciliation with the new arrangement. This was not a sudden transformation but rather a gradual process, marked by small adjustments and quiet accommodations. Mary Herschel, for her part, seems to have been genuinely welcoming of Caroline's continued involvement in the astronomical work, and she did not attempt to exclude her sister-in-law from the observatory or from William's professional life. The household at Slough was organized around the telescope and its demands, and Mary understood, perhaps better than Caroline initially gave her credit for, that the scientific work required Caroline's participation. There was no question of Caroline being replaced in this capacity, for her skills and her knowledge were not easily duplicated, and William continued to rely upon her as he always had. The domestic rhythm that eventually emerged was one of careful balance. Caroline maintained her independent lodgings, which gave her a space of her own and a degree of autonomy that she had not previously enjoyed. But she also dined regularly with the family, taking her meals at the main house and participating in the daily life of the household in ways that were comfortable for everyone involved. She would arrive in the morning or the afternoon, depending upon the work to be done, and she would spend her hours at the observatory or in the study, copying observations and performing calculations. In the evening, she would often share supper with William and Mary before returning to her own rooms for the night. This arrangement allowed her to be both part of the family and apart from it, and over time, she came to appreciate the benefits of this position. Mary Herschel proved to be an able manager of the household finances, a task that Caroline had previously performed and which she was, by all accounts, happy to relinquish. Mary's wealth allowed the family to live comfortably and to continue investing in the astronomical equipment that William's work required. She kept the accounts with care, ensured that the servants were paid, and managed the practical details of running a large household so that William could devote his attention to the heavens. This was no small contribution, for the business of daily life is demanding and time-consuming, and Mary's competence in these matters freed both William and Caroline to focus on their scientific work. Caroline, who had sometimes felt burdened by the domestic responsibilities she had shouldered in earlier years, found that she could now direct more of her energy toward astronomy, and this was, in its way, a gift. The years following William's marriage were productive ones for Caroline, despite the emotional difficulties she had experienced. She continued her regular sweeps of the sky, searching for comets with the small Newtonian telescope that had been her instrument since she began this work. The routine was familiar and soothing, the careful movement across the heavens, the patient watching for anything that did not belong among the fixed stars. On the 15th of December in 1791, her vigilance was rewarded once again. She detected a faint, fuzzy object that moved against the background of stars, and upon careful observation over subsequent nights, she confirmed that it was indeed a comet, her fifth discovery. This object, which would later be designated C-1792R1, followed its own path through the solar system, and Caroline had found it, as she had found the others, through her systematic and methodical searching. The discovery was announced, the observations were recorded, and the comet eventually faded from view as it continued on its journey, but the accomplishment remained, another mark of Caroline's skill and dedication. Less than 2 years later, on the 8th of October in 1793, Caroline discovered yet another comet, her sixth. This too was the product of her patient sweeping, her willingness to spend night after night at the eyepiece, scanning the sky for objects that did not quite fit the pattern of the stars. Each discovery required not only the initial detection but also the careful follow-up observations that confirmed the object's cometary nature and allowed its orbit to be calculated. Caroline performed this work with the same quiet competence she had always shown, and her reputation as a discoverer of comets continued to grow. She was, by this time, one of the most accomplished comet hunters in Europe, a distinction that she had earned through years of dedicated effort. In the midst of these astronomical achievements, a new member joined the Herschel household. On the 7th of March in 1792, Mary gave birth to a son, who was named John Frederick William Herschel. The child was healthy, and his arrival brought joy to the family and, in particular, to his Aunt Caroline. Whatever reservations Caroline had harbored about the marriage, whatever feelings of displacement she had experienced, the birth of her nephew seems to have transformed her relationship with the new family configuration. She became devoted to the child in a way that surprised even herself, and her affection for John would prove to be one of the great attachments of her life. The bond between Caroline and her nephew was evident from the earliest days of his life. She doted upon him, watched over him, and took a keen interest in his development. As he grew from infant to toddler to young boy, Caroline was a constant presence, a loving aunt who delighted in his company and who saw in him, perhaps, something of his father's intellectual gifts. John Herschel would indeed grow up to become a distinguished scientist in his own right, carrying forward the astronomical work that his father and aunt had pursued, and Caroline would live to see him achieve great things. But in these early years, he was simply a child, and Caroline loved him with a tenderness that spoke to the depth of her capacity for affection. The presence of John in the household helped to complete the reconciliation that had begun after William's marriage. Caroline's separate lodgings were no longer a symbol of exile but rather a practical arrangement that suited everyone involved. She came and went freely, spending her days at the observatory and her evenings with the family, and she returned to her own rooms when she wished for quiet or solitude. The routine was comfortable, and the work continued, and the years passed in a rhythm of observation and calculation, of family dinners and long nights at the telescope. William's health remained robust during this period, and his enthusiasm for astronomy showed no signs of diminishing. He continued to build telescopes, to observe the heavens, and to publish his findings, and Caroline continued to assist him in all of these endeavors. The great 40-foot telescope, with its mirror of 49 inches, stood in the garden at Slough, a monument to William's ambition and engineering skill. It was not always easy to use, for its size made it cumbersome and the English weather was rarely cooperative, but on clear nights, it revealed wonders that no other instrument could match. Caroline did not observe through this enormous telescope herself, for it required a team of assistants to operate, but she recorded the observations that William made and helped to reduce the data into usable form. The smaller telescopes, including the 20-foot reflector that had served them so well over the years, remained the workhorses of the observatory. Caroline's comet hunting sweeps were conducted with her own instrument, a modest but effective telescope that she knew intimately and could operate without assistance. The equipment was familiar, the methods were well established, and the work proceeded with a steadiness that was both reassuring and productive. The catalogue of nebulae and clusters that William had begun continued to grow, and Caroline's contributions to this effort were substantial, even if her name did not always appear on the published papers. Mary Herschel's support for the astronomical work should not be underestimated. She understood that she had married a man whose life was devoted to science, and she accepted this with grace and practicality. She did not resent the long hours that William spent at the telescope, nor did she complain about the unusual schedule that astronomical observation required. Clear nights were for observing, regardless of whether they fell on convenient days, and Mary adapted to this rhythm without apparent difficulty. She ensured that the household ran smoothly, that meals were prepared when they were needed, and that the practical necessities of life did not interfere with the scientific work. In this way, she made her own contribution to the astronomical discoveries that emerged from Slough, even if her role was domestic rather than observational. The relationship between Caroline and Mary seems to have improved considerably over time. The initial distress that Caroline felt gave way to a kind of acceptance, and eventually to something approaching friendship. They were both devoted to William, each in her own way, and they were both committed to the success of his work. These shared concerns provided common ground, and the presence of young John gave them a shared object of affection. Family dinners became occasions for conversation and companionship, and the household at Slough achieved a kind of harmony that had seemed impossible in the difficult months following the marriage. Caroline's independent lodgings remained important to her sense of self. She had her own space, her own routine, and her own work, and these things gave her an identity that was not entirely dependent upon her brother. She was still William's assistant, still his devoted sister, but she was also Caroline Herschel, discoverer of comets and pensioner of the king. The rooms she occupied were modest, but they were hers, and she kept them as she pleased. She could work late into the night without disturbing anyone, or she could retire early if she was tired. She could receive visitors on her own terms, and she could enjoy the quiet solitude that she sometimes craved. This independence, hard-won and carefully maintained, was precious to her, and she did not take it for granted. The work itself continued to provide purpose and satisfaction. The routine of observation was soothing in its regularity, the careful sweeping of the sky, the recording of positions, the comparison with previous observations. Caroline had developed considerable expertise over the years, and she took pride in the accuracy and completeness of her work. The nights were often cold, and the work was sometimes tedious, but there was also a kind of peace in it, a sense of participating in something larger than oneself. The universe revealed itself slowly, one observation at a time, and Caroline was patient enough to wait for its secrets. The household at Slough settled into a pattern that would continue for many years. William observed and theorized, Mary managed and supported, and Caroline assisted and discovered. Young John grew from infant to child, surrounded by telescopes and star charts, absorbing the scientific atmosphere that permeated his home. The garden, with its array of instruments, was his playground, and the conversations at dinner often turned to the nature of the heavens. He would later recall these early years with fondness, speaking of his Aunt Caroline with particular affection and crediting her with sparking his own interest in astronomy. The comets that Caroline discovered during this period added to her growing reputation. Each new find was a testament to her skill and persistence, a reminder that she was not merely an assistant but a discoverer in her own right. The astronomical community recognized her contributions, even if the recognition was sometimes qualified by the assumptions of the age about what women could and should accomplish. Caroline did not seek fame or praise, but she was not indifferent to the acknowledgement of her work. She knew what she had achieved, and she took quiet satisfaction in her accomplishments. The years passed gently at Slough, marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the steady accumulation of observations. Winter brought clear, cold nights that were ideal for observing, and summer brought shorter hours of darkness but milder temperatures. The garden changed with the seasons, and the great telescope stood through it all, patient instruments waiting for the clouds to part. Caroline continued her sweeps, her cataloguing, her calculations, and the archive of data grew larger with each passing year. The work was its own reward, and the household found a kind of contentment in its shared purpose. In the year 1792, on the 7th of March, a child was born to William Herschel and his wife Mary, and this child they named John Frederick William Herschel. Caroline was 51 years old at the time of her nephew's birth, and she had been living and working alongside her brother for nearly 20 years by then, cataloguing the heavens and grinding mirrors and keeping the household accounts in her careful hand. The arrival of this infant into the house at Slough marked the beginning of a new chapter in Caroline's life, one that would unfold slowly and tenderly over the decades to come, for she found in this small person a focus for all the affection and intellectual enthusiasm that she had previously devoted almost entirely to her brother and to the stars themselves. Caroline had always been practical in her love, expressing devotion through useful action rather than sentimental display, and so it was with young John. From his earliest days she took an interest in his welfare that went beyond the usual attentions of an aunt, involving herself in the particulars of his feeding and his sleep and his first uncertain steps across the floors of Observatory House. Mary Herschel was of course the child's mother and the center of his domestic world, but Caroline occupied a position that was something between a second mother and a scholarly guide. Someone who could be relied upon to explain why the moon appeared larger near the horizon, or what made the seasons change, or how one might count very high numbers by grouping them into tens and hundreds. She had a gift for patient explanation, developed through years of teaching herself difficult subjects when no one else would teach her, and she brought this gift to bear upon the education of her nephew with quiet determination. The house at Slough in those years was a peculiar place for a child to grow up, filled as it was with astronomical instruments and visitors from learned societies and the constant gentle activity of scientific work. John's earliest memories would have included the great 40-foot telescope standing in the garden like some strange monument, and the smaller telescopes that his father used for regular observation, and his aunt bent over tables covered with papers and calculations, her pen moving steadily as she reduced observations to their final catalogued form. This was the atmosphere in which his young mind developed, surrounded by the evidence that the universe was vast and knowable and that careful patient work could reveal its secrets one measurement at a time. Caroline understood instinctively that a child absorbs the values of the household in which he lives, and she made certain that John absorbed a reverence for precision and an appreciation for the rewards of sustained intellectual effort. As John grew from infancy into early childhood, Caroline began more deliberately to involve herself in his education. She would sit with him and show him how to form his letters, how to add simple sums, how to observe carefully and report accurately what he had seen. These were not formal lessons in the manner of a schoolroom, but rather the natural transmission of knowledge from an elder to a younger member of a household devoted to learning. Caroline had educated herself through tremendous effort, teaching herself English when she first arrived in England, learning mathematics from books her brother recommended, mastering the techniques of astronomical calculation through years of practice, and she knew from this experience that the foundations of learning must be laid early and laid well. She was determined that John should have advantages she had never enjoyed, that he should receive proper instruction and encouragement from the very beginning of his intellectual life. During these same years, Caroline continued her own astronomical work with characteristic steadiness, for the demands of helping to raise a child did not diminish her commitment to the catalogues and observations that had become her life's purpose. She was engaged throughout this period in the completion of zone catalogues that organized her brother's observations of nebulae and star clusters into a systematic arrangement that would make them useful to other astronomers. This was exacting work that required her to cross-reference thousands of individual observations, to check and recheck positions, to identify discrepancies and resolve them through careful analysis. She worked at this task in the hours when John was sleeping or when Mary had taken charge of him, her candle burning late into the night as she bent over her papers with the same dedication she had shown for 20 years. On the 14th of August in the year 1797, when John was 5 years old, Caroline discovered her seventh comet. This object, which would later be designated C 1797 P1, appeared in her telescope during one of her regular sweeping sessions, a faint fuzzy patch of light moving against the fixed background of stars. She recorded its position carefully, tracked it over subsequent nights to confirm its cometary nature, and reported her discovery through the proper channels. By this time, the astronomical community had come to expect such discoveries from Caroline Herschel, and her seventh comet was received with the respect due to a proven observer. Young John was perhaps too young to fully understand the significance of his aunt's achievement, but he was certainly old enough to notice the letters that arrived congratulating her, the visitors who came to discuss the new comet, the quiet pride that his father showed in his sister's continued success. As John progressed through early childhood, his precocious abilities became increasingly apparent to everyone in the household. He learned to read with unusual speed and showed an early aptitude for numbers that delighted his aunt, who had struggled so hard to acquire her own mathematical skills. Caroline would set him small problems to solve, simple at first and then gradually more challenging, and she noted with satisfaction how quickly he grasped new concepts and how eagerly he sought out more difficult material. She began to keep a record of his progress, much as she kept records of astronomical observations, documenting the books he read and the subjects he mastered and the questions he asked. This record would grow over the years into a testament to their shared intellectual journey. Caroline wrote letters to John even when they were living in the same house, short notes of encouragement that she would leave for him to find, small gifts of books or instruments accompanied by explanations of how to use them. She understood that written words carry a different weight than spoken ones, that a child might keep a letter and return to it years later when the person who wrote it was no longer present to repeat its sentiments. Her letters to John were warm but never effusive, practical but never cold, reflecting the same balanced temperament she brought to all her dealings. She praised his achievements specifically rather than generally, noting exactly what he had done well and why it mattered, teaching him through her praise to value substance over flattery. William Herschel was by this time in his 60s, and though he remained active in astronomical work, his health had begun to show the effects of decades spent standing at telescopes in the cold night air, of the physical demands of grinding enormous mirrors, of the constant strain of intellectual labor. Caroline watched her brother's gradual decline with quiet concern, taking on additional responsibilities as his strength diminished. She managed more of the household affairs. She handled more of the correspondence with other astronomers. She took over tasks that William had previously performed himself. This shift happened slowly, almost imperceptibly, the natural adjustment of a household to changing circumstances. But Caroline was aware of it and felt the weight of increased duty settling upon her shoulders. The decision was made to send John to Eton for his formal education, as befitted the son of a gentleman and a knight of the realm, for William had been knighted by King George III in recognition of his astronomical achievements. Caroline supported this decision, understanding that John needed the broader education and social connections that Eton could provide, even though she would miss his daily presence in the household. She prepared him for the separation as best she could, assuring him that she would write often and that he must write to her in return, that the distance between them would not diminish her interest in his studies or her pride in his accomplishments. John departed for Eton, and Caroline settled into a new routine of waiting for his letters and composing her replies. Her letters to John during his Eton years were filled with questions about his studies and advice about how to approach difficult subjects. She asked him what books he was reading, what mathematical topics he was learning, what he thought about the ideas he encountered. She reminded him to observe carefully and record accurately, to question what he was told and verify it for himself when possible, to maintain the habits of intellectual discipline that she had tried to instill in him during his childhood. She sent him small gifts when she could, books that she thought would interest him, instruments that might aid his studies, tokens of her continued affection and attention. John's replies, when they came, were treasured additions to her collection of papers, evidence of the young man he was becoming. During this period, Caroline maintained her observation records with unbroken consistency, continuing the work that had defined her adult life even as her circumstances changed around her. She swept the skies when weather permitted, recorded what she saw, reduced her observations to their final form, added entries to her catalogues. This routine had become so deeply ingrained that she could perform it almost automatically, her hands and eyes knowing what to do without conscious direction, leaving her mind free to think about other matters. She thought about John often during these long nights of observation, wondering what he was doing at that moment, whether he was sleeping or studying or perhaps looking up at the same stars she was cataloguing. In the year 1803, the French astronomer Jérôme Lalande published a work that included a list of notable women who had contributed to astronomy, and Caroline Herschel's name appeared prominently among them. Lalande was one of the most respected astronomers in France, director of the Paris Observatory and author of numerous important works, and his recognition of Caroline's achievements carried significant weight in the international astronomical community. He had long been an advocate for the contributions of women to science, compiling his list as a deliberate effort to acknowledge those who had been overlooked or undervalued by their male colleagues. Caroline received news of this honor with her characteristic modesty, deflecting praise and attributing her achievements to her brother's guidance and support. But she was nonetheless pleased to be recognized by so eminent a figure. Lalande visited Slough during this period, making the journey from France to see the famous Herschel telescopes and to meet the astronomers who had made such important discoveries. He was particularly eager to meet Caroline, whose work he admired and whose story he found inspiring. The visit was a success, with Lalande expressing enthusiastic praise for Caroline's catalogues and observations, for the skill with which she had assisted her brother's work, for the comets she had discovered through her own independent sweeping. He spoke with the expansive warmth characteristic of his personality, his French accent lending a musical quality to his compliments, and Caroline received his praise with gracious humility while secretly treasuring the validation it represented. John's progress at Eton exceeded all expectations, his natural abilities combining with good instruction to produce a student of remarkable achievement. He excelled in classics and mathematics alike, demonstrating the breadth of intellect that would later make him one of the most versatile scientists of his generation. Caroline received reports of his success with quiet satisfaction, noting each achievement in her records, sharing the news with William, composing letters of congratulation that expressed her pride in measured but sincere terms. She understood that John's abilities were his own, that she could take only small credit for whatever small part she had played in their development, but she allowed herself nonetheless to feel the pleasure of seeing a child she had helped to raise fulfilling the promise she had always seen in him. After Eton, John proceeded to Cambridge, entering St. John's College to pursue the mathematical tripos that represented the highest test of mathematical ability in the English-speaking world. The tripos examination was famously difficult, a grueling test that sorted the brightest mathematical minds of each generation into a ranked order, with the top performer receiving the title of Senior Wrangler. Caroline followed John's Cambridge career with intense interest, understanding from her own mathematical work just how challenging the material he was studying must be. She wrote to encourage him when his letters suggested he was struggling, to congratulate him when he reported success, to remind him always that his family believed in his abilities and awaited his achievements with confidence. In January of 1813, The results of the mathematical tripos were announced, and John Herschel was declared senior wrangler, the top mathematics student in all of Cambridge. The news reached Slough and filled the household with quiet joy, a vindication of all the hopes that had been placed in this remarkable young man since his earliest childhood. Caroline's pride in her nephew's achievement was deep and genuine, the culmination of more than 20 years of investment in his education and development. She had taught him his first numbers, encouraged his first questions about the natural world, written him countless letters of advice and support, and now he stood at the pinnacle of mathematical achievement for his generation. She composed a letter of congratulation that expressed her feelings as fully as her reserved nature would allow, and she added the news of John's triumph to her records alongside her observations of nebulae and comets. William's health continued to decline through these years, and Caroline's responsibilities continued to grow. She managed the correspondence, maintained the records, supervised the household, cared for her aging brother with the same dedication she had shown in assisting his astronomical work. The roles had shifted gradually but unmistakably, Caroline moving from assistant to caretaker, from helper to manager, from the younger sibling who needed guidance to the capable adult upon whom others depended. She accepted these changes without complaint, understanding them as the natural progression of family life, the duty that one generation owes to another as strength and weakness follow their inevitable courses. Through all of this, Caroline continued her astronomical work, completing catalogues that would serve astronomers for generations, maintaining observation records of impeccable quality, demonstrating through her sustained effort that scientific work need not cease when circumstances become difficult. She worked at night when the household was quiet, reducing observations by candlelight, checking references, adding entries to her ever-growing compilations. The work had become part of who she was, inseparable from her identity, a constant that remained steady even as everything else around her changed. She would continue this work for as long as she was able, she knew, because to stop would be to become someone other than herself. Young John, now a senior wrangler and a fellow of his college, began to turn his attention toward the scientific work that would define his own career. He had inherited his father's telescopes, his aunt's discipline, and the combined legacy of decades of astronomical achievement. Caroline watched him take his first steps into original research with the same quiet attention she had given to his first steps across the floor of Observatory House, noting his progress, offering encouragement, providing whatever assistance her experience could supply. The relationship between aunt and nephew had matured into one of mutual respect between colleagues, the child she had helped to raise now standing as her intellectual peer. The years passed gently at Slough, marked by the steady rhythms of observation and catalogue work, by letters sent and received, by the gradual changes that time works upon every household. Caroline grew older but remained active, her dedication to her work undiminished, her interest in her nephew's career unwavering. John grew into full adulthood, began his own astronomical observations, started to build the reputation that would eventually rival his father's. And William, the brother who had brought Caroline to England and given her life its purpose, aged with the dignity of a man who had accomplished great things and could look back upon his work with satisfaction. The household at Slough moved through time together, each member playing their appointed role, each contributing to the larger enterprise of understanding the heavens that had defined their family for so long. On the 6th of August in the year 1797, Caroline Herschel pointed her small Newtonian sweeper toward a familiar patch of sky and noticed something that did not belong there. A faint smudge of light, barely distinguishable from the surrounding field of dim stars, caught her attention precisely because she had looked at that same region so many times before and knew intimately what should and should not be present. This object, this ghostly visitor drifting almost imperceptibly against the fixed background of the heavens, would prove to be her 8th comet, and though she could not have known it at the time, it would also be her last. The comet was independently discovered by Alexis Bouvard in Paris, and so it carries both their names in the historical record, designated in modern catalogues as C 1797 P1 Bouvard Herschel, a hyphenated monument to two careful observers working under different skies who happened to notice the same celestial wanderer within days of one another. The discovery itself unfolded much as her previous ones had, with no great fanfare and no dramatic revelation, but rather as the quiet culmination of another night spent methodically scanning the darkness. Caroline had developed her systematic sweeping method over more than a decade of dedicated observation, refining her technique until it became almost automatic, a kind of meditative practice that required both absolute concentration and a willingness to let the mind settle into patient receptivity. She would position her telescope at a particular altitude above the horizon and then slowly, very slowly, allow the rotation of the Earth to carry new portions of sky into her field of view, watching as stars drifted past like familiar landmarks on a journey she had taken countless times before. When she reached the edge of her intended sweep, she would adjust the altitude slightly and begin again, building up a complete survey of a band of sky through accumulated passes that might take an entire night or stretch across multiple evenings. This method demanded an intimate knowledge of the stellar background, because the only way to recognize something new was to remember everything old. Caroline maintained careful records of her sweeps, noting the positions of stars and the times of observation, building in her mind and in her notebooks a comprehensive map of the heavens as seen through her modest instrument. The sweeper telescope she used for comet hunting was not a large or powerful device by the standards of astronomical research, but its wide field of view made it ideally suited for the patient survey work that comet discovery required. Where William's great 40-foot reflector could reveal exquisite detail in distant nebulae and resolve faint clusters into their component stars, Caroline's smaller instrument traded magnification for breadth, allowing her to scan large areas of sky in search of the faint fuzzy interlopers that betrayed the presence of approaching comets. The thousands of hours she invested in this work are difficult to comprehend in any visceral way, because they accumulated not in dramatic bursts of intense activity but in quiet increments of 2 hours here and 4 hours there, night after night across the changing seasons of more than 15 years. Consider that she began her independent comet sweeping in earnest around 1782 and continued with varying intensity until this final discovery in 1797. Consider further that she observed whenever the weather permitted and the moon was not too bright, which meant perhaps 15 or 20 viable nights in a good month, fewer in the cloudy English winters. Consider that each night of observation might last anywhere from 2 to 6 hours depending on the season and conditions. The arithmetic becomes staggering when you begin to add it together, revealing a commitment of time that most people reserve for entire careers spent in comfortable offices with regular hours and predictable rewards. But the work was not comfortable, and the rewards were anything but predictable. Caroline stood or sat in the cold darkness, her eye pressed to the telescope eyepiece for hours at a stretch, straining to detect faint objects at the very limit of visibility. The human eye adapts remarkably well to low light conditions, But this adaptation takes time, typically 30 minutes or more to reach full sensitivity, and any exposure to bright light will reset the process entirely. So Caroline learned to work in complete darkness, making her notes by feel or by the light of a single dim candle carefully shielded from her observing eye. She learned to ignore the cold that crept into her bones during winter observations, the dampness that settled on everything during certain seasons, the fatigue that accumulated as the night wore on, and the temptation to return to a warm bed grew ever stronger. The physical toll of this dedication became increasingly apparent as the years passed and as Caroline moved through her 40s and into her 50s. Her eyes, which had served her so faithfully through countless nights of observation, began to show the strain of decades spent staring into darkness and focusing on objects barely bright enough to perceive. She experienced episodes of eye fatigue and inflammation, conditions that the medical knowledge of the time could do little to address beyond recommending rest and the application of various lotions and compresses. The precise nature of her visual difficulties is not entirely clear from the historical record, as Caroline was characteristically reluctant to complain or to make much of her own discomfort. But references in her letters and journals suggest recurring problems that sometimes forced her to suspend observations for days or weeks at a time. This was the hidden cost of her remarkable record as a comet discoverer, the accumulated physical debt that the body eventually presents to those who have demanded too much of it for too long. 8 comets discovered over a span of roughly 11 years represented an extraordinary achievement, establishing Caroline Herschel as the most prolific female comet hunter the world had yet seen, a record that would stand unbroken until the 20th century brought new technologies and new opportunities for women in astronomy. But each of those comets represented not merely a moment of discovery but months and years of preparatory observation, failed searches, near misses, and patient persistence through conditions that would have discouraged anyone less dedicated to the work. Following the discovery of her final comet, Caroline's observational activities gradually diminished, though she continued to assist William with his researches and to maintain her own meteorological and astronomical records. The transition was not abrupt but gradual, a slow withdrawal from the rigors of independent comet sweeping as her eyes became less reliable and the demands of other work pressed more urgently. For there was another great project awaiting her attention, a task that would occupy much of her time over the following years and that represented in some ways an even more significant contribution to astronomy than her comet discoveries, though it attracted far less public notice. William Herschel had spent decades conducting his systematic surveys of the heavens, cataloguing thousands of nebulae, star clusters, and double stars with his increasingly powerful telescopes. These observations represented an invaluable resource for astronomical research, but they existed in a scattered and sometimes inconsistent form across numerous notebooks, observing logs, and preliminary catalogues. The challenge of organizing this material into a coherent and useful reference work was enormous, requiring not only clerical diligence but also a deep understanding of the observations themselves and the ability to cross-reference and verify entries against the original records. Caroline took up this task with the same methodical dedication she had brought to her comet sweeping, working through the accumulated paperwork of more than 3 decades of observation. The comprehensive cross-referenced catalogue she eventually produced contained approximately 2,500 nebulae and star clusters, carefully organized and indexed to allow researchers to locate and verify any particular observation. This was precisely the kind of unglamorous but essential work that forms the foundation of scientific progress, transforming raw observational data into accessible and reliable reference materials that other astronomers could use with confidence. The catalogue drew together William's discoveries from his various published papers and unpublished notebooks, reconciling discrepancies, correcting errors, and providing consistent positional information that would allow the objects to be located and reobserved by others. The work proceeded slowly, fitted in around the many other demands on Caroline's time, including her continuing role as William's assistant in his ongoing research projects. The household at Slough had settled into its own comfortable rhythms by this point, with William, Mary, and their son John forming the family unit, while Caroline occupied her own quarters nearby and participated in the domestic and intellectual life of the establishment. The arrangement worked well enough, though Caroline's letters occasionally reveal a lingering sense of her ambiguous position, neither quite a family member nor quite a servant, but something in between that the social conventions of the time had difficulty categorizing. The years following Caroline's final comet discovery brought significant changes to the wider world that could not help but touch the quiet astronomical community at Slough. The Revolutionary and Napoleonic Wars that had begun in the early 1790s continued to convulse Europe, drawing Britain into a prolonged military struggle that demanded enormous resources and reshaped the political landscape of the entire continent. The conflict seemed at times to recede into the background, a distant rumble of cannon fire and diplomatic maneuvering that had little direct bearing on the nightly work of cataloguing stars and nebulae, but it was never entirely absent from consciousness, coloring the news that arrived in letters and newspapers and influencing the availability of goods and the stability of prices. The war reached its climax and conclusion in 1815 with the Battle of Waterloo, where the Duke of Wellington's forces, aided by the Prussian army under Blücher, finally defeated Napoleon and brought an end to more than 2 decades of almost continuous warfare. The news of the victory arrived in England to scenes of celebration and relief, marking the beginning of a new era of relative peace that would allow the country to turn its attention to domestic concerns and the opportunities presented by industrial development and imperial expansion. For the Herschels, the end of the war brought a modest improvement in circumstances and a general relaxation of the anxieties that had accompanied the long years of conflict, though their daily routines continued much as before. The following year, 1816, brought a more personal recognition when William Herschel was made a Knight of the Royal Guelphic Order, an honor bestowed by the Prince Regent in acknowledgement of his extraordinary contributions to astronomy and to the prestige of British science. The Royal Guelphic Order was a dynastic order of the House of Hanover, established in 1815 to reward civil and military merit, and William's inclusion among its early recipients reflected the high esteem in which he was held by the royal family and the government. The knighthood entitled him to add the honorific letters to his name and to be addressed as Sir William, a formal recognition that pleased him in his old age even though he had never been one to seek titles or social advancement for their own sake. Caroline witnessed this honor with mixed feelings, proud of her brother's recognition but perhaps also aware that her own contributions remained largely invisible to those who distributed such rewards. The thousands of hours she had spent assisting William's observations, the comet discoveries she had made independently, the catalogue work she was even then continuing to pursue, all of this existed in a kind of shadow cast by her brother's more visible achievements. She did not complain, at least not in any public way, having long ago accepted the limitations that her sex and her circumstances imposed on the recognition she might receive. But the disparity was real and would become more apparent as the years passed and the historical record began to take shape around William's singular fame. In the years following the knighthood, Caroline continued her work on the nebulae catalogue while also taking on an increasing share of the domestic care for the aging William. He was now in his late 70s. his health declining in the slow but unmistakable way that marks the approach of life's end. And though he continued to take an interest in astronomical matters and to receive visitors who wished to consult with the famous discoverer of Uranus, his active research days were largely behind him. Caroline found herself dividing her time between the intellectual labor of organizing and cross-referencing his lifetime of observations and the physical labor of ensuring his comfort and attending to his needs. This dual burden would have been exhausting for anyone, but for a woman in her 60s who had already given so much of herself to astronomical work, it represented a final test of endurance and dedication. Caroline met it with the same quiet determination she had brought to every challenge in her remarkable life, accepting the responsibilities that came to her without complaint and finding satisfaction in the knowledge that her work served purposes larger than her own comfort or recognition. The catalogue progressed steadily toward completion, each entry verified and indexed, each cross-reference checked and confirmed, until the whole vast structure of William's discoveries stood organized and ready for the use of future researchers. The political context of these final productive years deserves some attention, for it shaped the world in which Caroline and William lived and worked, even if it did not directly influence the content of their astronomical labors. Post-war Britain was a society in transition, grappling with the economic dislocations caused by demobilization and the return of hundreds of thousands of soldiers to civilian life. Agricultural distress, industrial unrest, and political agitation for reform created an atmosphere of uncertainty that contrasted sharply with the triumphal mood that had followed Waterloo. The famous year without a summer in 1816, caused by the eruption of Mount Tambora in the distant East Indies, brought crop failures and food shortages that compounded the existing difficulties and reminded everyone of how fragile the foundations of prosperity truly were. Yet through all of this, the work at Slough continued in its own quiet way, insulated by William's pension and Mary's fortune from the worst effects of economic disruption, and sustained by the accumulated momentum of decades of dedicated research. Caroline prepared her catalogue entries and cared for her brother, watching as his strength gradually faded and as the great adventure of their astronomical partnership approached its inevitable conclusion. The systematic sweeping that had consumed so many of her nights was now largely in the past, her eyes no longer equal to the strain of prolonged observation. But the work of organizing and preserving what they had accomplished together remained as urgent as ever. The 8 comets she had discovered stood as monuments to her skill and persistence, bright visitors from the outer reaches of the solar system that she had been the first to notice and report. The catalogue of nebulae and star clusters represented a different kind of achievement, less dramatic but perhaps more enduring, a foundation on which future astronomers would build as they sought to understand the structure and extent of the universe. Together, these accomplishments established Caroline Herschel as a figure of genuine importance in the history of astronomy, even though the full recognition of her contributions would be slow in coming and would require the changed perspectives of later generations to appreciate fully. As the decade of the 1810s drew toward its close, Caroline could look back on a life that had exceeded any reasonable expectation she might have formed in the difficult years of her Hanoverian childhood. She had escaped the domestic servitude that seemed to be her destiny, had contributed to some of the most important astronomical discoveries of the age, had earned the respect of the leading scientists of Europe, and had achieved a modest financial independence through her royal pension. The years ahead would bring further changes, including the death of William and her own return to Hanover, but for now she continued the patient work of cataloguing and caring, of preserving and organizing, of serving the science she loved in whatever ways her aging body and fading eyes still permitted. The years following 1815 brought with them a gradual and unmistakable slowing to the life that William and Caroline Herschel had built together in the house at Slough, a quieting that came not suddenly but with the gentle persistence of twilight settling over a long summer evening. William, who had once spent entire nights at the eyepiece of his great telescopes, scanning the heavens with an energy that seemed inexhaustible, now found himself increasingly confined to the warmth of the house, his legs grown weak and his breath sometimes shorter than it had been in the decades of his most vigorous work. He was approaching 80 years of age, and though his mind remained sharp and his interest in the cosmos undiminished, his body had begun to make its own quiet demands, asking for rest where once it had offered only tireless service to the pursuit of knowledge. Caroline, herself now in her late 60s, observed these changes with a careful and attentive eye, noting the subtle shifts in her brother's routines with the same precision she had always brought to her astronomical observations. She watched as the evening walks grew shorter, as the time spent in the workshops examining mirrors and instruments gave way to longer hours in the sitting room, where William would read or dictate letters or simply gaze out the window at the garden that Mary tended with such care. There was nothing dramatic in this decline, nothing that announced itself with urgency or alarm, but rather a slow and steady dimming that Caroline understood even as she refused to dwell upon its inevitable conclusion. She continued her work on the catalogues and indexes that had occupied her for so many years, finding in the orderly arrangement of stellar data a kind of comfort that required no acknowledgement and asked for no explanation. By 1818, it had become clear to everyone in the household that William's health had entered a more serious phase of deterioration, though he himself seemed to accept this development with the same equanimity he had always brought to the acceptance of natural phenomena. He had spent more than 4 decades observing the heavens and recording what he saw there, and he approached his own physical decline with something of the same detached curiosity, noting the changes in his constitution as if they were variations in the brightness of some distant star. His legs troubled him considerably now, making it difficult for him to walk any distance without assistance, and there were days when he did not leave his bed until well past noon, conserving his strength for the small exertions that had once been effortless. Caroline adjusted her own schedule to match his, rising later and retiring earlier, keeping her work within the house so that she might be near at hand should he require anything. The scientific community continued to hold William Herschel in the highest esteem during these final years, and letters arrived regularly from astronomers across Europe seeking his opinion on various matters or simply wishing to convey their respect for his extraordinary contributions to the understanding of the universe. He responded to these communications when his strength permitted, sometimes dictating his replies to Caroline or to his son John, who had by now established himself as a brilliant astronomer in his own right. John visited frequently during this period, bringing news of his own observations and discoveries, and these conversations between father and son seemed to revive William's spirits in a way that little else could manage. Caroline would sit nearby during these visits, listening to the two men discuss the latest developments in astronomical science, and though she took little part in the conversation herself, she found a quiet satisfaction in witnessing the continuation of the work that had defined so much of her own life. The summer of 1822 arrived with its usual warmth and long days, and William seemed for a time to rally somewhat, taking pleasure in the garden and in the company of his family. But by August it had become apparent that this improvement was temporary, a brief brightening before the final dimming, and those who loved him began to prepare themselves as best they could for what was coming. Caroline spent as much time at his bedside as propriety and her own exhaustion would allow, attending to his comfort with the same careful attention she had always given to the instruments they had used together in their astronomical work. There were moments of lucidity when William spoke of the past, of their early years in Bath and the first great telescope they had built together, of the night he had discovered Uranus and the subsequent decades of discovery that had followed. And there were other moments when he drifted into sleep, his breathing shallow but steady, his face peaceful in the soft light of the sick room. On the 25th of August, 1822, in the house at Slough where he had lived and worked for so many years, William Herschel died at the age of 83. The end came quietly, as befitted a man who had spent his life in the patient observation of celestial phenomena, and those who were present reported that he slipped away without struggle or distress, his hand held by those who had loved him longest and most faithfully. Caroline was there when the end came, though what passed through her mind in those final moments she never recorded in any detail that has survived. She was 72 years old, and she had been at her brother's side for 50 years, first as his household manager and assistant, then as his fellow observer and cataloguer of the heavens, and finally as the keeper of his memory and the guardian of his scientific legacy. The loss she felt was not the sharp grief of sudden bereavement but something deeper and more pervasive, a fundamental alteration in the structure of her existence that would take months and years to fully comprehend. The funeral was held at St. Lawrence Church in Upton, a short distance from the house at Slough, and the service was attended by family members and close friends who had gathered to pay their respects to one of the greatest astronomers the world had ever known. The church was an ancient one, its stones worn by centuries of English weather, and it had served the parish for generations before William Herschel had ever turned his eyes toward the stars. Caroline had given considerable thought to the epitaph that would mark her brother's tomb, knowing that whatever word she chose would stand as a permanent testament to his life and work. The inscription she composed was simple and direct, stating that here lay the remains of William Herschel, and that he had broken through the barriers of the heavens. It was a fitting tribute, she believed, to a man who had extended the boundaries of human knowledge farther than anyone before him, revealing the true vastness of the universe in which we find ourselves suspended. In the weeks following the funeral, Caroline found herself unable to remain in the house at Slough, where every room and every object reminded her of the life she had shared with her brother. Mary Herschel, William's widow, was kind and accommodating, assuring Caroline that she was welcome to stay as long as she wished. But Caroline's mind was already turning toward another possibility, one that she had perhaps contemplated in some half-acknowledged way for many years. She would return to Hanover, to the city of her birth, where her surviving brothers still lived and where she might spend her remaining years among family, away from the scenes of her greatest happiness and her deepest loss. The decision, once made, seemed to her both inevitable and right, a closing of a circle that had begun when she had left Hanover 50 years before to join her brother in his new life in England. The practical arrangements for her departure were considerable, and John Herschel took it upon himself to assist his aunt in whatever way he could, recognizing that she was in no fit state to manage the complexities of international travel on her own. Her pension of £50 per year, which King George III had granted her in recognition of her astronomical work, would continue to be paid even after she left England, a security that meant she would not be dependent upon the charity of her relations in Hanover. This pension, modest though it was, represented an official acknowledgement of her contributions to science, and it provided her with a degree of independence that few women of her time and circumstances could claim. Caroline packed her belongings carefully, sorting through decades of accumulated papers and instruments, deciding what to take with her and what to leave behind in the care of Mary and John. The farewell to Mary Herschel was a difficult one, for though Caroline's relationship with her brother's wife had never been without its tensions and complications, the two women had lived together for many years and had come to understand and respect one another in their own way. Mary had been a good wife to William, Caroline acknowledged, and she had made him happy in the latter part of his life, providing him with a comfortable home and a devoted companion. Now Mary was a widow, left to manage the household at Slough and to raise their son to manhood, and Caroline felt a certain sympathy for her situation even as she prepared to leave it behind. They embraced before Caroline's departure, and whatever words passed between them remained private, known only to the two women who had shared so many years under the same roof. The farewell to the scientific community was conducted largely through correspondence, for Caroline was in no condition to make formal visits or attend gatherings in the weeks following her brother's death. She wrote to those astronomers and natural philosophers with whom she had maintained contact over the years, informing them of her intention to return to Hanover and expressing her gratitude for their kindness and support. Many of them wrote back with expressions of sorrow at her departure and with warm wishes for her future comfort, assuring her that her contributions to astronomical science would not be forgotten. These letters, arriving in the final days before her journey, provided Caroline with some small consolation, a reminder that the work she had done alongside her brother had been noticed and valued by those who understood it best. In October of 1822, Caroline Herschel left England for the last time, departing from the country that had been her home for half a century and setting out across the Channel toward the continent of her birth. John Herschel accompanied her on the first portion of the journey, escorting her safely to the harbour and seeing her settled aboard the vessel that would carry her away from English shores. The crossing was uneventful, the weather cooperating with the traveller's needs, and Caroline endured the voyage with the same quiet determination she had brought to every other challenge in her long life. She was 72 years old, and though her health was reasonably good for a woman of her age, the journey was nonetheless tiring, requiring her to draw upon reserves of strength that she had not known she still possessed. The overland portion of the journey took her through familiar territories that she had not seen in 50 years, landscapes that had changed in some ways and remained the same in others. She passed through towns and villages that stirred half-forgotten memories, recalling journeys she had made in her youth before her life had taken its unexpected turn toward the stars. The roads were better than they had been in her day, and the coaches moved more swiftly, but the essential character of the countryside remained recognizable to her eyes, a reassuring continuity amid so much personal upheaval. She traveled in the company of strangers for the most part, speaking little and keeping her thoughts to herself, watching the world pass by the window with the detached attention of one who has spent decades observing phenomena far more distant and far more vast. When at last she arrived in Hanover, the city of her birth presented itself to her with a mixture of the familiar and the strange, buildings and streets that she remembered standing alongside newer constructions that had risen in her absence. The house of her brother Dietrich, where she would live out the remainder of her years, was not far from the places she had known as a child and young woman, and as her carriage drew near to it she found herself revisiting memories that she had long set aside. Here was the city where she had grown up in poverty and obscurity, where her prospects had seemed so limited and her future so unpromising, before her brother William had arrived to rescue her and carry her off to a life she could never have imagined. And here she was returning, 50 years later, transformed by experiences that no woman of her birth and station could reasonably have expected to encounter. Dietrich Herschel welcomed his sister with genuine warmth, pleased to have her back in Hanover after so many decades of absence and eager to make her comfortable in his home. He was an old man himself now, and his household was a quiet one, suited to the needs of elderly residents who valued peace and routine above excitement and novelty. Caroline's rooms were modest but adequate, and she set about arranging her belongings and establishing the patterns that would govern her daily existence in this new chapter of her life. The books and papers she had brought with her found their places on shelves and tables, and the few personal items that connected her to her years in England were positioned where she could see them and remember what they represented. The return to Hanover was, in many ways, like awakening from a long and vivid dream, a dream filled with telescopes and stars and the endless pursuit of knowledge that had defined her life since she had first joined her brother in Bath. Now that dream had ended, and she found herself once again in the city where it had begun, older and wearier but also wiser, carrying within her memories and experiences that set her apart from everyone around her. She had seen things that no other woman of her time had seen, had contributed to discoveries that had changed humanity's understanding of the universe, and had earned the respect of the greatest scientific minds of her generation. All of this she carried with her as she settled into Dietrich's house, preparing to begin the final chapter of a life that had been anything but ordinary. The grief she felt for William did not diminish with the passage of time, though it did perhaps become more manageable, more integrated into the fabric of her daily existence. She thought of him constantly in those first months after her return, remembering their conversations and their shared work, the quiet evenings spent at the telescope and the excited mornings when a new discovery demanded to be recorded and analyzed. He had been more than a brother to her, more even than a collaborator. He had been the one who had believed in her when no one else did, who had seen her potential and helped her to realize it. Without him, she sometimes wondered, what would her life have been? What would she have become? And though she knew that such questions were unanswerable, she could not help but ask them in the solitude of her Hanoverian rooms. The city of Hanover went about its business around her, indifferent to the presence of the elderly woman who had once helped to map the heavens, and Caroline accepted this indifference without complaint, finding in it a kind of peace that she had not expected. She had never sought fame or recognition for herself, and though the honors that had come to her in England had pleased her, she did not require them for her sense of self-worth. What mattered to her was the work itself, the careful accumulation of observations and measurements, the gradual piecing together of the cosmic puzzle that her brother had devoted his life to solving. That work would continue, she knew, carried forward by John Herschel and by others who would follow in the path that William had cleared, and this knowledge comforted her as she adjusted to her new circumstances. And so Caroline Herschel began her life in Hanover once more, an old woman returning to the place of her origins after 50 years of absence, carrying with her the accumulated wisdom and sorrow of a lifetime spent in the service of science. The partnership that had defined her existence was ended now, concluded by the same natural processes that govern all things in this universe, and she would have to find new ways to occupy her days and new purposes to give meaning to her remaining years. But that is a story for another time. And for now it is enough to know that she arrived safely, that she was welcomed by her family, and that she settled into Dietrich's house with the quiet determination that had always characterized her approach to whatever challenges life presented. In the autumn of 1822, Caroline Herschel found herself once again in Hanover, the city of her birth, the place she had left nearly 50 years earlier with such hope and such determination to escape the narrow confines of domestic life. She was now 72 years old, and the circumstances that had brought her back were not of her own choosing, for with William's death she had lost not only her brother and her dearest companion but also her purpose, her home, and her place in the world of English science. The house at Slough, which had been her home for so many years, now belonged to her nephew John and his future family, and though she was welcome to remain, Caroline felt keenly that her role there had ended. She had been William's assistant, his partner in observation, his keeper of records and calculator of positions, and without him she could not imagine what function she might serve in a household that would soon have its own concerns, its own rhythms, its own needs that did not include an elderly aunt whose purpose had been so entirely bound up with a man who was no longer there. And so she made the decision to return to Hanover, to live with her younger brother Dietrich, who had remained in the city all these years and who had made a modest career for himself as a musician, playing in the court orchestra and later taking on minor administrative duties. Dietrich was now himself an old man, and the Hanover to which Caroline returned was not the Hanover of her childhood, though in many ways it felt precisely and painfully the same. The streets were familiar, the language was familiar, the customs and the expectations were familiar, and yet Caroline had become a stranger to all of it, for she had spent the greater part of her adult life in England, speaking English, thinking in English, corresponding with English astronomers and mathematicians, and the German of her youth now felt awkward on her tongue, a language she had to consciously retrieve from the distant corners of her memory. The irony of her situation was not lost on her, and indeed she remarked upon it with some bitterness in her letters to friends and family in England. She had escaped Hanover as a young woman precisely because she had been destined for a life of domestic servitude, expected to remain in her mother's house, tending to household duties, cooking and cleaning and serving as an unpaid companion to aging relatives. Her brother William had rescued her from that fate, had given her the opportunity to develop her mind and her skills, had made her into something more than a household drudge. And now, at the end of her life, she had returned to the very place she had fled, to live in a small apartment, to be surrounded once again by the provincial society she had so eagerly left behind. It was as though the great arc of her life had bent back upon itself, returning her to the starting point, though she herself had been utterly transformed by the journey. Her living situation in Hanover was modest, a small set of rooms that she furnished simply, for she had brought relatively few possessions with her from England and had no need for elaborate accommodations. She kept her papers in careful order, her letters filed and organized, her astronomical records close at hand, for these were the materials of her ongoing work, the evidence of her continued engagement with the scientific world even as she found herself physically removed from it. Dietrich lived nearby, and they saw each other regularly, though their relationship was cordial rather than close, for they had spent so many decades apart that they were in many ways strangers to each other, connected by blood and childhood memories but separated by the entirely different lives they had led. The society of Hanover, such as it was, held little appeal for Caroline. She had grown accustomed to the intellectual stimulation of England, to the presence of astronomers and natural philosophers, to conversations about the latest discoveries and the ongoing work of observation and cataloguing. In Hanover, there was no such community, no circle of like-minded individuals with whom she could discuss the finer points of nebula classification or the challenges of reducing astronomical observations. The local society consisted largely of court officials and their families, military officers, merchants, and the usual assortment of provincial gentry, none of whom had any particular interest in or understanding of the work that had occupied Caroline's life for half a century. She received invitations, of course, for her reputation had preceded her, and the people of Hanover were curious about this elderly woman who had returned from England with stories of royal audiences and scientific honors. The King of Hanover, who was also, through the complex arrangements of European monarchy, connected to the British Crown, took an interest in her, and she was occasionally summoned to court or invited to social gatherings where she was treated as something of a curiosity, a local celebrity whose achievements were dimly understood but generally admired. But Caroline refused most of these invitations, preferring the solitude of her rooms and the company of her papers to the tedium of provincial social occasions where she would be expected to make polite conversation about matters that did not interest her in the least. She complained frequently in her letters about the intellectual poverty of Hanoverian society, about the difficulty of obtaining books and scientific journals, about the slowness of the post and the challenge of maintaining her connections to the world of English astronomy. She missed the conversations she had enjoyed with William, the stimulation of working alongside someone who shared her interests and understood her methods. She missed the sense of purpose that had animated her days at Slough, the knowledge that her work was contributing to something larger than herself, to the great project of mapping and understanding the heavens. In Hanover, she felt isolated and diminished, a relic of a former age, tolerated and even honored but fundamentally alone. And yet she did not allow herself to sink into idleness or despair, for she had been raised to work, and work she did, with a determination that belied her age and her circumstances. Even before William's death, she had begun a project that would occupy her for years to come, the great task of organizing and verifying the observations of nebulae that she and William had accumulated over their decades of work together. William had discovered and catalogued thousands of these faint, fuzzy objects, classifying them by their appearance and recording their positions with painstaking care. But the catalogues themselves were scattered across multiple publications, organized in ways that made them difficult to use, and Caroline understood that a comprehensive, unified catalogue would be of immense value to future astronomers. This was the work she carried with her to Hanover, the project that gave shape and meaning to her days in exile. She gathered together all of William's observations of nebulae, all the positions and descriptions that had been recorded over the years, and she set about the laborious task of organizing them, cross-referencing them, verifying the calculations, and arranging them into a coherent whole. It was precisely the kind of work she excelled at, the careful, methodical, unglamorous labor of reduction and compilation that required patience and precision rather than brilliance or inspiration. She had always been the one who did this work, who took the raw observations from the telescope and transformed them into usable data, and now she continued in that role even though the observer himself was gone. The catalogue she was preparing would eventually contain references to some 2,500 nebulae, a comprehensive listing of all the objects that William had discovered and described over his long career of sweeping the heavens. For each nebula, Caroline verified the recorded position, checking the calculations, correcting errors where she found them, and ensuring that the descriptions were accurate and consistent. She worked slowly and carefully, for she understood that the value of such a catalogue lay entirely in its reliability, and she would not allow haste or carelessness to compromise the integrity of the work. Her correspondence with John Herschel, her nephew, became the primary channel through which she remained connected to the world of astronomy. John had inherited his father's passion for the heavens and his skill with instruments, and he was now continuing the work that William had begun, extending the surveys, refining the observations, and preparing to make his own contributions to the science that had defined his family. Caroline wrote to him regularly, sending reports on her progress with the catalogue, asking questions about the current state of astronomical research, and offering her own observations and opinions on the matters under discussion. These letters were long and detailed, filled with the technical minutiae of astronomical work, the positions and classifications and cross-references that made up the substance of her daily labor. She asked John about specific nebulae, inquiring whether he had observed them himself, whether his observations confirmed or contradicted the records she had inherited from William. She reported on the difficulties she encountered in her work, the uncertainties and ambiguities that arose when trying to reconcile observations made decades apart with instruments of varying quality. And she expressed, with increasing frequency as the years went on, her frustration with her situation in Hanover, her sense of being cut off from the community of astronomers who were carrying forward the work she had devoted her life to supporting. John, for his part, valued her contributions enormously and kept her informed of his own progress, sharing news of discoveries and developments, soliciting her advice and her memories of how William had approached various problems. He understood, perhaps better than anyone else, what Caroline had contributed to his father's work, and he treated her not as a mere assistant or dutiful relative but as a genuine collaborator whose knowledge and experience were irreplaceable. When he published his own catalogues and papers, he acknowledged her contributions, ensuring that her name appeared alongside his father's in the record of astronomical achievement. The great catalogue of nebulae that Caroline was preparing was intended for John's use, a comprehensive reference that would allow him to build upon his father's work without having to reconstruct the observations from scattered sources. She worked on it for years, filling page after page with her neat, careful handwriting, each entry representing hours of verification and cross-checking. The work was tedious in the best possible sense, requiring sustained attention and absolute accuracy but not demanding the kind of creative insight that might have been beyond an elderly woman working alone in a provincial city far from the centers of scientific activity. When the catalogue was finally complete, Caroline sent it to John, who received it with gratitude and immediately recognized its value. The work she had done was not merely clerical, though it might have appeared so to an outside observer, for it required a deep understanding of astronomical observation, of the sources of error and uncertainty, of the methods by which positions were calculated and verified. It was the kind of work that only someone with decades of experience could have done properly, and Caroline had done it properly, had produced a document that would serve astronomers for generations to come. In her letters, Caroline often reflected on the strangeness of her situation, on the contrast between the life she was leading in Hanover and the life she had led in England. She missed William terribly, and she missed the sense of being at the center of astronomical activity, of being part of a community that valued her skills and appreciated her contributions. In Hanover, she was respected and even honored, but she was not truly understood, for there was no one there who could appreciate the significance of her work or engage with her on the level she craved. She declined invitations not out of misanthropy but out of a clear-eyed assessment of how she wished to spend her remaining years. Social occasions in Hanover meant hours of conversation about topics that did not interest her, surrounded by people who saw her as a curiosity rather than a colleague. She preferred to remain in her rooms, working on her papers, writing her letters, maintaining her connection to the world of astronomy through correspondence, rather than attempting to cultivate a social life that could never satisfy her intellectual needs. Her complaints about Hanoverian provincialism were frequent and pointed, though delivered with a kind of weary resignation rather than active bitterness. She noted the difficulty of obtaining scientific publications, the absence of learned societies or institutions where she might have found like-minded company, the general indifference of the local population to matters of natural philosophy. She had lived for 50 years in a country where science was valued and supported, where astronomers were celebrated and their discoveries discussed in the newspapers and debated in the coffee houses. And now she found herself in a place where such things were of no interest to anyone. And yet she persisted, because persistence was in her nature, because she had never known any other way to live. She rose each day and set about her work, organizing her papers, writing her letters, continuing the slow labor of astronomical housekeeping that had been her role for so long. She did not seek recognition or reward, though both would come to her in the years ahead, for she worked because the work needed to be done, because the catalogue needed to be completed, because John needed the tools that would allow him to continue his father's great project of mapping the universe. The small apartment in Hanover, with its modest furnishings and its stacks of astronomical papers, became a kind of outpost of English science, a remote station from which Caroline maintained her vigil over the heavens even though she no longer looked through telescopes herself. Her eyes had grown weak with age, and the physical demands of observation were now beyond her, but her mind remained sharp, her skills undiminished, her commitment to accuracy and precision as strong as it had ever been. She was, in her quiet way, still an astronomer, still contributing to the great work of understanding the cosmos, even if no one in Hanover could see it or appreciate it. And so we come now to the matter of recognition, to the years when the world of science began at last to offer its formal acknowledgments to Caroline Herschel, though she was by then an elderly woman living quietly in Hanover, her observing days long behind her, her small frame grown smaller still with the passage of time. These honors arrived late, as honors for women in science so often did in that era, and they arrived somewhat unexpectedly, finding their way to her modest apartment like letters delivered to an address the sender was not entirely certain still existed. But they did arrive, and they were genuine, and they represented something rather remarkable in the history of scientific institutions, a small but significant crack in the long-standing barriers that had kept women from formal membership in the learned societies of Europe. The first of these major recognitions came in the year 1828, when the Royal Astronomical Society in London voted to award its gold medal jointly to two women, Caroline Herschel and Mary Somerville, marking the first occasion on which this prestigious honor had been bestowed upon members of the female sex. The gold medal of the Royal Astronomical Society was and remains one of the most distinguished prizes in the field of astronomy, established in 1824 and awarded only to those whose contributions to astronomical knowledge were deemed truly exceptional by the assembled fellows of the Society. That the Council chose to recognize two women simultaneously in 1828 speaks to a particular moment in the Society's history, a window of relative openness that would not last indefinitely but that permitted, for a brief time, the acknowledgement of contributions that might otherwise have been overlooked or quietly forgotten. Caroline's medal was awarded specifically for her catalogue of nebulae and star clusters, the meticulous work she had completed in the years following William's death, when she had undertaken to organize and cross-reference all of his observations into a coherent and usable form. This catalogue, which she had sent to the Royal Astronomical Society some years earlier, represented an enormous labor of compilation and verification, requiring her to examine thousands of individual observations, to check coordinates and descriptions, to identify errors and discrepancies, and to arrange the whole into a systematic format that other astronomers could readily employ in their own work. The Society's citation praised the accuracy and thoroughness of her compilation, noting that it had rendered William Herschel's discoveries far more accessible to the astronomical community than they had previously been, and that it would serve as an essential reference for observers seeking to locate and study the deep sky objects that William had first brought to scientific attention. The role of John Herschel in securing this recognition for his aunt was considerable, though he would have been too modest to claim much credit for it himself. John had by this time established himself as one of the leading astronomers in Britain, continuing and extending his father's work with the same devotion to precision and the same capacity for sustained effort that had characterized William's career. He was an active and influential member of the Royal Astronomical Society, serving on its council and participating in its deliberations with a quiet authority that came from his demonstrated excellence in both observational and mathematical astronomy. When the question of honoring Caroline arose, John was well positioned to advocate on her behalf, to explain to his fellow council members the true extent of her contributions, which might not have been fully appreciated by those who knew her only by reputation. He could speak with personal knowledge of the years she had spent at the telescope, of the comets she had discovered through her own independent sweeping of the skies, of the countless nights she had worked alongside William as his recorder and calculator, and of the painstaking effort she had devoted to the zone catalogues and the posthumous compilation of nebulae. His advocacy was not mere familial loyalty, though he certainly felt such loyalty in abundance, but rather a sincere conviction that his aunt's work merited the highest recognition the Society could bestow. Mary Somerville, who shared the honor with Caroline that year, was a Scottish mathematician and science writer whose own contributions to scientific knowledge were remarkable in their own right, particularly her translations and expositions of complex mathematical works that made advanced concepts accessible to English-speaking readers. The pairing of these two women, one an observational astronomer and cataloguer, the other a mathematical expositor and translator, perhaps reflected the Society's desire to recognize the diverse ways in which women had managed to contribute to science despite the barriers that restricted their formal participation. Neither woman was present to receive her medal in person, Caroline being in Hanover and Mary being, as women were, excluded from attending the Society's meetings. The medals were accepted on their behalf by male relatives or associates, a curious circumstance that underscored the contradictory nature of the recognition itself, honoring women for their scientific achievements while simultaneously maintaining the rules that prevented them from participating as equals in the scientific community. 7 years later, in 1835, the Royal Astronomical Society took a further step by electing both Caroline Herschel and Mary Somerville as honorary members, making them the first women to hold membership of any kind in that institution. This was a significant distinction, for while the gold medal had recognized specific achievements, honorary membership implied an ongoing relationship with the Society, an acknowledgement that these women belonged, in some formal sense, to the community of astronomers that the Society represented. The category of honorary membership was typically reserved for distinguished foreign astronomers or for individuals whose circumstances made ordinary fellowship impractical, and its extension to Caroline and Mary created a precedent, however limited, for the inclusion of women in scientific institutions. Caroline was by this time 85 years old, living in her small apartment in Hanover, and she received the news with a mixture of pleasure and bemusement that characterized her response to many of the honors that came to her in these final decades. The Royal Irish Academy also elected Caroline as an honorary member, adding another learned society to the list of institutions that had chosen to recognize her contributions. The Royal Irish Academy, founded in 1785, was and is the principal learned society of Ireland, devoted to the promotion of study in the sciences, polite literature, and antiquities. Its decision to honor Caroline reflected the international regard in which her work was held, for she had no particular connection to Ireland beyond the general esteem of the scientific community. These honorary memberships accumulating around her in her old age must have seemed somewhat surprising to a woman who had spent so many years laboring in relative obscurity, recording observations in cold English nights, calculating reductions by candlelight, and receiving little acknowledgement beyond her modest annual salary from the Crown. That the world of science should now be sending her certificates and medals must have felt, at times, like messages arriving from a distant country she had once visited but could no longer quite remember. The most elaborate of the honors bestowed upon Caroline in her later years came from her own homeland, from the Kingdom of Prussia, whose king, Friedrich Wilhelm IV, chose to present her with a gold medal for science on the occasion of her 96th birthday in 1846. This was an extraordinary gesture, for it was unusual for monarchs to take personal notice of elderly women astronomers, however distinguished their achievements might have been. The medal was awarded on the recommendation of Alexander von Humboldt, the great Prussian naturalist and explorer whose own accomplishments spanned an astonishing range of scientific disciplines, from geology and botany to meteorology and geomagnetism. Humboldt had long been aware of Caroline's contributions to astronomy, and he possessed both the influence and the inclination to bring her achievements to the attention of his sovereign. His recommendation carried considerable weight, for Humboldt was by this time one of the most celebrated scientists in Europe, his volumes of Cosmos selling in enormous numbers and his reputation extending far beyond the borders of Prussia. The presentation of the Prussian medal was arranged with some ceremony, as befitted a gift from a king to one of his subjects, even a subject as humble and aged as Caroline Herschel. The medal itself was a substantial object, made of gold and bearing inscriptions that commemorated both the recipient and the occasion of its presentation. For Caroline, who had grown up in modest circumstances in Hanover, who had worked as an unpaid assistant for so many years, who had watched her brother receive knighthoods and royal audiences while she remained in the shadows, this recognition from the Prussian crown must have carried a particular significance. It was an acknowledgement that her own country, or at least the country of her birth, valued her contributions to human knowledge, that she was not merely the sister or the assistant of a famous astronomer but a figure worthy of royal notice in her own right. The Crown of Hanover, too, extended its recognition to Caroline in these later years, honoring a woman who had been born in that city and who had returned to it after her long sojourn in England. Hanover had changed considerably since her childhood, had passed through the upheavals of the Napoleonic Wars and emerged as part of a new political arrangement, but it was still the place where she had been born, where her earliest memories had been formed, and where she had now chosen to spend her final years. The recognition from Hanoverian authorities added a local dimension to the international honors she had received, suggesting that her own community valued her achievements and took pride in her as one of their own. Throughout this period of accumulating honors, Caroline maintained a correspondence with her nephew John that provides us with precious glimpses into her reactions to these unexpected recognitions. Her letters reveal a woman who was genuinely pleased by the attention but also somewhat bewildered by it, as though she could not quite reconcile the image of herself as a distinguished scientist with her own sense of herself as a practical woman who had simply done the work that needed doing. She wrote to John with a mixture of gratitude and gentle self-deprecation, acknowledging the honors while deflecting credit toward her brother William, whose genius she maintained had been the true source of whatever value her own work possessed. This habit of attributing her achievements to William's influence was deeply ingrained, the product of decades spent in his shadow, and it persisted even when the scientific community was making clear that they valued her contributions as distinct from his. In one letter to John, Caroline remarked upon the peculiarity of receiving so much attention at such an advanced stage, when she could no longer do any of the work for which she was being honored, when her eyes had grown too weak for observing and her hands too unsteady for the precise calculations she had once performed with such facility. There was a gentle irony in her observation, a recognition that fame had found her only after she had lost the capacity to earn any more of it. Yet she did not seem bitter about this circumstance, accepting it rather as one of the many curious aspects of a life that had taken her from a childhood of domestic servitude to an old age of international renown. The honorary memberships and gold medals that accumulated around Caroline Herschel in her final decades represented something larger than the recognition of a single individual, however deserving that individual might have been. They represented a tentative, partial, and ultimately temporary opening in the barriers that separated women from the formal institutions of science, a moment when the achievements of two exceptional women could be acknowledged without fundamentally challenging the structures that had made their achievements so difficult to attain. Caroline and Mary Somerville remained anomalies, their honorary memberships exceptions rather than precedents, and it would be many decades before women could participate as ordinary members in the learned societies of Europe. Yet their recognition mattered, both as a validation of their own contributions and as a faint signal that the absolute exclusion of women from scientific institutions was not necessarily permanent or inevitable. Caroline lived long enough to receive all of these honors and to reflect upon their meaning, surviving until 1848 when she died at the remarkable age of 97. One of the longest-lived astronomers in history and certainly the oldest woman to have made significant contributions to the field. Her response to the honors of her final years was characteristic of her personality, pleased but practical, grateful but modest, accepting the recognition while maintaining that she had only done what circumstance and duty required of her. She had not sought fame and did not know quite what to do with it now that it had arrived, but she accepted it gracefully, as she had accepted so many other unexpected developments in her long and remarkable life. The gold medal from the Royal Astronomical Society, the honorary memberships in the Royal Astronomical Society and the Royal Irish Academy, the gold medal from the King of Prussia, the recognition from the Crown of Hanover. These accumulated honors formed a kind of belated bouquet presented to an elderly woman who had spent most of her life unacknowledged. They arrived too late to change the circumstances of her working years, too late to provide the institutional support and recognition that might have made her labors easier, but they arrived nonetheless, and they mattered. They mattered to Caroline herself, who took quiet pleasure in them despite her protestations of unworthiness, and they mattered to the historical record, which would preserve them as evidence of what she had accomplished and how her contemporaries had ultimately come to value it. And so the honors accumulated, like autumn leaves gathering in a quiet corner, each one a small acknowledgement of a life devoted to the patient work of observing and recording and calculating, a life spent in service to the great project of understanding the heavens that had consumed both Caroline and her brother William. The medals would eventually find their way into museum collections, the certificates into archival folders, the honorary memberships into the historical records of their respective societies. But the recognition they represented would endure, a permanent marker of the moment when the scientific establishment of Europe chose to acknowledge that women, too, could contribute to the advancement of knowledge, even if that acknowledgement came late and remained limited in its implications. For Caroline herself, the honors were pleasant surprises in an old age that might otherwise have been marked only by memory and decline. Small bright objects that caught the light and reminded her that her years of work had not been forgotten, that somewhere out there in the larger world, people still valued what she had done and wished to thank her for it. In the quiet years that followed her brother Dietrich's death in 1827, Caroline Herschel found herself once again navigating the particular solitude that had marked so many chapters of her long life, though this time the solitude came softened by a peculiar kind of fame, by the steady arrival of letters from distant places, and by the knowledge that her work, her careful patient work with telescopes and catalogues and endless columns of figures, had secured her a place in the memory of the scientific world. She was 86 years old when Dietrich died, and she would live for another 21 years beyond that loss, settling into a routine of quiet days in her small rooms in Hanover, attended now by a paid companion who saw to her meals and helped her manage the ordinary difficulties that came with advancing age, the stiffness in her joints, the weakness that made walking any distance an exhausting enterprise, and the thousand small inconveniences that accumulate when a body has been in use for nearly a century. Her living arrangements in these final decades were modest by the standards of her earlier years with William at Observatory House, but they suited her temperament, which had always favored economy and practicality over display. The rooms she occupied were comfortable enough, furnished simply, with her correspondence spread across a writing desk and books stacked within reach of her favorite chair. And the companion who shared her days was a necessary concession to the fragility of her physical state, though Caroline remained sharp of mind and quick of tongue, and she did not always make the companion's work easy. She had opinions, strong opinions, about how things ought to be done, about the proper way to prepare her meals and the correct temperature at which her rooms should be kept, and she expressed these opinions freely, as she had always done, with a directness that could occasionally startle those who expected a frail old woman to be uniformly gentle and accommodating. The visitors who came to see her in these years often remarked upon the contrast between her physical frailty and her mental acuity, for while her body had grown weak and small, bent now with age and confined largely to her chair or her bed, her mind remained vigorous, capable of engaging with complex astronomical questions and of recalling with precision observations she had made 50 or 60 years earlier. She could discuss the positions of nebulae and the movements of comets with a clarity that astonished those who came expecting merely to pay their respects to a living monument, and she took evident pleasure in demonstrating that she was still very much herself, still Caroline Herschel the astronomer, not simply an elderly relic to be admired and then forgotten. The pilgrims came from many places, astronomers and scientists and curious admirers who made the journey to Hanover specifically to see her, to sit in her small rooms and listen to her reminiscences about her brother William, about the great telescope and the discovery of Uranus, about the comets she had found and the catalogues she had compiled. Some came with letters of introduction from the Royal Astronomical Society or from distinguished scientists who had known her work, and others came simply because they had read about her and wished to see for themselves this remarkable woman who had lived through so much history and contributed so substantially to the understanding of the heavens. She received them with varying degrees of patience, depending on her mood and her health on any given day. But she seems generally to have enjoyed these visits, to have found satisfaction in the recognition they represented, even as she complained in her letters about the interruptions to her routine and the fatigue that entertaining visitors inevitably caused. Requests for autographs arrived with increasing frequency as her fame spread, and she fulfilled these requests dutifully, signing her name in her careful hand, though she sometimes expressed bewilderment at the desire of strangers to possess her signature, as though the mark she made on paper could convey something essential about her life and work. Letters came from around the world, from astronomers who wished to consult her about historical observations, from societies that wished to honor her, from young women who saw in her example a possibility for their own lives, and she answered what she could, though the volume of correspondence sometimes overwhelmed her and she was obliged to let certain letters wait for weeks or months before she could summon the energy to respond. Her relationship with her nephew John Herschel remained the great emotional anchor of these final decades, conducted now almost entirely through letters, since the distance between Hanover and England made frequent visits impossible. John had inherited not only his father's scientific aptitude, but also his dedication to the patient accumulation of astronomical knowledge, and he spent many years extending and refining the work that William had begun, observing the southern skies from the Cape of Good Hope, cataloguing nebulae and double stars, and gradually assembling the comprehensive records that would eventually form the basis for the general catalogue of nebulae and clusters of stars. Caroline followed his work with keen interest, reading his letters with the same attention she had once given to William's observations, and she took tremendous pride in his accomplishments, seeing in them the continuation of a family legacy that she herself had helped to build. When John received his knighthood in 1831, Caroline's reaction was one of quiet satisfaction mixed with a characteristic note of tartness, for while she was pleased that her nephew had been honored, she could not help observing that such recognition came easily to men in ways that it did not come to women, and that her own contributions had for many years gone largely unacknowledged by the official structures of scientific authority. She wrote to John expressing her congratulations, and her letters from this period reveal both genuine affection for her nephew and a certain ironic awareness of the different paths their careers had taken, his marked by steady advancement through the institutions of British science, hers marked by decades of invisible labor in her brother's shadow. Still, she was proud of him, proud of what he had achieved, and she celebrated his successes as though they were in some measure her own, which in a sense they were, since the foundation upon which John built had been laid in part by her careful work beside William all those years ago. The baronetcy that John received in 1838 occasioned similar feelings, pleasure at his elevation mingled with wry observations about the nature of honor and recognition. She was 87 years old by then, and she had accumulated enough experience of the world to view such distinctions with a certain philosophical detachment, understanding that they mattered and did not matter, that they represented genuine achievement while also reflecting the arbitrary preferences of those who distributed such rewards. Her letters to John from these years are filled with affection and encouragement, with queries about his work and his family, with memories of William and of the years they had all spent together, and with the gentle complaints of an old woman whose body was failing her even as her mind remained sharp. The visitors who came to see Caroline in her 90s sometimes had the privilege of hearing her sing, for she had retained her musical abilities to a remarkable degree, and on good days, when her spirits were high and her voice was cooperating, she would perform arias from Handel's oratorios, the same music she had sung as a young woman in Bath, when she had been the celebrated soprano of her brother's concerts and her voice had filled rooms with its clarity and power. The voice at 92 was not what it had been at 22, of course, but there was something deeply moving about hearing her sing at all, about witnessing this frail elderly woman summon the breath and the control necessary to produce music, and her visitors often remarked upon these performances with a kind of reverent astonishment. For Caroline herself, the singing seems to have been a way of connecting with her younger self, of demonstrating that she was still present, still capable, still the same person who had once stood on stages and earned applause and felt the particular joy that comes from making beautiful sounds in the presence of others. Her sharp tongue remained with her to the end, and her correspondence from these final years is peppered with pointed observations about the failings of others, complaints about the incompetence of servants, and acerbic commentary on the state of the world. She did not suffer fools gladly, and she had reached an age where she felt little need to moderate her opinions or soften her judgments for the sake of social harmony. Some of her correspondents found this directness refreshing, a sign of her continued vitality and engagement with life, while others may have been taken aback by her candor. But Caroline seems not to have worried overmuch about the impression she created. She had earned the right, she perhaps felt, to say what she thought, and she exercised that right with evident relish. The world beyond her quiet rooms in Hanover was changing rapidly in these years, convulsed by the political upheavals that swept across Europe in the middle decades of the 19th century, and Caroline lived long enough to witness the failed revolution of 1848, when the movements for constitutional reform and national unification that had been gathering strength for years finally erupted into open conflict across the German states and beyond. Hanover was not immune to these disturbances, and the elderly astronomer found herself observing from her window, or hearing from her companion, about the demonstrations and the unrest that filled the streets, about the hopes for change that animated the revolutionaries and the fears that gripped those who preferred the old order. The revolution of 1848 ultimately failed to achieve its most ambitious goals, and the forces of reaction reasserted themselves across much of Europe. But the experience of living through such tumultuous times left its mark on Caroline's letters and her outlook. She had been born into a world governed by hereditary monarchs and rigid social hierarchies, had lived through the French Revolution and the Napoleonic Wars, had witnessed the transformation of European society over nearly a century, and now in her 98th year she was watching yet another wave of change break against the shores of the established order. Her reactions to these events were complex, shaped by her conservative instincts and her natural caution, but also by a lifetime of experience that had taught her to view grand political projects with a certain skepticism. Through all of this, she continued her correspondence, continued to receive visitors when her health permitted, continued to maintain the connections that linked her to the wider world of science and society. Her fame had by now reached a kind of steady state, an established fact that required no further demonstration or defense, and she was content to occupy her peculiar position as the grand old woman of astronomy, the living link to an earlier era of discovery, the last surviving witness to the great days of Observatory House and the partnership with William that had produced so much new knowledge about the heavens. John Herschel, meanwhile, was bringing his own astronomical work to completion, assembling the observations that he and his father had accumulated over the decades into a comprehensive catalogue that would serve as a foundation for future research. The General Catalogue of Nebulae and Clusters of Stars, which would be published in 1864, some years after both John and Caroline had died, represented the culmination of this multi-generational effort, a systematic record of over 5,000 celestial objects compiled through painstaking observation and careful measurement. John's work on this catalogue drew heavily on his father's observations, many of which had been made with Caroline's assistance, and in a sense the catalogue was a monument to the entire Herschel family's contribution to astronomy, to William's pioneering surveys, to Caroline's sweeping of the skies and her meticulous record-keeping, and to John's extension and refinement of their methods. Caroline did not live to see the publication of this catalogue, but she knew that it was coming, knew that John was working to preserve and extend his father's legacy, and she took comfort in the knowledge that the work would continue, that the observations she had helped to make would find their place in the permanent record of human knowledge. She had always been conscious of working for posterity, of contributing to an enterprise larger than herself, and in her final years this consciousness gave meaning to her memories of all those cold nights at the telescope, all those hours of calculation and transcription, all those small careful acts that had accumulated over the decades into something substantial and lasting. The political turmoil of 1848 and the years that followed reminded her, if she needed reminding, of how much had changed since her childhood in that same city of Hanover, when she had been the overlooked daughter of a military musician, expected to spend her life in domestic service, her intellectual gifts unrecognized and uncultivated. She had lived to see herself celebrated by kings and academies, had received medals and honors that no woman in her field had received before, had watched her nephew elevated to the nobility, and had outlived almost everyone who had known her in her youth. The world of her childhood was gone entirely, replaced by a new world of steam engines and telegraphs and political movements she only partly understood, and she observed these changes from her quiet rooms with the detachment of one who has seen too much to be easily surprised by anything. Her companion cared for her with patience through these final years, managing the practical details of her daily existence while Caroline managed what she could of her correspondence and her memories. The routine of her days had shrunk to small things, to meals and rest and the arrival of letters, to occasional visits and the slow passage of hours marked by the church bells of Hanover. But within this contracted world she remained herself, remained curious and opinionated and occasionally difficult, remained the woman who had discovered comets and catalogued nebulae and sung Handel to distinguished audiences. The pilgrims who made their way to see her in these last years carried away stories that they would tell for the rest of their lives, stories of meeting this legendary figure, this survivor from another age, this woman who had done what women were not supposed to be able to do and had lived long enough to see her achievements recognized, however belatedly and incompletely. They spoke of her sharp eyes and sharper wit, of the way she could still recall the details of observations made half a century earlier, of the strange experience of sitting in her modest rooms and hearing her speak of William and of the nights they had spent together mapping the heavens. And through it all, the letters continued to arrive, from scientists and admirers, from institutions that wished to honor her and individuals who simply wished to express their respect, a steady stream of paper connecting her small world in Hanover to the larger world beyond, reminding her that she was not forgotten, that her work mattered, that the long strange journey of her life had brought her to a place of recognition and regard that the unhappy child in her father's house could never have imagined. In the opening days of January in the year 1848, the winter had settled deeply over Hanover, and the city lay quiet beneath skies that Caroline Herschel had watched for so many decades of her long and remarkable life. She was 97 years old, approaching 98, and she had lived through transformations of the world that would have seemed impossible to the small child who had once recovered from typhus in the crowded household of a military musician. She had seen the rise and fall of Napoleon, the reshaping of European borders, the steady advancement of astronomical science from the careful observations of her brother William to the sophisticated mathematical astronomy of a new generation. And now, in these first days of January, she was resting in her small apartment in Hanover, her strength gradually diminishing in the manner that comes to those who have lived very full lives and whose bodies are simply, gently, completing their work. The final illness came upon her without drama or crisis, as these things sometimes do for the very elderly who have maintained their faculties and their spirits until the end. Caroline had remained mentally alert and engaged with correspondence until quite recently, still receiving letters from astronomers and scientific societies, still taking an interest in the progress of her nephew John's work at the Cape of Good Hope and his subsequent return to England. She had continued to receive visitors who came to pay their respects to the last surviving member of that extraordinary astronomical partnership, and she had entertained them with her recollections and her sharp observations about the current state of science. But the energy that had sustained her through nearly a century of life was now ebbing away, and she knew it, and she accepted it with the same practical fortitude that had characterized her approach to all things. In those final days, Caroline had time to reflect upon the arrangements she wished for her burial, and she gave careful thought to the objects that she wanted to accompany her into the grave. This was not an unusual practice in her era, when personal items of sentimental significance were often placed in coffins as tokens of love and memory and connection to those who had gone before. Caroline requested that 2 particular objects be placed with her, and these choices revealed the 2 relationships that had shaped her life most profoundly and that she wished to carry with her beyond the boundaries of earthly existence. The first object was a lock of hair that had belonged to her father, Isaac Herschel, the military musician who had recognized her intelligence and encouraged her education despite the limitations of their circumstances and the opposition of her mother. Isaac had died many decades earlier, in 1792, but Caroline had kept this small memento of him throughout all the intervening years, carrying it with her through her moves from Bath to Slough and eventually back to Hanover. The lock of hair represented not only her love for her father but also her gratitude for the intellectual foundation he had given her, for the music lessons and the glimpses of astronomy and natural philosophy that had prepared her mind for the work she would later do. The second object she requested was a small almanac that had been given to her by her brother William, and this choice spoke to the central relationship of her adult life, the partnership that had defined her scientific career and her personal happiness. William had died in 1822, more than a quarter century before Caroline's own death, and she had mourned him deeply and had spent much of her remaining years organizing and preserving the records of their shared work. The almanac was a practical object, the kind of reference book that astronomers used regularly in their calculations, and its presence in her coffin symbolized the countless nights they had spent together observing the heavens, the meticulous records they had kept, the discoveries they had made through patient and systematic effort. By asking for these 2 objects to be buried with her, Caroline was expressing her wish to be united in death with the father who had nurtured her mind and the brother who had given that mind its greatest purpose. On the 9th of January, 1848, Caroline Herschel died peacefully in her apartment in Hanover, having reached the age of 97 years and 10 months. The end came gently, as it often does for those who have made their peace with the world and who have completed the work they were meant to do. She had outlived nearly everyone from her early life, all of her siblings except for Dietrich, most of her scientific contemporaries, and countless friends and correspondents. She had witnessed almost a full century of human history, from the reign of George II in England to the revolutionary upheavals that were even then beginning to stir across the European continent in what would become the tumultuous year of 1848. Her death marked the end of an era in astronomy, the closing of a direct connection to the great age of discovery that had begun when William Herschel first turned his homemade telescope toward the heavens and found a new planet waiting there. The funeral was held at the Gartengemeinde Cemetery in Hanover, a peaceful burial ground that served the Reformed Protestant community to which Caroline had belonged. The ceremony was conducted with the simplicity that she had requested, without elaborate ritual or excessive mourning, in keeping with her practical nature and her discomfort with undue attention to her person. Those who attended included members of the Hanoverian court, representatives of the scientific community, and the remaining friends and acquaintances who had known her in her final years. The weather was cold, as January weather in northern Germany tends to be, and the mourners gathered in their dark winter clothing to pay their final respects to a woman who had achieved extraordinary things in an era when such achievements were rarely permitted to women and even more rarely recognized. Caroline had composed the inscription for her own gravestone, choosing the words with the same care she had brought to all her written work throughout her life. The inscription she selected was both humble and profound, acknowledging her astronomical work while framing it in terms of devotion rather than personal glory. The words she chose, rendered here in their essential meaning, declared that the eyes of her who is glorified here below had turned to the starry heavens. This phrase captured something essential about Caroline's self-understanding, her sense that her work had been a form of service and contemplation rather than a pursuit of fame or recognition. She saw herself as one who had looked upward, who had directed her attention toward the celestial realm, and who had found in that looking a kind of glorification that transcended earthly honors. The inscription also acknowledged, somewhat reluctantly perhaps, that she had indeed been glorified here below, that she had received recognition and medals and titles during her lifetime, even as she maintained her characteristic modesty about her own contributions. The gravestone itself was simple, as befitted Caroline's wishes and her general approach to life. She had never sought ostentation or display, and she did not want her final resting place to be marked by elaborate monuments or excessive ornamentation. The stone bore her name and the dates of her birth and death, along with the inscription she had composed, and it stood as a quiet marker of an extraordinary life lived with dedication and purpose. The Gartengemeinde Cemetery was a fitting location for her burial, a peaceful garden cemetery in the city where she had been born and where she had returned to spend her final decades. She lay now in the soil of Hanover, the city she had left as a young woman to pursue her unlikely destiny in England, and to which she had come back as an elderly woman seeking the familiarity of her homeland. The lock of her father's hair and the small almanac from William were placed in her coffin as she had requested, these two small objects representing the two people who had mattered most to her throughout her long life. Isaac Herschel had died when Caroline was 42 years old, and William had died when she was 72, but both of them had remained present in her memory and her heart through all the years that followed. The hair and the almanac were modest tokens, easily overlooked by those who did not understand their significance, but to Caroline they represented everything that had made her life meaningful. Her father had given her the foundation of education and curiosity, the belief that her mind was worth cultivating even though she was a girl in a society that did not value the education of girls. Her brother had given her the opportunity to use that mind in service of the grandest enterprise she could imagine, the systematic exploration of the heavens and the cataloguing of the universe's contents. These two men, represented by these two small objects, accompanied Caroline Herschel into her grave on that cold January day in Hanover. News of Caroline's death spread through the scientific community and beyond, and obituaries appeared in publications across Europe in English, German, and French. The English obituaries noted her long association with British astronomy and her honorary membership in the Royal Astronomical Society, recounting the story of her emigration to England, her work with William, and her discoveries of comets and nebulae. They praised her dedication and her meticulous record-keeping, and they acknowledged the unusual nature of her achievement as a woman in a field that had been almost exclusively male. The German obituaries claimed her as a native daughter of Hanover, emphasizing her return to her homeland in later life and her continued connections to German scientific institutions. They noted her receipt of the gold medal from the King of Prussia and her honorary membership in the Royal Irish Academy, and they celebrated her as an example of German scientific achievement even though most of her work had been done in England. The French obituaries, appearing in scientific journals and newspapers, recognized her contributions to the international enterprise of astronomy and noted the honors she had received from learned societies across the continent. These obituaries varied in their details and their emphasis, but they shared a common recognition that Caroline Herschel had been a remarkable figure whose life and work deserved to be remembered and honored. Some focused on her role as William's assistant, framing her contributions in terms of her support for his greater genius, while others emphasized her independent discoveries and her own scientific accomplishments. Some noted the obstacles she had overcome as a woman seeking to participate in scientific work, while others passed over this aspect of her story in favor of a more straightforward account of her astronomical contributions. Taken together, these obituaries from multiple countries and multiple languages testified to the international scope of Caroline's reputation and the widespread recognition she had achieved by the time of her death. John Herschel, Caroline's nephew, received the news of her death with profound grief, even though he had known that it was coming and had been corresponding with her regularly about her declining health. He was 55 years old at the time, himself now the senior figure in the Herschel astronomical dynasty, and he had loved his aunt deeply throughout his life. She had been a constant presence during his childhood, a familiar figure in the household at Slough, and she had encouraged his scientific interests and celebrated his achievements as he grew into one of the most distinguished astronomers of his generation. After her move back to Hanover, he had maintained a warm correspondence with her, sending her news of his work and his family and receiving in return her observations and advice and occasional sharp criticisms. He had visited her in Hanover when he could, and he had always treated her with the respect and affection that she deserved. Upon learning of her death, John took steps to honor her memory and to ensure that her contributions to astronomy would not be forgotten. He gathered her letters and papers, recognizing their historical value and their importance for understanding the development of observational astronomy in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. He spoke of her in his own writings and in his correspondence with other scientists, always emphasizing her skill and dedication and the significance of her work. He understood, perhaps better than anyone else still living, how much she had contributed to his father's achievements and how much the astronomical community owed to her patient labor over so many decades. John's grief was personal and genuine, the sorrow of a nephew who had lost a beloved aunt, but it was also the grief of a scientist who understood that he was witnessing the end of an era and the passing of a living connection to the heroic age of discovery in which his family had played such a central role. In the months and years following Caroline's death, tributes continued to appear from various quarters of the scientific community, as learned societies acknowledged her passing and commemorated her contributions. These tributes emphasized different aspects of her life and work, but they shared a recognition that something significant had been lost with her death, that the living memory of an extraordinary period in the history of astronomy had now passed beyond recall. The astronomers who had corresponded with her, who had visited her in Hanover, who had received her letters with their detailed recollections of the Herschel observing program, understood that they had been privileged to know one of the last survivors of a transformative era. Now that connection was severed, and Caroline Herschel existed only in the record she had left behind, in the catalogues and papers and letters that preserved her voice and her observations for future generations. The simple gravestone in the Garten-Germain cemetery stood as a permanent marker of Caroline's life and work, its inscription directing attention upward toward the starry heavens that had been the focus of her devotion. Visitors to the cemetery could find her grave and read the words she had composed, and they could reflect upon the long life that had ended here. The journey from a crowded house in Hanover to the great telescopes of England and back again to this quiet resting place. The lock of Isaac's hair and the almanac from William lay hidden in the earth beside her, tokens of love and memory that no visitor could see but that Caroline had wanted near her in her final rest. These objects, buried with her, completed the story of her devotions, marking her as a daughter who had honored her father and a sister who had honored her brother, carrying their memory with her into the silence of the grave. The year 1848, which had begun with Caroline's death, would prove to be one of the most tumultuous in European history, marked by revolutions and upheavals across the continent. But Caroline had departed before these events unfolded, slipping away in the quiet days of early January when the world still seemed stable and familiar. She had lived through enough upheaval in her nearly 98 years, had seen wars and the rise and fall of empires, had witnessed the transformation of her adopted country and her native land, and she was spared the turmoil that would sweep through Europe in the months following her death. Her grave remained undisturbed in the cemetery in Hanover, a small island of peace in a continent that would soon be convulsed by revolutionary fervor, and her memory continued to be honored by those who understood what she had achieved. And so Caroline Herschel came to rest in the city of her birth, beneath a stone that bore the word she had chosen, with the tokens of her deepest loves lying beside her in the darkness of the earth. Her eyes had turned to the starry heavens for most of her 97 years, and now those eyes were closed forever, but the work they had done lived on in the catalogues and records and observations that she and William had compiled together. The comets she had discovered continued to sweep through the solar system on their long orbits, and the nebulae she had catalogued continued to glow in the depths of space, indifferent to the passing of the woman who had first recorded their positions. The universe went on as it always had, vast and ancient and unhurried, and Caroline Herschel took her place among those who had devoted their lives to understanding it, her contributions secure, her memory honored, her rest earned by decades of patient and dedicated work beneath the silent stars. And so we come now, in these quiet moments, to consider what Caroline Herschel left behind, the traces of her work that extended far beyond her own lifetime and continue, in their own gentle way, to shape how we understand the history of astronomy and the place of women within the scientific enterprise. It is a legacy built not from grand gestures or singular dramatic discoveries, though she made those too, but rather from the accumulation of careful, patient work, the kind of work that creates foundations upon which others may build, the kind of work that demonstrates, simply by existing, what is possible. Let us begin with the comets, those wandering visitors that Caroline tracked across the night sky with such dedication, and which represent perhaps her most publicly celebrated achievements. In total, she discovered 8 comets that bear her name or her contribution, a number that seems modest when stated plainly but which takes on greater significance when we consider the context in which these discoveries were made. The first, in 1786, announced to the scientific world that here was a woman capable of original discovery, not merely the repetition of others' observations or the assistance with others' projects, but the identification of something entirely new, something that had never before been recorded in the long history of human stargazing. Each subsequent comet, discovered in 1788, 1790, 1791, twice in 1793, and again in 1795 and 1797, reinforced this achievement, building a body of work that could not be dismissed or attributed to chance or to the assistance of her brother. These 8 comets, tracked and calculated and reported according to the rigorous standards of professional astronomy, established Caroline as a discoverer in her own right, and while cometary discoveries were not as rare then as they might seem to us now, they were nonetheless markers of genuine skill and dedication. Each required not only the patience to sweep the skies night after night, but also the knowledge to distinguish between a faint fuzzy object that was merely a nebula and one that showed the characteristic movement against the background stars that betrayed its cometary nature. Each required the mathematical ability to plot its course and predict its future positions. Each represented a small but real contribution to human knowledge of the solar system and its transient visitors. But it is perhaps in the more patient, less celebrated work of cataloguing that Caroline's lasting influence becomes most apparent. For catalogues, unlike the excitement of a new comet, form the infrastructure upon which later astronomy depends. Consider her work on the Flamsteed Catalogue, that foundational star atlas compiled by John Flamsteed, the first Astronomer Royal, and published after his death in 1729. Caroline undertook a systematic review of this catalogue, comparing Flamsteed's observations against her own and her brother's work, checking the positions of stars and the calculations that placed them in their recorded locations. In this painstaking review, she identified 561 errors, each one a small discrepancy between where Flamsteed had placed a star and where it actually appeared in the heavens, each one a potential source of confusion for any astronomer relying upon the catalogue for their own work. More than this, she added 508 stars that Flamsteed had observed but which had somehow been omitted from the published catalogue, stars that existed in his notes but had never made their way into the final compiled work that astronomers actually used. This was detailed, careful, unglamorous labor, the kind of work that requires comparing column after column of numbers, checking and rechecking, and it is exactly the kind of work upon which the progress of science depends. When later astronomers opened their copy of the corrected Flamsteed catalogue, they found a more reliable tool, and while they may not have paused to consider whose patient hours had made it so, they nonetheless benefited from Caroline's dedication. The zone catalogues represent another such contribution, the organization of the nebulae and star clusters that William had observed into a format that could be more easily consulted and used. Caroline arranged these observations by zones of declination, creating an index that allowed later astronomers to quickly locate objects of interest, to compare their own observations against the Herschel's records, and to build upon what had already been accomplished rather than duplicating effort. This work of organization and arrangement, like the Flamsteed corrections, created tools for future use. And tools, once made, tend to outlast the hands that fashioned them. Perhaps most significantly for the long history of astronomy, Caroline's catalogue of nebulae served as a foundation for what would eventually become the new General Catalogue, the NGC numbers that astronomers still use today when referring to galaxies and star clusters and nebulae throughout the universe. When her nephew John Herschel compiled his General Catalogue of nebulae and clusters of stars in 1864, he built upon his father's work, which had been organized and preserved by Caroline, and when Johann Dreyer expanded this into the new General Catalogue in 1888, the chain of transmission remained unbroken. The designation NGC 224, which we also call the Andromeda Galaxy, and NGC 7000, the North America Nebula, and thousands of other objects scattered across the sky carry within their naming convention a trace of Caroline's careful cataloguing, though most who use these numbers today would not think to trace them back to a small determined woman working by candlelight in 18th century England. The astronomical community has, in more recent times, recognized Caroline's contributions by naming features of the solar system and its bodies in her honor, a tradition that links modern astronomy to its historical practitioners in a particularly concrete way. The asteroid 281 Lucretia, discovered in 1888 by Johann Palisa, bears her middle name, circling the Sun in the main asteroid belt between Mars and Jupiter, a small rocky body perhaps 35 kilometers across that will carry her name for as long as humans continue to track such objects. On the surface of the Moon, the crater C. Herschel lies just north of the larger crater Herschel named for William, a fitting arrangement that places brother and sister side by side in the lunar landscape, their contributions acknowledged in the geography of another world. The crater is relatively small, as lunar craters go, perhaps about 13 kilometers in diameter, but it lies in a region visible through modest telescopes, and those who know to look for it can find Caroline's name written in the ancient stone of the Moon. Perhaps most fitting of all is the Comet 35P Herschel-Rigolet, a periodic comet that returns to the inner solar system approximately every 155 years, carrying both Caroline's surname and that of Roger Rigolet, who rediscovered it in 1939. Caroline first observed this comet in December of 1788, carefully tracking its movement and reporting her findings, and the fact that it bears her name ensures that future generations of astronomers, watching for its next return sometime in the second half of this century, will encounter her contribution as part of their ordinary professional work. When we consider Caroline's influence on women in science, we must recognize that she served as proof of possibility, a living demonstration that women could participate in the serious work of astronomy at the highest levels. This influence operated both during her lifetime and after, as later generations of women looked back at her example and found in it encouragement for their own aspirations. Mary Somerville, born in 1780 and thus a younger contemporary of Caroline, became one of the most celebrated science writers of the 19th century, her works explaining astronomy and physical science to general audiences with remarkable clarity. While Somerville's path into science was different from Caroline's, shaped by different circumstances and opportunities, she nevertheless operated in a world where Caroline had already demonstrated that women could engage with the most technical aspects of astronomical work. Maria Mitchell, the American astronomer who in 1847 became the first American to discover a comet using a telescope, represents another figure in this lineage of women astronomers for whom Caroline served as precursor and inspiration. Mitchell, who would go on to become the first female professor of astronomy in the United States, working at Vassar College, was born in 1818, just 3 years before Caroline received her gold medal from the Royal Astronomical Society. The fact that such recognition had been given, that an official scientific body had acknowledged a woman's contributions in such a formal way, created a precedent that later women could point to, a demonstration that the doors of professional science were not entirely and permanently closed. Throughout the later 19th and 20th centuries, as more women entered astronomical work, first as computers performing calculations and later as observers and theorists in their own right, Caroline's example was cited and recited, her story told and retold as evidence of what women could accomplish. This historiographical treatment of Caroline, the way her story has been told and understood across the generations, is itself worthy of examination, for it reveals much about how scientific history has grappled with questions of gender and contribution and recognition. The earliest accounts of Caroline's life and work appeared during her own lifetime and shortly after her death, often framing her achievements in terms that emphasized her devotion to her brother and her modest, self-effacing character. These accounts, while not inaccurate, tended to subordinate her independent contributions to the larger story of William's career, presenting her as a faithful assistant rather than a scientist in her own right. The language used in these early treatments often reflected the assumptions of the time about women's proper roles and the surprise that a woman could accomplish what Caroline had accomplished. In 1876, Mary Cornwallis Herschel, the widow of John Herschel and thus Caroline's niece by marriage, edited and published a memoir based on Caroline's autobiographical writings and correspondence, titled Memoir and Correspondence of Caroline Herschel. This work, appearing more than 25 years after Caroline's death, provided a more complete picture of her life and work than had previously been available, drawing on personal papers and family knowledge to create a portrait that was at once affectionate and detailed. The memoir allowed readers to hear Caroline's own voice, or something close to it, describing her experiences and reflecting on her career. And while the editing inevitably shaped what was included and how it was presented, the work nonetheless became a primary source for all later biographies and studies. Modern scholarly reassessment of Caroline's contributions has taken a more critical and nuanced approach, examining not only what she accomplished but also the conditions under which she worked and the ways in which her achievements were understood and sometimes diminished by her contemporaries and by later historians. Scholars working in the history of women in science have been particularly attentive to the ways in which Caroline's role was often described in terms of assistance and support rather than independent achievement, even when her actual work clearly demonstrated originality and skill. This reassessment has sought to restore to Caroline full credit for her discoveries and cataloguing work, recognizing that the language of helpmeet and assistant often obscured the reality of genuine scientific contribution. Part of this modern reassessment involves recognizing the structural constraints under which Caroline operated, the lack of formal education, the assumption that women could not or should not engage in serious intellectual work, and the economic dependence that shaped her early life and her relationship with her brother. Understanding these constraints does not diminish her achievements but rather places them in a context that makes them all the more remarkable. Caroline did not merely succeed despite obstacles, though she did that too, but rather she transformed obstacles into opportunities, using her position as William's assistant to gain training and experience that would have been unavailable to her through any formal channel. The Royal Astronomical Society, which first recognized Caroline in 1828 with the gold medal and then in 1835 by making her one of the first female honorary members, has continued to acknowledge her importance to the history of the discipline. The fact that she remained one of only 2 female honorary members for more than a century, until 1916, reflects the slow and uneven progress of women's participation in professional astronomy, but it also reflects the singular nature of Caroline's achievement, standing as an early exception to prevailing exclusions. In more recent decades, as the society has grown more inclusive and as historians have worked to recover the contributions of women to science, Caroline has become a figure of renewed attention and celebration. Contemporary commemorations of Caroline take many forms, from the naming of celestial features already mentioned to educational programs and historical exhibitions that present her life and work to new generations. The house in Bath where she spent her final years in England before moving to Hanover has been marked with a blue plaque, one of those small commemorative signs that dot buildings throughout Britain, noting the connection between ordinary-seeming structures and extraordinary lives. In Hanover, where she lived her final decades, her memory has been preserved and honored, her grave maintained as a site of historical interest. What Caroline's life demonstrates, beyond the specific discoveries and catalogues that bear her mark, is that women could participate in professional science when given the opportunity, that the exclusion of women from scientific work was a social arrangement rather than a reflection of natural capacity, and that individual women, operating within the constraints of their time, could nonetheless make contributions that would be valued by later generations. This demonstration was not achieved through argument or advocacy but simply through the fact of her work itself, through the comets discovered and the catalogues compiled and the recognition received from her peers. As we come to the end of our consideration of Caroline Herschel's lasting influence, we might reflect on how her legacy continues to unfold, how each generation of astronomers and historians discovers her anew and finds in her story whatever they most need to find. For some, she represents the quiet heroism of patient, careful work, the dedication to accuracy and completeness that science requires but rarely celebrates. For others, she represents the long and ongoing struggle of women for recognition in fields that were long closed to them. For still others, she represents simply a skilled astronomer whose work contributed to our understanding of the cosmos, whose comets and catalogues added to the sum of human knowledge about the universe we inhabit. The night sky she studied remains above us, different in its details from the sky she knew, with lights dimmed by our own artificial illuminations and some stars shifted slightly in their positions by the slow drift of proper motion across the centuries. But fundamentally the same sky, the same stars and planets and nebulae and galaxies wheeling in their ancient patterns. When modern astronomers consult the NGC catalogue or observe a returning comet or photograph the crater C. Herschel on the Moon, they participate in a tradition of observation and recording that Caroline helped to build, even if they do not pause to remember the small woman wrapped against the cold, peering through her telescope in the garden at Slough, noting what she saw with careful precision. Her influence extends beyond the specific features named in her honor, beyond the corrected catalogues and discovered comets, into the very possibility of women in astronomy, into the precedent established and the path marked, however faintly, for others who would follow. And while the history of women in science has been marked by obstacles and setbacks, by exclusions that persisted long after Caroline's death and by contributions overlooked and credited to others, it has also been marked by steady progress, by the slow expansion of opportunity and recognition, by the eventual acknowledgement that scientific talent is not distributed according to gender. Caroline Herschel's lasting influence, then, is both concrete and abstract, both measurable in specific achievements and diffuse in its broader cultural and historical significance. She found comets and corrected catalogues and demonstrated possibility. She worked and was recognized and is remembered. And her story, gentle and determined and ultimately triumphant in its modest way, continues to be told, continues to inspire, continues to matter, even now, as you listen in the quiet hours, perhaps growing drowsy, perhaps letting your thoughts drift toward sleep, comfortable in the knowledge that the stars remain where she placed them, that the universe continues in its vast slow turning, that the work goes on,